エイホールヤーホー。
Good morning. Welcome in, welcome in, welcome in. Good morning, good morning, good morning, good morning. Test battle, welcome in. Sideways Cuff. Also, Faldorn, thank you very much for the 12 months. Endomorphin, welcome. Red Snare BB, how you guys doing? Welcome in. Look at those streaks. 65. Welcome in, Nervosa. Pagan. Good day, guys. Good day. Get your points in. Get those points, you naughty people. How was your weekend? I had a fantastic day yesterday. I went on a nice long walk. A good 15 miles of fucking entertainment. Oh, it was lovely. It was glorious. It was glorious. I'm looking forward to Wednesday. Wednesday morning, taking Nova to get his stitches out, so not bad, not bad. Oh, and hopefully we'll have 4-7, wave 1. Maybe out tonight, probably tomorrow. But yeah, welcome in, guys. Hey, Spinner, how you doing? It's been a weekend of fiddling with VR stuff to no avail for me. Hold some cheap furniture. Riddick, welcome, welcome. Sartek, yeah. Also, that's you in the Halls of Hero as well, Faldorn. Another 12-monther. The juice continues. I still haven't played any of 4-7. Just no interest in playing crashy nonsense. But hopefully they get it started tonight. Hopefully. Hopefully. Alright, I got a video here. Starting off the week strong with another cheeky little detox video about VR. Whilst I finish my tea and we lube up.
What are you guys doing?
Closer, Detox. I have to tell you something before I die. Closer.
What the
Yes. This is where it goes.
I've played Star Citizen for years now, and I've been everywhere more than once. Hathor, Area 18, Microtech, Onyx, my Perseus. From the cockpit of my Gladiator to the deck of an Idris carrier. At this point, they're all very familiar. But in VR, for the first time in years, I'm seeing them from a completely different perspective. It's difficult to fully convey what VR feels like unless you're wearing the headset yourself, but I'm hoping what I show today and how I describe it gives you a better idea of.
I generally think, like, the only thing that it's the problem with VR is it's terrible for streamers and people who are going to make content with it. It looks terrible. And most games that do VR are like this unless they actually start doing like mixed reality or augmented reality. Or, for example, games like Veto VR, which allow the viewer to see a normal screen of the game just with you head tracking and stuff like that. Oh, yeah. These fucking sellouts, man. These sellouts. Pimax contacted me. I always tell this one because, again, I never bullshit my community. I will not take a bribe or anything unless I'm going to do it myself. And when they contact me, I literally said to them, look, I massively, appreciate you wanting to do this and all that jazz. But I said, I'm not going to be able to sell any product right now because it's literally just after Christmas. I said, I'm also not interested in showcasing your top of the range model because people are not going to buy that. I said, you have a headset coming out in 2026, which is the wireless one, which is just slightly above the model of the Steam frame. And I said, if you want me to showcase that one, I will do it. But I said to them, I'm not wanting, basically, for anybody that wants to know, they would send you the headset, and the only reason you would be able to keep the headset is if you made certain amount of sales. And I was like, I'm not interested. So I said, you send me the headset, you let me keep it, because I test things on my channel for 6 months minimum, 3 to 6 months minimum, and then I give my opinion on it, because I don't bullshit my community. Same with Verpal, same with Toby, same with all this shit. I test it for fucking months. I'm not one of these content creators that picks up a joystick for 30 minutes and goes, this is the best one, Yeah, because he'll have made a sale. So, or it's in his contract because he's making YouTube videos. But the live streamers that were showcasing the Pimax, they had to make a sale to keep the headset. And it was just like, no, I'm not interested right now. I would rather showcase something, instead of showcasing something that's near $2,000, I would rather wait for their really cool headset that's coming out that's roughly $900 and would be really good for Star Citizen because it's a lot lighter, it doesn't require wires, it's really cool because of how VR tech are going. And they got back to me saying, they respected my decision and they wanted to work with me in the future and stuff like that. And that's where I stand with all companies. It's like, I appreciate that they're wanting to get into the market for a game that's just brought out VR and stuff. I totally do. But I will never sell a product on this channel that I wouldn't be buying myself. Just won't do it. So it's the same with Monster Tech and the absolute monstrosity table that I've got, to the Virtual joysticks and stuff like that. I will never sell anything on this channel unless it is something that I would actually go and personally use myself. Because it's the same as like buying a fridge, you know, you can get an expensive named fridge, but you can get a fridge that does exactly the same job for $300. You know, which one are you gonna buy? You're gonna buy the $300 one less. You don't need a $2,000 fucking VR headset to play Star Citizen. I've got a index that does the same job, right? So that's where I stand on these things, is you don't need to go that crazy. And they've got way better models coming out later on this year.
One of the most immersive video games out there is...
The biggest issue I have for
actually
VR and
VR
Star Citizen right now is how big the texture, like everything is, you know,
Pimax
in the
recently
UI.
reached out, as they have with a few other Star Citizen creators, and asked me to try their Crystal Super 57 PPD QLED headset, capable of up to 4K resolution per eye. This came shortly after Star Citizen quietly introduced experimental VR support in update 4.5, which I think caught most of us off guard. Over the last few weeks, I've spent a lot of time inside the headset, learning how it works, figuring out performance, and working out how to properly capture what...
Again, it's like, this is nothing to do, this is not Detox's fault. It looks terrible, what I'm seeing right now. And it's not what Detox is seeing, right? Because he's just showcasing. It's the fact that it doesn't look this wavy inside the headset because you have smoothing and stuff like that, and it doesn't translate over it. It's the worst thing about VR, is you can't show it off because it looks so bad from a viewing point of
learn that
view.
recording VR isn't as straightforward as I hoped. So most of what you're watching is a cropped 16:9 version of the headset's native outputs. It may look slightly offset at times or miss
That's because it's on the right
bits
eye.
of UI, but in my opinion, this is the smoothest and most accurate.
See, that's the horrible thing. When you've got VR, what it does is it takes the two eyes and it makes one screen. Like, it's the same thing as when we look through things, right? If you put your hand over one of your eyes, you can see through your hand because your brain uses the eye that can see past it to make the image. It's fucking crazy how our brains work and our eyes work. And it's the same thing in VR. It takes the two lenses and basically merges them together. Same as like if you cockeye, you can bring the two visions together. In us watching it, it's always either on the right or the left eye. It's not the center point. Not many games do the center point. And obviously Star Citizen doesn't do it. And that's where, again, it looks really off.
Representation I can show you for now.
Exactly, Seiko. Yeah, exactly.
So as a complete VR newcomer...
And that's the worst thing, is that it's only good for the consumer of VR. And it's so difficult to showcase that to people.
I was up front with Pimax. I'm not here to do a deep hardware breakdown. That's not normally my style, though I will provide plenty of technical context. What I really wanted was to experience VR in Star Citizen to see whether it was just a gimmick or a new core way to play the game moving forward. Before we jump in though, I'd like to set some expectations. Star Citizen's VR implementation is experimental. There's no hand tracking, no motion controllers, and no full-blown presence. You're still playing with a mouse, keyboard, and joysticks, or in my case, both.
Who was there was one comment that I read or heard or something where somebody was like, VR is cool, but when I'm trying to fucking press keyboard buttons, I have to remove the headset. I'm like, that sounds like a skill issue, to be honest, that you can't touch type, you know? It's like, holy shit. Like, if you generally can't, if you can't put your fingers on WASD and then hold your mouse and you play a game, right? And you can't like press G like I'm doing just now or press H. If you can't do that, then that's an you
Mechanically,
issue.
it's
like-
still Star Citizen, but having my head physically react to where my character's head should be in the game changed
And this
the
is
way
why I
play.
said to Pimax that for a game like Star Citizen, I want their lightest model with the best frames, the lightest model. This thing is a fucking killer past like an hour, where you're going to fuck your necks up. And here's the crazy thing, right? Here's the nitty gritty. I'm 44 this year. By the time Star Citizen 1.0 comes out, I'm going to be very close to 50, probably 48. Most of the people that I know who play the game will be in that sort of same state as well. Do you really want to have a fucking... Shh, Callie, I'm not going to be near 60. Shut up. Shut your mouth. Shut your mouth. Yeah, so it's like, are you going to be wanting to play games with this thing, you know? Exactly, miss. Exactly. Like, I've got a 4K monitor, one of the best that you can get, the G8. And I've got Tobii tracking. And for me, it allows me to sit back and just relax as I'm playing the game. But also for a streamer, doing VR is terrible. It's absolutely terrible because you can't keep up with your chat, you can't keep up with notifications, because you have to then input it into the lenses. So whenever I do VR, I've got like chat hidden. So when I have a really cool way of doing it. So when I've got my index gloves on, basically, the grippers, I have it where you rotate your arm like this and chat appears like a fucking hologram and stuff like that. So whilst you're playing the game, you don't see chat, and you bring it up and it basically shows you chat as like a fucking list that appears. It's really fucking cool. But then it's like you need your other arm to do notifications, so you're starting to go, oh, thank you for the sub, and then you're like, we're fucking doing this shit. And it just looks terrible. It really is. So VR is definitely something that you do at home. It's really bad for content creators. But it's also, would you want to spend hours and hours and hours playing Star Citizen in VR? No, you're not. Because you're going to get so fatigued from having that extra weight on your shoulders.
More than I expected.
Like, my index is heavy. This thing's ridiculous.
The first place I visited was Microtech, standing in a snowstorm on top of a mountain, watching snowflakes fall in front of my face. I was completely reliving my first steps on Microtech years ago, but in a whole new light. And looking out across the mountain range genuinely made me feel small.
Nah, it doesn't seem worth it at all, no. And this is somebody that has more VR experience than most people.
Similar, but in a different way. Standing on the edge of a
It's not
high-rise
worth it
building,
right now. Not
carefully
at all.
walking along the rooftop, and then slipping and reaching for the menu button as my stomach curled up, really caught me off guard. And this wasn't a new environment, but it felt new again. When it comes to the cockpit, once I dialed in the lens visor positioning and HUD alignment, the VR implementation felt solid here. Depth and detail stood out immediately, and MFDs felt like tangible objects rather than flat panels. Leaning forward obviously brings instruments closer, almost making it
I love how he's fucking like showing precision flying, but he's missing half a ship.
feel like I could reach out and touch it. If you
The shadow shows it missing a
used
wing.
head tracking before, you recognize the concept, except VR requires more real physical movement. Tracking a target across the canopy involves more effort than using, say, a Tobii eye tracker or Track IR with movement multipliers. VR is just more involved. It's slightly slower, but more immersive. And in general, it feels like VR trades a bit of speed and efficiency for immersion. And I think for many players, I expect that trade is absolutely worth it.
The thing is, though, is it's worth it until you start getting fatigued. The moment you get fatigued, that's it. It's a fucking GG moment. And here's the biggest kicker with most people that I know that buy VR, is the moment that they feel fatigued, they put the headset down. And then the next time they come back to playing the game, they don't pick the VR headset up. They just go with their monitor as normal, you know? And that's the big thing with VR that a lot of people fall into. They buy VR, they get excited about it, and then they stop using it. Because it's just too much.
Oh, shit.
Too much
Looking
of a
over the edge
fucking
of my
effort.
seat in real life while looking over my shoulder in game is undeniably cool, but immersion alone doesn't decide VR's long-term viability. How does it stack up in FPS and multi-crew gameplay?
Go on, D, you want to take point?
Shot all above their fucking head. The bullets just went round the fuck chat. I kid you not. The bullets just went round like a McDonald's sign on their fucking
Go on, D,
head.
you want to take point?
Yeah, this is where VR is never going to be like useful at all in games like this. Unless everyone is in VR, it's just bad. See, look here, look. He fucking McDonald's right around their heads. So funny.
As someone who regularly shifts between space, air, and ground combat, I needed to know how viable VR actually is.
It is,
in
yeah,
FPS.
it is, bitch,
And the
yeah.
answer is, it's
Guys, seriously, buy a good monitor. This is not to shit on Detox, you know, he's showcasing it, whatever. Buy a decent monitor before you ever buy VR.
close.
It will make your life so much
biomass
better.
as well. Oh, there it is, there it is.
Oh, there it comes!
Not too bad.
No, that's
Oh,
good, that's
no,
good.
nothing.
Fighting the Yomandi inside Onyx was surprisingly
Just a view
one of the
model
most
issue. Again, nobody using VR will ever be competitive against person not using VR. You know?
massive.
That's why when you're playing VR games that are FPS, everyone is in VR. Like, you're forced to play VR.
Experience.
So when you have a game like Star Citizen where at any given time, also look at that horrible fucking like weird shader artifacting going on. It's not Detox's fault. It's actually in the map. Look at that. It's weird coming down.
I've
here.
had in Star Citizen yet, but it wasn't easy, at least from my perspective. On a monitor, you align a reticle with a target. In VR, lining up sights feels almost physical. I found myself squinting one eye and subtly adjusting.
Because again, this is where you need to actually raise up the VR, the thing. So it's like using VR mouse and keyboard is just terrible. Absolutely terrible. You need the gripper so you can actually feel like you're raising the gun so you've got more control on it. Like combining your head movement and your mouse movement for the gun,
In my head.
it'll never feel right. This is why for me, like, you just want to, like, you can even get these things which are really cool in VR. Like if you're playing like a Battlefield type game in VR, you can literally take your two grippers and it's like a 3D printed thing and you connect them to it so it feels like a fucking rifle with a butt on it. It's so cool when you've got that, you know?
while using the mouse to bring my P4's iron sight
Fun fact, only newbies firing rifles squint or close the left eye. Yeah, true. Yeah.
into
Because you need
line-
the snipers, what they'll do is basically, say for example, your right eye dominant, right? Or your left eye dominant as a sniper. You will look down the sights, you'll close your left eye, and as you're about to pull the trigger, you actually let go of your left eye to open it because this gives stability.
Again, it's obviously less efficient and a little awkward, but it is very immersive. Peeking corners becomes a head movement too, and while taking cover I had to constantly check my spatial awareness. Scopes in VR are a little more
This guy's everywhere. Don't you work, man? What do you mean?
complicated. CIG designed optics as these fully rendered, physicalized attachments with the sight picture rendered with its own field of view. On a monitor, this works fantastically. In VR, magnified
Trying to get the
scopes just
grippers.
aren't practical yet, which obviously limits long-range FPS.
Well, the funny thing is I shoot with my right eye, but my left eye is dominant.
In VR. Red dots and hollow sights work similarly to the iron sights, but sniping is a no-go, and I suspect these optics will need a full rework to fully support VR.
DarkLaw, sorry.
At this level.
Oh shit, completely missed. Alright, I'm way off on that one. There's also technical growing pains. In FPS in particular, I was constantly recentering my head to maintain orientation. And when you let this slip, disorientation can creep in, leading
Again, I think once CIG allows you to use actual VR controllers, I think this will make a huge difference
into
in how
some
people
minor
use
motion
FPS
sickness
guns.
until recovered. Despite this, running Onyx with friends really felt awesome and fresh, giving me a taste of what multi-crew VR could be like. Because if VR is going to make sense in Star Citizen, it's got to work in a multi-crew scenario as well.
Here we go.
That feels sick.
Oh, yeah. Whoa.
Do you think SC could work like VR chat? I hope not, dude. Have you ever been in VR chat? It's like, God, it's punishment. It's really punishment. There's a really cool app for VR, and I forget its name, where you basically go in and you can go to clubs. And I went with Sai, and we watched Carl Cox live. So basically, Carl Cox was in a studio that had like the cameras watching him, and that was inputted to VR, where everyone was in VR, and you basically went to a concert during COVID, and it was really fucking cool, actually. Obviously, it's not the same thing with, like, you know, sweat dripping down from the ceiling, and you're getting actual drinks, and, you know, you got that sort of, like, the whole environment. But it was actually really cool to be in VR, watching a live DJ be imported into the game. But VR chat, I've been there once, and I don't think I will ever go back into VR chat. It is just, yeah, you know, not my type of thing.
Oh my god, this is...
How disorienting is flying through clouds in VR? Not much. Like, you learn. One of my favorite, like, I don't have vertigo in real life, but VR, for me, I played DCS IL2 in VR. But the only game, VTOL VR, which is also less graphics, is the only game where I've actually put my hand up in real life, because I genuinely felt like I was falling out of the chair and stuff. And that is a really cool feeling. I know a lot of people would get like panic attacks and stuff like that, but it was really cool. I very much enjoyed that sort of feeling of feeling out of control and stuff.
It's nuts. I'm like, my face is so detailed right there. It's just ridiculous. Oh, and I'm in. Yeah, it just feels fine.
I mean, if they do
now.
VR
I can just play
correctly,
like this just fine.
you should be able to just like slip
Welcome
the
back.
headset on, slip off, kind of thing.
This is great. This is great. All right. So I rallied a few
It's just one of these games where it's like Elite Dangerous. I just don't think I would ever use VR for it.
members of the liability squad to help give this VR tourist a proper experience aboard the Perseus. I wanted to test something specific.
If you ever get VR, get VTOL VR. It is one of the best games I've ever played for VR when it comes to flying and shooting and stuff.
If VR is going to make sense in Star Citizen's multi-crew, it should feel good in a turret, since this is the primary function of multi-crew in most ships for now. Ah, this looks amazing.
But also play Alex. Play Alex. No, I played No Man's Sky for 40 hours when it was released. I had a horrible experience and I never went back to the game. I can massively appreciate that No Man's Sky is in a really good spot, but I'll never play it again because of the first 40 hours at release being so shit.
In the top and bottom,
That was a game that should have
we
never
ran
released.
A variety of PvE
In that
threats,
state.
including an enemy Polaris. Need an epilepsy warning on this. Is that one of them? There you go. There's one of them.
That sound like one went.
See him. Detox is on. It did take me a while to shake off the rust, since I usually pilot rather than man a turret, but in VR, it felt like I was inside the ship, as opposed to a camera operating the turret. Yeah, now we know. Okay.
Yeah, but Star Citizen hasn't released yet, So that's a different. It's my ruling when it comes to games.
Wow. Awesome.
Once again, VR doesn't change the mechanics here, but it does offer a fresh, more immersive take on existing ones for now. So this far in, I feel like I should probably talk a little more about the headset itself and my experience with it as well. Without any other VR headsets to compare, so take my opinion with a grain of salt, I have to say the Pimax Crystal Super has impressed me, and I realize I may be a little spoiled, starting with probably one of the best headsets on the market currently. Comfortability-wise, it's beautifully padded, with a soft lip over the nose, and with even weight distribution across
What was that?
It's beautiful.
What was that finger flicking?
Padded with a
Look at
soft
it.
lip over the nose.
Look at
and
it.
even weight distribution
What the fuck is this?
across the headset. Although the added weight is definitely noticeable, particularly after a long session. After 3 to 4 hours in, my eyes did feel a little sore once I removed the headset for the night, and my neck felt slightly strained at the back as well. But I do have a big head, and I imagine I'd need to build up some resistance over time. Visual clarity is truly fantastic though, surpassing my expectations. I use a 4K G8 monitor day to day, so I like to think I know what good looks like. MFDs are fully
He was
readable,
watching a
and the
few
detail
porn
on
videos,
ships
bro,
at long
yeah.
range is very good, although some minor detail loss does exist. Motion feels smooth with the headset offering 72Hz and 90Hz refresh rates, although rapid movement can introduce some drag if performance is struggling, which does cause some motion
This is where I would always prefer lower resolution, higher hertz.
discomfort if settings aren't tuned. You definitely need to spend time finding your sweet spot here, as I did when I first received the headset. Audio is decent and the headset does have it built in, although I tend to use my in-ear headphones. One other thing to note is that the headset is wired through a thick, long cable due to so much data being passed through, so bear that in mind, relevant to your setup if you're thinking about picking one up.
And if you're ever doing something, if you've got the ability, just get a trolley system above your head, which are relatively cheap, 30-40 bucks on Amazon. And they're basically a pulley system where the cable goes up and it goes basically along the roof kind of thing, and it's in like a, let me show you. Because I've got them over here. So you basically have like this type of system on the roof, and the cable goes here and it does that. So it holds the cable up, and as you move around, this thing's just dangling on the roof like that. And then when you let go, it just falls up. These are incredible for VR if you've got cables, because it goes up in like a tri system, and then the single one comes down, and as you move around, it just takes away the feel of the cable altogether. Obviously, if you keep spinning around, what you want to do is get an application in Steam VR which shows you how many times you turn the cable down, and you only see it when you look directly down does it appear in any game that you've got, which is really cool, because as you look down it says you've rotated right like 5 times, now quickly rotate left 5 times.
Overall, the headset manages some incredible fidelity, with some angles I can only describe as almost a subtle 3D effect that just helps enhance the detail and scale of the game. So if you're thinking about trying Star Citizen in VR, especially with the clarity of a Pimax headset, Pimax are running a PC VR upgrade deal for any existing headsets you might have. So existing headset owners can submit proof of purchase for a discounted crystal upgrade, and using code DETOX adds some additional comfort accessories to your purchase. Link and referral are in the description. Before you think about investing in a Pimax though, for reference, here's the setup I've been using to play and record my footage in 4K. So I'm using a 5800X3D CPU, a RTX 3090 GPU, and 32GB of DDR4 RAM, and obviously everything is installed on a M2 NVMe SSD.
I was hiking
In the
at the
headset,
time.
I'm running roughly 2K per eye, which does provide a good balance
I was literally up a hill last night, or sorry, a hill yesterday doing hiking. I turned on, whilst I was having my break. I tuned in when there was like the conversation with Dread Pirate Roberts educating Virgil on how to play the game, and I was laughing my fucking head off at that time. I saw Tumblr typing like a fucking maniac, and then I lost signal.
Balance of performance and visual fidelity. Star Citizen already pushes your hardware and
Yeah,
and
it's the only
VR
part I
will-
heard. I only heard that bit, and then I lost signal because it was like flaking in and out of like 4 and 5G.
will add
so.
to that, though you can definitely make
The
adjustments
moment I leave the
on lower end
village in
systems
this area,
to
it
find
goes down
that
to
sweet
like
spot.
emergency SMS only, basically.
But like I said before, you'll need to spend some time and be patient to find the right balance. So who
I'll need to watch
is
the whole
VR
thing.
in Star Citizen actually for?
What do you mean a minute? Because when I had the fucking phone up, all I saw was Tumblr. Fucking scrolling up my screen. Like, replied to this person, no, you're wrong. You know what I mean? So that's all I saw. I heard Dread Pirate Roberts fucking educate Virgil on how to play the game, which made me chuckle, and then all I saw was Tumblr, and then I lost signal.
Because it isn't really for everyone. Let's start with the obvious thing. The headsets
You
can
see that
be
phones at the
very
end of the year
expensive.
get 5G
For now,
that
the
also
good
use
ones in high
satellite?
resolution, I'd say,
Pretty sure it still won't work in my area, but whatever.
are enthusiast level hardware, demanding a strong GPU and a little bit of patience when it comes to the setup.
I'm still on a
But if you're already
Pixel 5
invested
from
in
Google.
mid to high-end PC gaming,
Like, I've not had
and
a
drawn
phone
to
upgrade
immersion
in
a
8
game like
years.
Star Citizen and curious about experiencing it in a whole new light, then VR might start to make sense. For now, VR shines for day-to-day, lower-risk gameplay and immersive enjoyment. From my perspective as a complete VR beginner, this experience opened my eyes quite literally, and I can't wait to explore more places in the verse. But to answer my question from earlier, is Star Citizen's VR just a gimmick? I'd say
Yeah, sure.
no, but is it ready
Great,
to
welcome
fully
in.
replace my monitor?
What's in the
Also,
new Cutlass
no.
tweaks?
But it could be close.
Cutlass tweaks? What do you mean Cutlass tweaks? You talking about Evo?
And it's definitely been a genuinely awesome experience, of which I'd like to say thank you to Pimax for providing the headset, helping me to make this video. Hopefully you guys did get something out of it. This is something a little different.
The
to my
thing is,
usual
it's 2
videos,
hours long. I
so
don't
please
know
let
if
me know
like
what
I
you
could
thought in the
react to the
comments
whole
below.
thing.
As always, a
I'm pretty sure what Mike and Virgil were talking about is probably what the game needs regardless.
huge
you know?
thank you to my meaty members, and welcome to my newest members as well. Your support is truly appreciated and helps me continue to do what I love, so thank you. Expect some more immersive VR
Times
content
2?
in the future.
I mean, yeah, sure, we can fire it off. Let's give a little like. Oh no, shit. He's on 420 likes. Ah, God, I'm ruining it with 421. Sorry, Detox. Anyway, go and check out Detox, guys. Awesome content creator. Doing a bit of VR. My take on VR is, I think the best thing to do is get yourself a decent monitor before ever buying VR, just purely because it helps you with every single fucking game, you know. Salty Mike. Is it Salty Mike? Or no, it's ATC, right? ATC Star Citizen. I think it's got like a different channel, right? Yeah, here you go. Answer the call. Let's have a listen. Oh. Alright. Let's also put it to...
Hello,
fucking-
everyone, and welcome to Answer the Call. No Kranzi today, but we have a very special guest to talk about a very special topic. We're talking about the changes in
Okay,
flight
that's too
and
fast.
start out with who I would argue is one of the best light fighter pilots in the world, and certainly is the leader of the org that is winning the light fighter tournaments, right? And that is Shadow Moses. So hello, Virgil.
It's because nobody
Welcome.
else is in any tournament.
How you doing?
dude.
And yeah,
Good.
what's going on?
Yeah, good man. Yeah,
Maybe
I'm,
175.
I've been taking a break, but
I know, which annoys me.
to the next patch.
Virgil's my is like my go-to afternoon after I'm done with stream content creator to watch. In the last year, he was doing lots of like when the Wolf came out, content around that, and streaming and taking on
VR
multiple pilots and
headsets
stuff like that.
VR headsets are heavy, and long time the SC requires. They might not be most comfortable.
a light
Yeah,
fighter,
it's
which
a
was super
niche.
fun to watch and really enjoyable. So I thought, again, who better to talk to? And it kind of worked out perfectly. I woke up this morning, Crunchy was like, I can't make it. And I was like, oh shit, what do I do? And then you messaged me and you were like, are you going to talk about this today? Because I think you were assuming that, hey, maybe I can jump on a call early and talk about it with you. And I was like, why don't we do the show together instead? So it worked out perfectly. So thanks again for coming out.
Yeah, I know. Man, he should have just had like a fucking what's it called from Adam's Family? Is it It? Should have had like a fucking video of it in
And
the
yes, we're doing this
background.
very early in the morning.
Thing, that's it. Thank you, guys.
Because Crunchy is, or Virgil is Australian, just like Crunchy, but Virgil goes to bed at a normal hour, unlike Crunchy. So yeah. But yeah, for people who don't know you, I did a little bit of an intro, but who are you? What do you do in Star Citizen? Why would I bring you on to talk
I didn't know
about
YouTube could go
this subject, I
fucking
guess? And
4 times.
Again, even though you're taking a break from content creation or the game or whatever, where can people find you? Because your videos for the current kind of stuff is still relevant to
Skip.
where we
It's
could
such a
place.
funny subject. All weapons have to meet to do damage.
Yep.
And the idea is, it's like you were saying,
Understanding from like my Twitch chat and everything is that it's not really dead. It's something different. So yeah, what's your take on that?
yeah, like, okay, so there is changes in 4.7, and it's like the radar, which I know you want to cover, and we can
Yeah.
get to that in a little bit. And then there's the armor
Add a
values,
hand
which changes
overlay.
the threshold. And for the record, like, being completely honest, I had the ping.org, and I was like, hey, whoever knows this shit, get in voice right now and run me through it again so I don't look like a dumbass on this podcast.
Yeah.
So shout out to Sophie and Fresh for hopping in and getting me caught up with it. But yeah, so the story is there's like an armor threshold which your weapons have to meet to do damage.
Yep.
And the idea
Oh,
is
manure.
it's like you were saying
Manure,
earlier, you were alluding to it,
arr.
and you're on the mark. It's more like, you know, the death or the nerfing of repeaters.
Yeah.
More so.
Yeah.
So I think like with this patch, you're probably going to see a lot of people maybe, and it still depends on what numbers they end at, but move away from the mold of the ballistic repeaters and maybe repeaters in general, and then just move and
You're not. You're absolutely like, again, this is like, I don't think people realize that if you want to deal with fighters, you need to stay with repeaters because you're not landing fucking shots in a fleet fight with cannons. I don't think people realize how bad cannons are for versing somebody that knows to be squirmy. Like, they're so bad. So you're really wanting to have anti-fighter setup and then anti-big ship setup. I think that's, like, it's the best way to have the fucking game, you know? No, I don't like 1400 mirror-second weapons, but even if you're using a 1400 repeater, it doesn't land as much as, like, the cannon doesn't land as much as the, like, say you're using NDBs, for example. You will land way more often with the NDBs than you will ever do with the Omniskis and how the game is set up right now. In a moving fight, dude, at that distance. It's just, you know, that's the purpose. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. But that's what I mean is that if you're wanting to kill fighters fast, you know, but you don't need everyone with cannons. That's what I mean. But this is where Virgil's saying everyone's going to end up switching over to cannons, and it's not, because if you're wanting to kill fighters effectively, you will stick with repeaters. Simple as that. You have fleet setup designed around certain people have certain roles.
transition towards like cannons and NDBs and just the harder hitting types of weapons. So no, I don't think it's the end of it. There is an argument that the fighters at least have to be more committed and come closer into range, which is a good thing too, because that's been one of the big criticisms to like multi-crew and turret gameplay.
Not now, dude, but I'm saying, like, whenever you, like, if anybody's ever giving a shit about Star Citizen in the current state, same with, like, Morphologist the other day, is, like, who fucking cares about 4.7? We're only caring about foundational stuff being added to the game. Like, if you are generally playing Star Citizen right now, every single day, 10 hours a fucking day, you are wasting existence, as far as I'm concerned. You know? So it's like 4 armor changes and the light fighter meta.
And
Yeah?
master
It's
modes as
like,
well.
there's not even really a light fighter meta right now.
Is that you could just shoot at like 3k and never be
Yeah.
at a threat to anything. So I think that's a really healthy change. That's a good thing. But no, it's the death. It is ridiculous.
Yeah. Now I would
And
ask.
a way to look at that, a way to look at that too is like what weapons are light fighters using that the heavies and the medium fighters aren't using. They're all the same weapons, Mike.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
like how are just the lights fighting the dust? You know, it's like
Exactly, it makes no sense.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I completely agree with you on Tumblr, but to be honest, we're just constantly barking up the wrong tree. Like, CIG just don't give a shit, dude. And that's just where people need to just hurry up and realize this, was like, you're not getting the game that you're wanting, and that's obvious.
Yeah.
Now, I've had some experiences that this change is horrendous for, but it's more like they just need to
Like, there will be no gameplay for an organization like Shadow Moses in the future. I can guarantee you that. There won't be. they're very much going the Dune Awakening routine. It's already obvious with what they're doing with Nyx in 4.7. And you will get the event at the end of the year is going to be in an instance. The one that you're meant to do the trench run and stuff like that. It's all going to be in instances and all going to be separated. And it'll go the Arc Raiders route, dude, where if you do more PvE, you're going to only see people who do PvE. And if you do more PvP, you know how they have the server split up in Arc Raiders? That's how it'll go with Star Citizen, guaranteed.
We can dial some things in a little bit. But and I'll mention those in a second. But I got to ask you, cannons are longer range weapons, though. So what about the change is making light fighters have to commit more? Do you think?
The radar change. I think.
The radar change. That's right. Okay. So let's talk about that for just a second. We'll talk more on the stealth.
I'm going to slow them down, chat. Because as much as I can keep up with it, their voices just sound really weird.
Side of it later, but there is a radar
now it's
change.
Really slow. Fuck. I need like what's a good playback speed? Maybe 125.
And it's in kind of game changing and insane in comparison to what we've had before, in my opinion.
Right, we'll do
a
that.
little bit.
We'll do that.
Tell me about it, and what is it
Shadow
doing, and
Moses? An
why
organization.
is that bringing people closer?
It's funny because
The thing is, though, is I wouldn't say they're the top PvP org, Seiko, because nobody else is PvPing. You know what I mean? Like, you've got Avenger Squadron that I've just fucking gone on a crusade. You've got 388s that don't seem to be doing anything. You know what I mean? Like, it's like, you know what I mean? There's like no top right now. What top of what? A top of a broken game?
it was Tumblr.
Congratulations,
You're familiar with him.
you
He was
know?
actually the guy who ran me through it all. But the way it works is now the radar has like pip assignments with power, so you can like distribute like a little bit of power or a lot of bit of,
That's
a lot
fair.
more
Yeah,
power.
that's fair.
And that impacts radar's performance. Now it's not that big in fighters, but what it's doing is giving you a range at which all your assists and targeting works, right? So between I think the number last I saw was close to like 11 to 1200 on a light fighter. That's if you've maxed out the radar. Now what happens is once a target is outside of that range that your radar reaches, you lose ESP, fixed assist, and the pip.
This is where I was saying to Mythologist last time, where it's like, you are not going to land any fucking cannon shots because of this, you know? They're like, oh, you just have size 4 fighters shooting at hammerheads. It's like, no, the moment that you lose ESP, like literally, go and but you're not going to get precise like shots, Tumblr, right? You'll be able to saturate, yes, but you're not going to be able to like fucking aim on a turret. Like if you're 2k away with no fucking assist and stuff like that, you're not taking out a turret with precision. Like you play the game and you hold down aim suppression and take off ESP. Holy shit, you will be lucky if you can land anything. Will they remove ESP? No. You need ESP in this game. Like again, go and turn off ESP and have a hold aim suppression button and see if you can play the game first tribes. I did this for a week in Arena Commander and I managed to get to a stage that I was competent with, but the moment I first another player, I couldn't land a single shot. And that was after 7 days of sweating it out against NPCs, which was struggling to do. You turn ESP off and have aim suppression, holy shit, you have to really sweat it out to become good at this game. And nobody in the Star Citizen community is going to play it that way, right? So all they're doing is just making it where when you instead of this whole stupid mentality of a fighter corkscrews and just sits at 2k beaming a ship down to death because it can hit on target, it just means that you're not going to be able to land as many shots as you are just now. You know, you're still going to be able to do damage, but you ain't fucking like shooting off engines, you ain't shooting off certain components without the ability to actually have assist. And that's what radar changes help with.
Crazy.
So you're blind firing at that range.
Yeah, which is very cool. I was like, oh, I need more power into my so I did something, and this is where I'll talk quickly about like my experience that was really
This is where, before they even go into it, turrets need to have like a radar buff, in my opinion, or something like that. Like they have a different radar mechanic.
really bad for new players. So we're all talking about this as like veteran players. This is a good change. Oh yeah, this is good. a new
Do we know
player
if NPCs
will
are
not be
limited
messing
in the
around with
same
the
way?
radar.
No. NPCs can see stealth. Chaff doesn't work against NPCs. NPCs have a whole different rules, and I don't agree upon that. I think NPCs should have the same rules as players in this game. If I go stealth, I should have an advantage over an NPC that can't see me. If I come in at a certain angle to cross-section the radar, I should have an advantage. You know what I mean? But NPCs can literally fucking 360 see you because unfortunately, NPCs use radar in FPS as well. Which just fucking just even remotely pisses me off because of how stupid it is. That's how NPCs know your position. It's because they literally see you on radar.
A new player will not understand what's going on. And then I was in, and I got some shit about this in my YouTube comments, but I'm sorry if you're listening, you're dumb, because I was.
Well, the thing with the NPCs, as well, like say for example you're versing a player Mantis and you shoot off one of their engines, the ship just fucking spins, right? If you put any input in it. But an NPC, if you shoot its engine off, it can chase after you at fucking SEM speed because the game compensates the way it moves. So you've got this fucking spinning Mantis Beyblade chasing after you, but a player would never be able to achieve that because it's not able to do the calculations at the same speed of the fucking AI.
Using a
So
golem,
shit.
a mining ship, to go do Gilly number 1, which is like
Everything should be same. Items, ships, ship modules, ship weapons, ship radar should be completely all the same with be it player, be it NPC. The NPC should not have an advantage over a player.
the most entry-level mission that could possibly exist in Star Citizen. And it has 2 size 1 lasers and 2 missiles. And I could not kill a C8. I couldn't get through the armor on a
your
C8.
stuff. Try because you put a full stop instead of separating Cal.
So that's like using a stock Aurora, which is exactly the same thing as what a new player would potentially experience, right? And you cannot kill the ship.
Just post it again, but just separate the full... make a space from Cal instead of like 50.cal. Just separate Cal, because I think you're trying to do a website link.
So like from
like
that entry-level perspective, this is a horrible current experience in Evo. It's Evo. There's a very good chance it's not going to be like this when we get to it. But when I lowered my radar to, just to get back on the radar point, I lowered the pips in my radar to give more power to my shields or something. And my pip was just like gone unless I was within like 300-400 meters. I was like, what the heck? This is crazy. And I was like, I thought it was a bug. I thought it was a bug. So yeah, good change, but they didn't even really communicate that change well in the notes so far. And these notes were meant to be going to wave 1 time.
We have the worst patch notes I've ever seen in a video game. I will always say this to the CIG guys, you know, they are the worst. And I wish they were on the level of like Blizzard that shows you the individual tweaks to percentages and stuff like that. It's so fucking stupid that we have to find out everything that gets changed in this game by people going into Evocati like Tumblr and co. and testing the fucking shit out of this game, pulling the fucking database apart because nobody at the company seems to be able to write a fucking patch note. It is crazy to me that we have to do this after so many years.
Testers who have not experienced any of this stuff yet. And it says your assists will go away. I think the targeting reticle is a lot more than an assist. It is like, it's been the crutch that we all have used forever. So I think, yeah, hopefully they like change those notes a little bit there. Because I thought it was a bug. But pretty cool. Yeah, so that is what's going to force you to come closer. Now, do you really...
Yeah, but the thing is though, is more people would actually play it if they knew about the changes first try.
really think that's going to force anybody to come closer to how does this I just immediately can think of a way to get around this, and that's right clicking and going into that that longer range aim mode. I forgot what it's called.
No, that doesn't. Same diff. Apparently there's nerfs to that too. Like you can't see with the scanning where the components are at that range as well.
Okay, cool. All right,
Yeah.
Nice. So they're thinking about everything
I think the way to look at it is like anything that your computer would use past that range, like your ship's computer.
The reticle disappears based on radar. Yeah, because radar already affects... Like, if you guys don't know, turn off your radar. Good luck at trying to shoot somebody right now in the game. So this is nothing new. This is literally nothing new. Turn your radar off in 4.6, and good luck targeting somebody and getting a pip. The difference in 4.7 is now power to radar affects the total thing. So right now radar is like what, one or 2 points depending on ship. I think it's just like 1, right? So basically in 4.7, if you want to be as effective with ESP, aim assist, and targeting and stuff like that, you need to have maximum power. CIG are basically trying to get it to the point where you don't have all power to all your shields, all power to all to engines, all power to fucking thing. And the easiest way they could have done this with all the out of this shit, obviously I like the radar changes, don't get me wrong, that should stay. But what I'm saying is they should have just reduced how much power a power plant can give you. You should only be able to have like all power to shields, all power to weapons, but no power to engines. And then if you want to be mobile, you have to do all power to weapons, all power to... Like as in Elite Dangerous. Elite Dangerous has the best power point system in any game that I've seen. When it comes to like, you know, like Star Citizen, Elite Dangerous, blah, 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 right? Unless you go the route of like DCS World or whatever, which is more realism. You know, you just have as much power as you can, you run out of fuel, yada, yada, yada. You got so many rounds, blah, blah, blah. But we're talking about a sci-fi game. Elite Dangerous does it the best. Because you can't maximize everything. And that's one of the biggest issues right now in Star Citizen is you can. At the sacrifice that you get peppered by missiles, you know?
Nice.
Does not function past it. Yeah,
Cool.
So,
Cool. Yeah,
these
for
radar
sure.
changes
you're right,
are
like,
really
if
good.
you're shooting
Again,
a giant target, yeah,
I am a big EVE Online fan. I played from 2003 to 2012. Right from the beginning of the game to the point where Star Citizen consumed me, right? In EVE Online, you have a capacitor and you have CPU. And this is a great way to balance the game where you can put all the best of the modules on your ship, but they won't turn on, right? You can put all the best modules on your ship, and even if they don't turn on, you don't have many shots to fire them because your capacitor restricted. I would love for CIG to do something similar, where basically instead of having a ship with all the best weapons, tier 5, all the best modules, tier 5, there's a limitation in what you have to do. This would bring in more fleet structure. It would also bring in more weaknesses and balancing where you could just go crazy with the weapons like Eve does. And they balance it around where you just can't put all the best shit on your ship, you know? There's no additional... Oh, yeah. But it's the same thing as, like, they said they were wanting to change being able to do engines tumbler, right? Is that there's so many mechanics that need to come to this game before, like, you know what I mean? We need to be able to change out how we fly. We need to have it where you can't fit all the best modules on. You've got limitations to certain structure, and you basically set up... You know what I mean? Like... The idea that geeks me out the most, and it's not so much for like an RP point of view, would be is that you have a Gladius landing on an Idris, and you have the ability to swap out the weapons for the situation. If that ever got to the stage in the game like that, I would be super geeking out. Where you're landing on a carrier and you're like, right, I need fucking bomb loadout, and people are pulling out the bombs, changing out the fucking guns, you know what I mean? And then you're getting back into the fucking air, and it wasn't, and that massively turns the tide, right? You had that kind of gameplay. I think that would be amazing. Really, really fucking cool to see. Because obviously when you play DCS and games like that, you land, it's automated, it fucking does it for you. But the idea of having like a player actually swap out your fucking loadout would be kind of really fucking cool. So if they ever went that route, I think it would be really cool for the game. But the problem is people are so lazy nowadays that they would be like, I don't want that, you know? For that to begin, you need multi-crew bed logging back. Dude, you need so many things. Like, it's amazing how just the simplest things would make this game better. Like you're saying, multi-crew bed logging, the ability to warp, like, you know how like only the owner can warp to the ship? And you need to have somebody on board that ship to warp back to it. It's fucking... That annoys me. Where you can't just simply warp to somebody's ship and stuff like that. You need, like, VoIP. You need proper fucking... You know what I mean? Like, you need so many things added in as a foundation to this game. And it's so sad that... I put it down as like 2030 for 1.0, but I'm pretty sure I'm going to be 50 years old before this game actually gets to the point where it's like there's actually meaning to it, you know? You know, before they removed it, Dead, my wife, was always bedlogged in my ship. Again, like, it's just, it's such a cool thing, you know? To be able to, like, I always wanted, from the very beginning, Tumblr, was the Battlestar Galactica vibe. I didn't want to build an outpost. And obviously this was at a time where CIG said there was going to be no crafting. You were only going to be able to, like, craft weapons, not ships. They said, you're not going to be able to do ships, you're not going to be able to do weapons, modules. That's all going to be, you know, whatever related. And obviously they've changed the scope. But I like the idea that you could have a Kraken, like, floating in space. And you could log in and do all that shit on the ship, and then you could log out and, you know, come back in and stuff like that, right? And I always wanted that sort of vibe where you are just constantly maintaining a capital ship, flying around in your fighters, doing certain things, bringing armaments back to the location, bringing like modules you found back to the ship, patching it up. You know what I mean? I just, that is one thing I would love for Star Citizen to achieve. That whole nomad, moving around the verse, not really having like a home kind of thing. I think it would be so much fun to achieve. But if you can't have people bedlog and get back onto that ship that's constantly in game, what's the fucking point? And I'm so bored of logging back into the fucking Easy Hab, and then as soon as they patch the game, you have to redo all your fits, all your fucking shit, move it. It is the most boring part of this game. Is whenever we get new content, new patches, you have to reset again. And until these sort of foundational things are ever added in, and obviously they've talked about it where we'll soon be able to maybe log back in where we logged out. But it's like, until that happens, this game will never go anywhere because of it. People get bored. And it's not because the content is boring, it's because the practice to play the game is boring. Is it going to mess up everything? No, it's just basically you want to go to tier 1 gear because it has an advantage. You're not going to lose tier 1 gear. It's still the same Star Citizen, just you are going to grind for tier 1 gear. That's it. Because tier 0 gear that you find is shite.
You can still spray it. So, you know, you should...
Or
it's
not as good,
it's not
or
black and
whatever,
white. This
yeah.
keeps all of combat inside of that range. It's just, this is a middle ground between the two. And I'm for it. Like it's of no consequence to me or anyone I know. Like, I don't think that... I haven't seen anyone even complain about it in the entire PvP community, to be honest.
Yeah.
Because the thing is, like,
Well,
it gets a horrible... Yeah, it gets a horrible rep. And, like, I remember... It's like there was some videos going around about how, like, you know, 2 light fighters can kill an Idris and stuff. Like that's not happening. Like that doesn't exist. Like,
it's also stupid. You know what I mean? It's like, I always bring up this one. It's like somebody in a BMW strapping a 50 cal and then going up against an Abraham's tank. Yes, you're going to make some dinks. Yes, you're going to shoot things. But at the end of the day, that Abraham is going to turn its fucking barrel and vaporize you off the planet. You know? I just don't understand the mentality where people have to go around in Auroras to kill fucking Idrises, you know? Can you currently unlock components and detach modules to replace them with other modules? You can, but not on every single ship right now, which is the biggest issue is that they're having to rework a lot of ships. But you can. There's a plethora of ships that allow you to do that, yeah. I actually do it. It's really good fun gameplay. Going out in a stock ship and coming back with a full military fit that you didn't even fucking buy. It's really cool.
light fighters aren't ganging up and killing Idrises. If someone correct me in chat if I'm wrong, but I have never seen that in an entire year.
Yep.
It's always Idris on Idris, or it's
possible, I
large
guess.
scale on large scale.
It is possible, but the thing is, it's why, like, you've got people like Cutlet roaming around in the Perseus and doing that job and stuff like that, you know? Like, the whole idea that light fighters would ever bother to kill an Idris, every time I'm roaming around in my fighter and I see a big ship, I don't even bother attacking it anymore. Because I'm like, I just can't be bothered.
Yeah, but
Thank you for the
you'd be
apology.
there for hours, like
Yeah.
hours. Like, it would be so ridiculous. So, you know, I think a lot of people complain about that kind of stuff, but I've not seen any group waste their time doing something as silly as that.
Yeah.
So I think, like, a lot of the fighter combat, in comparison to taking out ships of that size gets a bad rep. But there's some big winners with this kind of stuff, and we got to talk about the armor pen stuff too. But like the ships that really could use the help where this is a problem is ships like the Perseus, right? Like the Perseus is really underdelivered since it came in because it is actually food for fighters. Oh, they love it, but it's not good.
Gotcha.
Yeah, it's food for like an Idris does not care about fighters. Like you'd have to be absolutely ridiculous.
It is sped at 1.5.
Dealing with so many players for it to be a problem for your Idris, but it is definitely a real problem for your Perseus, for example. So it's like that.
It's 2 hours long, dude, and I'm probably not gonna watch the whole
weight
thing.
division between capital and fighters are like subcap stuff, which is the Perseus. And someone in the comments is gonna roast me. It's a different title or name, but like those ships, it'll help like with that kind of stuff. So I think the range change is fine. Like all fighter combat sits inside of that range anyways, and if you're shooting outside it, you weren't really playing correctly anyways. So maybe that's a good thing too. Maybe it's steering people into knowing how to play better.
Always said I want to see fighters close range. I want cannons long range, but you have to actually fucking pre-aim and stuff like that. And I want capital ships to be slow, big tanky beasts, behemoths that give you this big fucking, slow, methodical battle, that's on the go. I would love that shit. I fucking hate how fast everything turns in this game when it comes to a big ship. It used to be a lot slower. Like, turning big ships like the Reclaimer took skill. Now it's just like you fucking 360, 180. It's so boring.
Crew and turrets, you want the targets to be closer, so...
Yeah, I would love that. So you got fighters zipping around, doing their certain jobs. Anti-fighter, anti-torps, anti-bomber, anti-torper, anti-turret, disable engines, all that kind of cool stuff. Then you have, like, as the ships get bigger, they get tankier, they get slower, they get bigger guns, and it becomes a slugfest. And then it's like positioning is more important. Angles, if they ever did like World of Tanks, where you could start having like projectiles bouncing off at certain angles, would be even cooler, you know what I mean? But that's dreaming.
If you're incentivizing fighters to come closer towards turrets, then that's a great thing. So the radar change is a good aspect in that way.
Perfect.
I think, and the way I see it too, Mike, like, because we can move on from the radar stuff too, is that it's another layer to the game, and layers are good.
Layers are great.
Layers, they give you something to think about, right? It's like, Tarkov. We're already.
But they can. This is the thing. This is what people need to understand: is they still can do damage. For example, an arrow. Yo, fall down. Thank you for the 2 months on kick. The arrow can still take out PDCs and a turret on an Idris, right? It just gets set up to do that role. Is that the best way to do that job? No. An arrow with cannons is not the best way to do it. Can it be done in 4.7? Yes. But it's like, this is where the formula needs to be, is you can do it, but it's better to do it this way, Sadly, turrets are far outside the armor damage threshold, so yes, again, it's like, it needs to be worked on. Unfortunately, CIG are a couple of baby steps forward, a couple of fucking giant leaps backwards at times, Thank you, Minimal. Appreciate that, dude.
Immediately talking about Tarkov.
This is so funny, because I always talk about Eve. He always talks about Tarkov. He is exactly the same as me with Eve, but he's Tarkov. Okay, go ahead. I'm sorry.
But Tarkov's interesting and like fun to think about and theory craft and make content about and do your research, because it takes, for example, 30 pieces of equipment to put together a weapon.
Yeah.
Right. It's that depth of it, and you go into the workshop and you're.
If we had that depth in the game, I'm pretty sure a lot of people
would quit. So it's a good thing. I think it's a really good thing. As long as the balance is good, and the balance looks pretty decent already. So
yeah, outside of the thing I mentioned, I think that's good. The little fighter stuff, or the ship that's meant to be able to, I don't know, your entry level bounty missions. They're gonna. What's kind of good is that the starter ship will hit a wall earlier than it ever did, but it's hitting a wall instantly now, so that obviously has to change. But I think this is a perfect time with the radar and the big ship and the this talk to talk about a question that I got from my community. Because
again, it's not going to 4.7 is not going to instantly change it around for the better. It's just another stepping stone to getting towards the foundation being better. Like I said, I'm pretty confident in saying that CIG will have the foundation of this game where they have it in sight by the end of this year. But it's still going to take like 2 or 3 years to sort all this out. This is where people need to either stop playing Star Citizen, so regularly and so hyper focused and just let everything be built out, because the new flight model will change everything. When that happens, the weapons will be changed again. When that happens again, radar will get changed. When that happens again, engines will be changed, or whatever CIG adds, and engineering will conflict and stuff like that. The problem is that you always have different teams conflicting with each other, and you don't really get a steady result because of it. But that's because of how CIG have set up this company. They have like multiple teams doing different jobs, and the flight team should just be doing all the flight stuff when it comes to weapons, flight, balancing of modules, should all be in-housed in one fucking team. So when they're talking across the desk to each other, or however it's set up in the office, right? It's all communicated. But if you have one team doing one job and another team doing another job and then a third team doing another job, people are just so lost in what's fucking going on. And this is where, to dial it in correctly, the company needs to set up a better structure.
And I'm not a PvPer. All I've done is think about mining in the last month.
It is, yeah. Stacked and layered tech is just, it's... Unfortunately, you just need to wait for everything to be fucking finished before you ever get this game dialed in.
This kills PDCs attacking ships, doesn't it?
Yeah, nobody knows if it's intentional or not. So like the whole PDC is not doing damage to ships because they're a much smaller weapon class.
Yeah.
We don't know if that's intentional. But I think
if it stays,
I think it is.
do you hate it?
No, I think PDCs in general is silly. Like just 'cause, like of how much lag they produce, and they feel like really rushed and they attack teammates. It's a total meme.
Yeah.
But yeah, like it's a good thing, you know, for sure. Anything to slow down the Idris, yes. So
yeah. I mean, if we think back to their planned stuff, was like they wanted fighters to go in and or like maybe medium and heavies to go in and take out turrets and PDCs, and then you would fire the torpedo to like finish off the ship. Was there, you know, on paper, this is going to be your capital fights and things like that, and everything. So that kind of gives that opportunity maybe now a little bit.
They're better. They're able to do their job, I say better, but you still need a fighter escort to protect them. At that point, why not just bring a solo Idris? It will always boil back to, why do I bother bringing an Ion or an Inferno or a fucking Perseus when I can put one person in a solo Idris and do all the jobs in one take, right? And if I lose the ship, I spend 45 minutes reclaiming it. Whoop-de-fucking-do, right?
Is if you're able to take the turrets out, you can go in and clean up the PDCs a little bit easier because they're not going to be doing too much damage to you. I don't know. But
even a retaliator is worthless
from what we know right
field.
now. But like you said, it may not be intentional, and they may buff that damage threshold a little bit.
I can't think of a time in the last maybe year where, as a fighter, wanting to like fight a capital ship, you've even flown anywhere near the PDCs. So
yeah,
I don't know, because the PDCs are a huge, yeah, and the PDCs are a big question mark. It's like, are they supposed to even be attacking players? You know, it's, who knows what the answer to that is.
Yeah.
They should just make it where the PDCs go for like torpedoes, missiles and torpedoes. That's it. And your job is then to get the PDCs down if you ever want to remotely fire and hit a torpedo. They should just overtune PDCs to kill missiles, turrets, missiles, bombs, and torpedoes. Like, where they are so fucking powerful against that shit. Like, God aiming, right? But they don't shoot fighters, they don't do anything. And then the fighter's job is to disable the PDCs so that the big ships can do the big job, right? That would make more sense to me in this game.
Yeah.
But, you know, I don't think anything changes in that regard. Like, I don't think the 1,200 meters means that you need to fly closer to capital ships to do damage to them. I don't think that matters because I don't think you should be flying close or even bothering with a capital ship anyways. Like, if you're running into capital ships, you know, the best answer is a capital ship. Like, that's... So, yeah, but like the Perseuses and stuff, that's another story. So, yeah, I don't really know what the answer is when it comes to PDCs, and
we'll wait and see,
I'm always
I guess.
against them.
Yeah, I hate it.
I don't mind PDCs against like missiles and torps. I just think like
against
everything
ships
else
it was always
is
weird.
silly. Yeah.
Okay, so I saw this in the chat, and I think it's a good thing to. It was just a statement, but somebody said there's not like a single fighter. Like fights are going to be more of like ship comp metas instead of just bring a bunch of light fighters. Do you think that's true? I know you guys are not going to like.
No,
I don't expect you to.
Again, just make it where they just go for missiles and that's it. They're just overtuned to fight missiles and torpedoes. instead of having one person decide where the PDC goes, just have it where people actually sit in fucking turrets and balance turrets to actually be effective, and that's it.
Share secret org information that you don't want other people to know.
Oh, that's no,
You know
you're
what I
fine.
mean?
Like, there's
But-
no secrets in this stuff, but yeah, like, do we think we're there yet? Probably not.
Yeah.
Because this doesn't exclude fighters, and the problem is the design, Mike. It's like you've got an F8 uses size 2s and 3s. That's the same as a Gladius. The Talon
Yeah.
randomly has size 4s. You know,
Yeah,
like,
is the Talon like one of the best ships now?
It's not considered a heavy hitter. Like, it's not described as a heavy hitter. You know, so do I think it changes things? No, I think it changes the meta when it comes to ship loadouts rather than like squad and fleet compositions.
Yeah.
Which is an interesting thing too. It's like, do you want to go a repeater route and double down on fighter combat, or do you want to bring cannons and try to punch above your weight? So it gets interesting there too. And you throw like crafting into the mix. How could that impact things? Like, it's an interesting time. And again, like we want layers, so it's a good thing. Like, there's absolutely a good thing. You know, I think Ark put a comment asking if we would use like the Ares Ion and stuff like that.
That one.
That's a great, like, we'd love to, and the game should push us there. We're just waiting for it. So
what does it need to do to bring those in?
I think they just
no more solo Idrises.
They, you know, maybe now they finally have the kit. Maybe the answer is they get, you know, a way larger radar than most ships in that category, which then gives them the range.
Yeah.
Because they get the PIP, the assist, the ESP, all of that at a high range.
And then who are they food
weapons
for?
Get left. Fighters.
But the thing is, though, is that the Ion, this is the thing with what Virgil's saying is, but the Ion doesn't even get ESP or aim assist. It's got none of it. Makes no difference. That's why, like, the Ion is one of the hardest ships to use effectively against, like, smaller things, because there is no aim assist whatsoever.
Here you go. Right? So then it starts
which I would
making
argue is
sense.
a good thing, though.
Of course. Yeah. Then it starts to all make a lot more sense. That's good.
This is paper rock. Yeah.
Exactly. Now, okay. We talked a little bit about the meta. Instead of for ships, light fighter meta is probably still going to be a thing, but it's more changing the loadout and the weapons on it. And for me, this is something as a not a good pilot, and so I kind of represent more of
it. Will always fuck it. It's the same as I was making the meme where the javelin comes out and the pilot can use the 2 dorsal cannons remotely by head tracking or something alpha. Then everyone goes to fucking javelin solo and stuff. Like, CIG really need to address this year, where they remove the ability to, you can drive your solo cap A to B, but that's it. That's all you get from a capital ship. They are such bad entities in the game if people can just solo them around and shoot and defend and warp away and all that stuff. It needs to be, that is the central point of multi-crew. Turrets need to be in such a good position, and this fucking bullshit of just railgunning ships from 10 kilometers away needs to go.
the community than maybe you and your org mates do, because most of the community is horrible at the game, right? In terms of this perspective. And
you know what they do with the Idris? And I wonder if Tumblr would agree with me on this one, or even Cutlet. Make it where the Idris has no assist. No ESP, no assist. That would stop you from fucking long-shotting shit down, because you would be so off. And that means it would only be good for dealing with, like, big ships and stuff. Yeah, but again, like, if you just, if you took away the actual assist on the Idris gun doing this shit on the front, and it was like the Ion, right? It does have assist, dude. What are you talking about? The laser literally moves when you're lasering stuff. It follows the pip, dude. You can see it. It literally has assist. They removed it. Yeah, but it still has ESP. So if you took away ESP and you took away any of the form of assist that it's got, that would help. Obviously, I agree with you. I would rather have it where it doesn't fucking move at all. Drop the pitch and the yaw, yeah. But the thing is, though, is you take away that, then it's only designed for going after big ships instead of fucking peppering Perseuses and stuff at long range. I would make, no, because then that makes it even worse, dude. Well, it doesn't, I mean, it does solve like solo play. But the thing is, you want capital ships not to be a fucking I win button, right? It should be where when you bring an Idris on the field is because it helps the fight come out. Be it that your fighters can repair, rearm, refuel, and get back into in the fight without having to warp away, you know? Where you can carry the fleet in one ship instead of warping all separately and stuff. Where you've got big guns on the fields and big tank. That's what you want to achieve from capital ships, just like it is in real life. Like, could you imagine if Trumpy starts fucking roaming out with AI assisted fucking Corvettes where it's just one dude in the fucking captain's chair and what he's got everything fucking voice activated and shit like that. You got, you know what I mean? It's crazy to even think about. We're doing half hour with fully crewed Idris M, free Perseus with Gunner showed up, instantly melted each one of those in a single mass driver, shot each. Yeah, it did, because it's stupid. It's fucking stupid, man. The railgun is literally one of the most cancerous fucking weapons for any big ship, because it doesn't really have any drawback unless somebody can get around you. And the problem is that the Idris is just so fucking agile for a ship of its size. For me, I don't think any large ship should have ESP, should have no form of assist on its weapons apart from like turrets and stuff like that, and that's it. Just, you don't need it. You don't need that shit.
Well, repeaters were something that made
and if they've removed because when the laser first came out on the Idris K, it fucking did this shit. And it was terrible. You would literally have like the pip there, and the laser would just fucking go whoop like that and start fucking laser beaming on things. Now, if, as Tumblr said, if they have sorted that out, that changes it. But again, it's still with ESP, when you're aiming the railgun, it slows it down, and because of how fucking agile it is, you're still able to be like, oh look, there's Cutlet and the Perseus, and he's fucking doing certain tactics to get past this thing because the Idris is like that from 10 kilometers away. You know what I mean? It's so stupid. So fucking stupid. I hate big ships moving around like they're fighters.
Right? Because they fired faster. Cannons fire slower and require a lot more skill and a lot more aim. So instead of, like, for me, this isn't, like, from what we can tell, not killing a light fighter meta, but also, did you feel that the skill floor was too low before? Because this change sounds like it's definitely bringing the skill floor for new and inexperienced players like myself to not be able to compete in PvP. And that's my fear here.
No. Before Virgil even ends on that, I genuinely feel like everyone has a place now in this game. Because if your role in the fleet is to maybe hold back from the fighter versus fighter engagement, and you don't bring all your cards in. Right now, everyone brings their cards in, right? Now imagine you got to the game stage where you have your worser pilots and aimers are basically in ships that don't move around as much like a Hornet, and they've got the big guns, cannons set up for going for bigger ships, and they're called in when they're needed to be, and you put your more sweatier people in the anti-fighter sort of role and stuff like that, you know? If they ever did missiles in correctly, you could still have a light fighter turning the battle if you had like a DCS level of missile, you know? If they did something with torpedoes, which made it a little bit like, you know, you had the ability to TVI them in, you know? There'd be also a lot of things brought into that.
Because cannons were always something that I
so I don't
struggled with
think
because aim was a little bit
like,
harder, and then whenever
made the game
repeaters were in the
harder.
meta, yeah,
I think it just makes it more
like,
accessible
when we did
to more people.
The content creator tournaments, like I didn't do terrible, I did okay, and
Yeah, that one you beat Bergs in?
well, that one I did really good, but yeah. Like I, you know, that was just lucky and stuff, and I had, you know, it was on point and all that, right? I definitely got carried, but I did my part, but that's because repeaters were the main weapons that I used when I did well, and cannons I struggle with. So, what do you think about that? Is that, yeah,
like it's hard to tell with the current balancing, but no, I don't think it's a worry. Like I think that if you decide to go the slower weapons, it's because you want to punch above your weight, and punching above your weight isn't difficult. Like so, like if you're going these cannons, it's because you're planning to attack larger ships and
Mhm.
attacking larger ships is super easy. So it's like you're not having to, hit the bullseye anymore. You just have to hit the whole thing, right? So no, I don't think so. And could it go down a route of like if repeaters and those weapon speeds go out the window? Keep in mind there's still like high velocity cannons as well. That would like still be able to, like the FLs I think are the fastest ones if I were to
Got it.
recall.
Okay.
Stuff like that.
So there'll be a little lower damage, but
yeah,
Okay.
exactly. But still maintain a lot of the velocity. So no, I don't necessarily think so. I think you'd be fine. I would argue too, and we may as well cover this because this subject's the light fighter meta, right? And
Yeah.
I think the biggest issue, and to explain the reason I took the break, because I don't know if even in a private conversation you and me have spoke about this, but the reason I've taken January and February off is because I'm waiting for the ballistics to get fixed. Like, because the skill ceiling's the lowest it's ever been right now with the ballistics, because shields are completely redundant. And I've been like super vocal when it comes to this.
I would
but
agree with him on that.
The ballistic meta has been dreadful. Like, I don't know if you're familiar with it.
I don't think I wouldn't say it's dreadful. It's just boring. You know what I mean? It's so boring to go from Panther laser repeater to ballistic repeater. You know what I mean? Like, there was a time, especially with mass drivers, right? Anybody remember the mass driver time? Mass drivers were really good if you could land the shot, but you could saturate somebody with laser repeater or ballistic repeater, and it was very effective of this time. It's just people with high skill ceiling went with the mass drivers because it was big alpha, and you spent the time building up your aim. The thing is like, there's never like, I want to say like 3 or 4 years, ever been a point where it's like, it's not just been this one weapon you're going from. Attrition meta, because it was broken, right? It was bypassing shields. Then to NDBs, because the closer you got, the more it bypassed
But
the
there's
shields.
like aim punch, right?
Oops, sorry. And it's just, then it's gone for like, what, 2 years of laser repeaters, Panthers? So boring. And then it's gone to ballistics. But the thing is though, I was fighting with Arc last night. Arc, everyone I was fighting against was using ballistics, and not one of them could kill me. And I'm fucking taking out their shields with 2 Panthers in my Raven, and then EMPing them and letting Arc's guys wipe them up, right? I generally don't think ballistics is the problem in the long term. It's the way it's designed right now, where it's like, again, everyone just goes for the easiest fucking option. You don't require power to use ballistics, which sucks. And I think it should be where you have to put more power in to, like, you know how you put power into lasers to give you more shots and faster regen. Well, it's not actually faster regen. It's now just, it used to be that way. Now it's just more shots, right? I think power to ballistics should be the exact same. You can get more of a burst before it overheats if you put more power into it. Yeah, cooling, yeah, something like that, right? So you basically, like a magazine, right? Certain planes can't hold the fucking trigger down because it would overheat the barrel, cause so many issues, stoppages, all that jazz, right? It's the same thing as in the A10. I can't remember the amount of rounds it's allowed to fire, but it's got an automatic system that basically goes burp, 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 because of the problems that would happen if it was just going burp, and all the bullets, and because the bullet chamber, the bullet cartridges or casing don't actually expel out of the A10, if anybody knows this. They actually go back into the drum inside the ship. It's fucking cool how it does it. So as the bullets are coming out of this big fucking drum, the bullet is fired, but the casing goes along a little fucking rail system and then gets slotted back into the fucking drum. Because obviously this would prevent the casings hitting the engines and all that other complicated shit, right? And it should be the same thing in Sword of Star Citizen, where you can't just go one power and fucking all the fucking day, right? More pips in the cooler, less your ballistics overheat. Yeah, exactly. And this again brings it in, do you want to go lasers or do you want to go ballistics? You know? Yeah, something about the weight loss as well. Like, you have to... The A10 is super technical, man. It really is crazy. Maybe you use more power to cooler. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly. This whole one power for ballistics is the worst part about ballistics, in my opinion. I don't think ballistics are the issue. It's the fact that they don't have a negative.
Now, which for the record is the worst mechanic ever. I
Wait,
cannot
so while
stand
you're in a
aim
ship,
punch.
there's aim punch?
Yeah, so if I'm shooting at you right now, if you and me were to get into a Gladius
Yeah.
and go into free flight, if I shoot you with ballistics, your ship's gonna get bounced around and you're gonna start like you've got giant recoil.
But this is only in Arena Commander. This never happens to me at all in PU. It's a bug in Arena Commander. I've never been pushed around by anybody with ballistics. It's only in fucking AC it's ever happened to me. It happens in the PU? How the fuck am I avoiding it then? Yeah, I'm flying around in an arrow, dude. I've never been pushed around by a hornet. If I go into fucking Arena Commander, it feels like I'm getting fucking peppered against a wall. No, people are hitting. I just don't get pushed around. Only Jack can push me around, true. Yeah.
And-
Wait,
You're
they
gonna be
put
drifting
force reactions on ships, basically.
Yeah.
Okay,
The
great
worst
job.
part, here's the thing too. My understanding is it's a bug, but
Yeah.
then it was also as a stat on the crafted ship weapons.
What?
So like,
Oh yeah.
there's
I
also
remember.
like they're planning on it, you know, like so. Which guys is the dumbest idea ever. Okay, like,
Yeah, I agree with
I
Virgil
cannot
on that,
defend
yeah.
UCIG when you put stuff in like that. Okay, like that is making no single person in this entire game happier. By the way,
It's same
but-
with FPS. Like the
Like, I would understand it if it was like a size 5 gun pushing an arrow. Then I'm completely fine with it. But size 1 to like 4 shouldn't have it. It should be like a big guns. You know what I mean? Because again, if you like, I bring it back the BMW with the 50 cal strapped to the top of it. If an Abrams hits it, it yells. Yeah, see, that's where it's stupid. Size 5 and above, I would agree. Because it's big guns. You want to get hit by a Perseus, you want the arrow to fucking spin around, right? Because technically it would be fucking blown off the fucking side of the planet with how the size of the caliber of round. Okay? But size 1, say to 4, no, it shouldn't have that at all. Can push a Gladius? I've never had that fucking done to me in the PU. Definitely in Arena Commander. I always thought it was just an Arena Commander thing because I was never getting pushed around in the PU. Yeah, you could have it on turrets. Yeah, that's fine. But I completely agree with Virgil on this where it should not be on fighters. That's fucking stupid.
whenever you would get knocked down by things like shotguns, it was
Oh my God.
hilariously memey when it happened when you did it to someone else, but the most frustrating experience in the world when it happened
It's
to
the-
you.
Force reactions will go down as the worst mechanic they've ever introduced, in my opinion. Like,
Agreed.
I've seen not one single good thing about.
I hate the falling over in ships. I get that it's trying to be immersive, but fuck me, it's so bad. Especially when you're on ships that have meant to have giant gravitational forces that make the fucking thing like you're moving on a 1G. It's so shit, man. It's one of the worst mechanics, is you're running around and just because the pilot presses afterburner, you go fucking flying around and stuff like that, you know?
It, and it has just caused so many issues for the longest time. Like,
It's so
the
dumb.
only cool thing was when you're in a ship and you had multi-crew and you'd slam on the brakes and it would send you forward. Like, that was the only cool thing, and it was like a little funny, and that was it. Like,
Yeah.
everything else
It's
was
still
super silly.
pissing off,
Yeah,
though.
But
exactly.
that's in ships, so like that was bringing the skills.
Yeah, that's it. It can fly upside down and pull a few G's you fall over. Yeah. That's what I don't understand with the system. Is you can literally spin a plane or a ship around in atmosphere and you're the dude standing in the middle of the hallway, no problem. But the moment that you press afterburner, the person falls over.
Sitting down, and then a lot of the skill of playing like PvP and Star Citizen is using your shields, right? It's like it's deciding, can you take this fight with your shields and how much boost you've got, and what's your
But haven't they made it where lasers are doing more damage to shields now in 4.7?
boost pool look like in comparison to your shields and what damage they're
It's
going to do
over.
now with the ballistics just going completely
Oh, have they reverted that?
through shield.
Or was that just a meme? That buff in it isn't there. Good, okay. Have they fixed fucking EMP yet? Or is that still broken?
Shields are just not even thought about.
Only the HP,
So like
right.
fighting, there's been a lot of arguments. Oh, master modes is
So it's
just
still not fixed. I've been having so much fun in the past 2 weeks with my little Raven and my fucking Warlock.
The numbers game, which is not true. But with the ballistics, it absolutely is the case. It's like you can't even play 1v2s versus ballistics now, because in times where you're using that buffer to play the game and.
Good. Yeah. I'll like as soon as it goes wave 1, I'll hyper focus on that as a first on the channel. How's it broken? I don't know. It just again, if it's broken, then it's not doing the job that it's meant to do. If it's not turning you off and then you've got to reboot your systems, then it's whatever, right? But I have been having a lot of fun being a single player roaming around with EMP. Even at 0 armor, right? Okay.
Try to outplay.
Yeah. We got plenty of time to try and get this sorted.
You're just getting hosed from the very beginning of the fight to the end. You are getting hosed and taking damage, and there's nothing.
Because again, last night, just watch Arc VR's stream. I'm playing with the guys because I jumped in because he was doing like his org was fighting outnumbered. I came in the Raven and I'm literally saying this person's turned off, this person's turned off, this person's turned off, and they were killing people. They were outnumbered, killing people because of it. And it was such a cool fucking tactic to use.
That you can fly to change that.
Can you solo Antares now? No, you still need somebody in the back. It's still... I personally feel if CIG were to do the Antares right, in my opinion, the pilot should have the QED and the guns. And they should put the missiles on the top. And the rear seat person is like... advanced radar for like pinning targets or something like that with like extra missile turret and the EMP. I think that would make the Antares really fucking good. And it wouldn't change anything because you can still put the turret, the missile turret on the top with the EMP. I think that would really make the Antares a very good like fleet vessel to have if they did that.
And that. With the current balancing of what we've got on Evo, it looks like could be gone because with the resistance to the armor, we got to talk about this.
Yeah, please, because I don't actually know anything about this. So yeah, let's talk about armor pen. There's new resistances, like they've made some changes, but also...
you can do that in Vital VR.
If you could touch on, they did mention that shields got a buff.
In Vital VR, your co-pilot sitting in the back can lean forward and turn the fucking engines off in the pilot chair. It's funny as fuck. It's so trolling.
But I don't know to what extent.
Yeah, so the shield's got a blanket buff. I think the value is close to like 30%, and it's to compensate for the fact that they are like increasing the longevity of like armor and like hull, right? So they're just trying to make it like a smoother transition instead of you just blitz through the shield real quick and then all of a sudden you're playing the whole game, and everything you did on the shield was only the first 10% of the fight. So like,
correct me if I'm wrong, they also like are kind of bringing it back to where you might use lasers to take down shields and ballistics to take down armor. Am I correct on that?
No.
If only. If only they made the game like that, please. Just make it, please. I would get so excited in the game. If lasers only did damage to shields, ballistics only did damage to armor and hull, and distortion and EMP only did damage to subsystems. That would make me so excited for this game.
No, it looks like lasers are just better. Yeah,
lasers
it looks
just
like
better. Yeah,
lasers at the moment, which I very much welcome because... for the longest time, and I'm sure you know this too, because you still dabbled in PvP and at least kept up with it.
I tried
Ballistics
to.
have rarely ever been the meta. Like it's always 90% of the time it's been laser, and the game's actually like way better off for that. Like because ballistics really don't make sense. We'd have to do a whole nother podcast on why that's the case.
Well, yeah, we can touch on it briefly. It just seems like they continuously refuse to just like ballistics.
I generally wouldn't mind if it was all laser gameplay and ballistics were only given to turrets and overtuned to fuck as like anti-fighter disabling basically, That I wouldn't mind in the game.
RX and repeaters are, or excuse me, and lasers are Y, and it's always like ballistics go through shields and do like, it's like, why are ballistics always this extra? They've never.
Yeah, this is where like lasers for shields, ballistics for armor. I hate the fact that ballistics pen. I think it would be so cool where you have to bring the shields down, then you do ballistics, or then you do distortion, right, to disable. Or you shoot off engines, and then you do boarding and stuff like that. That'd be so cool.
Achieve the idea of like, I definitely want 2 lasers and 2 ballistics on my ship at any given time. They've never done that as an option. Or like,
it's never...
I want 5 ballistic gladiuses and 5 laser repeater arrows in my fleet that I'm going out and playing with. So when we go, we're gonna take down shields, and then you're gonna come in with the ballistics. Like they've never had that be a thing. And it's so annoying. It drives me
they've never
nuts.
figured it out. Like it's just, but because it's like, and every
That's why, again, railguns were the best meta that I've ever seen in this game. Because it brought in actual aiming skill. And you didn't give a shit about the fucking stupid shield shit.
time the ballistics have surfaced to the top, it's like everybody's miserable because it has like huge impacts on it. Because just think about it, and we'll just cover it real quickly. It's like they don't take power on the take power on the pips.
Yep, so you got a ton more pips. Yep.
They go through shields and make all of shield gameplay redundant.
Yep.
And then what's
and
the
they have
downside?
more pen.
Yeah.
They have more penetration.
They get more pen, and then because you don't need to use as much power, you can afford to transition your components to stealth.
Yep.
So for some reason, when you run ballistics, you also become stealth. Like it doesn't make much sense, right? Like it's just there's these upsides and there's no downside.
And the funny thing is, it's been like that from the very beginning. The very beginning, ballistics have always been just like, what the fuck are you doing in this game?
And therefore, their answer is to just reduce the damage. So it's like, then what's the design here? So it's something they're gonna have to look at, and I think they're gonna have to do a big change one day because it just doesn't make sense, and it never will unless they change the rules to it. So.
Exactly. And what I saw a comment in the Twitch chat, which is like so totally on point. They are not ballistic, and laser is not a damage type like it is in other games, but it kind of needs to be. It kind of needs to be. And then your shields.
Well, it's the other way around if you think about it, right? Ballistics in Star Citizen are like laser guns in other things because they're going through the shields. And then you've got lasers that are just sort of like dinking off the shield, right? Because in most sci-fis that I can think of, you know what I mean? Like to bring down the shields to do certain things, like in Star Wars, you have to bring down those big fucking ball knob things on like the destroyer and stuff. And then you could actually do damage to the ship. Star Citizen is like, why even bother with fucking lasers when you can just do it all with ballistics?
Be against lasers, and your armor can be against ballistics or whatever. I don't know. But the like when it's a damage type, then all of a sudden it's a lot easier to balance, I think. And then the game can get really cool in that way, where like I don't know, just throwing things out there. Origin ships could be really good against laser damage, and then Anvil ships can be really good against.
Well, like crafting.
Physical,
when you craft a ship, it's like you invest points in ballistic hull resistance, and you know, there's got to be something there. But the fact that they fundamentally play so differently and completely bypass parts of the game is just like super strange. Just like there's
exactly.
Ballistics do not fit into capacitors, they don't fit into shields. So, but either way, I didn't want to get stuck on that. The armor value stuff. So the big one, right, and this is where like a lot of this like fighter stuff is coming from. And it's a good thing for multi-crew ships too, is they've introduced like these armor values to ships. Now, we'll talk about what's in there so far, but the big one is we don't know what they're trying to do, and it feels a little buggy. So there's
just get rid of shields on light fighters and only give it to larger and higher ships. Then ballistics are still going to do more than lasers, though, because I can't remember the stat on it. It used to be where there was like 90% reduction to damage on ballistics through the shield, and then it got lowered, but you had to put more power into the shields. And now I can't even remember what the fucking stat is on how much it like negates. But it's like, if you take away the shields, ballistics will then just always win, right? It needs to be where, again, I personally feel CIG should just remove ballistics from the game and just make it lasers. That would just probably be the best thing, you know?
Some inconsistencies with it. So, like, take what I say with a grain of salt. By the time you watch this podcast,
it's Evo 2, guys.
It might be different.
Yeah, it's Evo 2. Expect things to change.
But at the moment, there is a flat value that each ship has in regards to its like armor resistance, and it has two resistances. One's the ballistic, and one's the laser. Now, across the board, the ballistic resistance is much higher.
That hole is too deep to redo ships and remove ballistics? No, really, no. Yeah, you could just make it where ballistics is the missile. Exactly, yeah. Because the cool thing is with the model miss, right? All the ballistics and all the shotguns and all the railguns and stuff like that, you can just make them into laser. It can just be like, again, you have like you reuse the model and just change the round from ballistic to laser. It's very easy to do in games. And then you just make ballistics or only missiles and torpedoes and bombs. Simple, you know? Or get rid of lasers and just make everything ballistics, and that's the end of it. If we think about it, in Star Wars universe, there are no ballistics in ships, right? I can't recall ever seeing anything ballistic. But I'm not a Star Wars fan. Somebody will be able to tell me if there are ballistics in the game. Not in the game, in the fucking thing. They are they? I've never seen. I can't recall ever seeing ballistics. They're rare as fuck, yeah. Only Mandos have them? Okay. Alright. Hey Natsu, how you doing? Virtue, welcome in as well. Yeah, again, like for me, I would be completely fine if CIG just went all lasers. It's more sci-fi, and you could have... Look at this way, right? All the ballistics that we have in the game, you could turn them into laser guns, and they fire green lasers. Because everyone gets their dick hard at green lasers over red lasers. This is a fact. Everyone likes green lasers. Thank you, Nancy.
And it's lower for the lasers, which I think is a good thing. But
This is armor, right?
yeah, this is armor. This is after the shield. Yeah. So now this
So
is
are they
how it
damage
currently.
types? I guess they are. I don't know.
Who knows?
Okay.
But as it stands,
Gatling lasers
and
would be cool.
it's hard to tell if this was a bug or not. But and I didn't think this was the case up until the last minute before I got in here. But I was told that it is a flat gatekeeping stat. So it is if a ship theoretically has 450 hull resist for laser damage, yeah, then your alpha damage, so per shot per bullet, needs to be higher than that, and then it does the full damage of that. So if
That's
your
what somebody
hull,
asked. Okay, cool.
yeah, so if your hull value is 450, and my alpha damage on the weapon I'm using is 470, then I do 470 per shot.
Yeah, you
Now,
don't
the
do
question
20.
is,
You don't do 20
yeah,
damage. You do
and
470
the question
damage.
and we don't know if that's intentional or not.
Yeah.
But that's what it feels like. And that's what we're getting from the results we have. But keep in mind, it's inconsistent. It's riddled with bugs. It's hard to tell. So a lot of people are like, oh, this ship is immune to this. This ship is immune to that. We don't know the truth of it. Yeah. But some of the repeaters aren't doing damage to some of the ships. But then a lot of it doesn't make sense. And then you swap out weapons or weapon types, and then those ships suddenly start doing weapon damage anyways. So keep that in mind. But between the radar and the resistances,
The
it
Blade
definitely goes up.
movies
Now,
have
one thing I add to this
ultraviolet
too, 'cause this is a little
bullets.
interesting.
Why the fuck? Why did Blade come into this? Next, you'll be talking about what's that movie with the werewolves and vampires and hot chicks in leather and stuff? Underworld, with their silver bullets that like melt inside the werewolf and stuff. Yeah. Why did ultraviolet bullets come into this? You know. Oh, you're saying because the bullets could be laser-filled bullets? Okay, that's actually an
The
interesting
lower
concept.
the shields you get, the more it starts to penetrate. So say the shields
Solar power
are
bullets,
absorbing a certain amount of damage. As that shield progressively gets lower, more damage starts bleeding through it. The same is with armor too. So as your ship starts to get more banged up, the floodgates start to open and it starts to take away more damage as well. And we've observed that from the tests too. So what you can expect is small ships won't be able to do damage to large, or small, I shouldn't say small ships, small weapons
Yeah.
will not be doing damage to the very large ships. And the ships in between, they will. They just will have to customize their ship's fit to match to be able to do so.
Yeah.
So keep that in mind, yeah. So it's like vanguards and stuff, they can completely ignore some of the smaller weapon sizes and the weapon types. But it's, it can go the other way. So it's not set in stone or anything like that. And my argument to this, and this is a lot of why I kind of wanted to go on the podcast, is because I find this discussion to be so silly.
Me too.
Because when people are sitting there going, oh, the Hammerhead's finally going to have its day, it's going to shred up these fighters.
Yeah, okay.
Do you think that if the fighters can't do damage to you, that they're even going to stay around and do the dance?
Nobody's
if
gonna
you're
stand there and die.
anti-air, no one's going to play if they can't touch you. If they can't do damage and at all, no one's going to play the game. So this is where this actually really concerns me. Now the current balancing of it is not a big deal. It's actually not that badly balanced, and there's only a few quirks that could get fixed and patched up, no problem. But if we're playing a game, Mike, and you've watched my stream, for example, in the first 20 minutes I'm fighting an arrow and a gladius, and then an hour later I'm getting chased by a Connie, and then an hour and a half later I'm getting chased by an Idris. Now, if I can only fight the fighters, and the Connie wants to come after my bounty, well, and I can't even do damage to the Connie, then we both lose. Because
exactly.
I'm not going to play with that guy, and he's coming after my bounty, So if they can only punch down, then the other guy's not even going to play along. You know, and
This
it's
is
the
such
same.
an impossible thing, though, because if you think about the same scenario in a group fight, then it all makes sense. Because like if the Connie's on the field, the Light Fighters are going to stay away from it, and the Connie is doing damage to, I don't know, something else. But Connie's probably...
Guys, do you know if you can gift subscription on the RSI website? Let me have a look at this. Does anybody know if you can actually gift subscription on this website? What the fuck do we go for this shit? You don't think so? I love how it's just going straight to the subscriber store. Subscribers. Because it's not in your hangar? Alright. Oh, but I could gift a credit card. Credit, right? Yeah, I could do a gift card. So what was it? It's fucking 9. Where the fuck do we go for this? Shop. Merchandise. What's under? Other gift cards. Alright, cool. Let me just fucking reply to this monkey. Alright, so I'll go back to this.
a bad example, maybe the Hammerhead or Perseus or something like that's the better example in this case. But the 1v1s, yeah, it feels really shitty. But then in a group fight on paper, it sounds like, wow, okay, now the Hammerhead is achieving
you can use credit.
its goal, but it's achieving it in
you
the
can use
shittiest
credit for buying subscription. I buy it all the time.
way possible because it's because you can't damage it. It's not because it fucks you up.
Yes. Yeah.
That's the problem
So,
here,
like,
guys.
And my argument would be is like maybe this, and people hate this, but I am of the opinion that even if it's such a minimal amount, every ship should be able to damage every ship, but other ships should just specialize in it. You know,
Well-
like, so, because otherwise you just have these weird interactions of, okay, we have to call it, or I have to get out of here, or we can't fight this because of XYZ. And again, like, if a Hammerhead is to exist, which I'm totally fine with, I'm totally supportive of, okay, I love multi-crew, don't get it twisted, but they need to have a back and forth with someone. And if there's just a straight up blanket of, you can't do damage to me, but I'm actually supposed to hunt you, then no one on the other side of that coin is going to play the game, because everyone that's in a fight is going to go, oh, well, I can't do damage to a Hammerhead, so let's just ignore and run away from that guy. Let's just leave him in the dust and fight the other people. Like, so, or Connie's, for example, like, how do you stop like, if constellations are going after fighters, medium, small, light, whatever, you know, and those two can't even interact because it's just one-sided. And I'm not complaining that they're OP. I'm complaining that the fight won't even happen.
Yeah,
You know, like, I want it to be an even ground. If that's what, like, if they want it to be an even ground, like, sure, make it an even ground.
but there's no such thing.
like, let them play.
So like how I'm like reading what you're saying is, you know, thinking about other games that I've played that have PvP in them, is when a Connie comes, it's like you're solo and there's 5 of them. Like, regardless if that ship is filled with players or not, it's the same scenario in every, like, oh, you're just zerging, screw you, you suck.
Well, that's what it is right now, Alpha. But you can't do it with repeaters, for example. But you can do, like, an arrow with size 1 cannons and size 3 cannons can kill a Hammerhead, right? Me personally, and it's a lot to ask of CIG to do this, I think repeaters should be able to turn off engines on any ship. I don't, like, I disagree with Virgil on this one. I don't think every ship needs to be able to kill every ship. I think a fighter, being a badass fighter, can take out all the turrets, disable the engines, and then board the ship and kill the whole crew by itself. And self-destruct it. I don't think the arrow should be able to kill, like, fully kill it itself, you know? Kill, no disable. Yeah, completely agree with that. I don't think, because again, look at it this way. Virgil's mentality with this one, I'm going to use in like real life, would be me where I'm in fucking Somalia. I'm on a rubber dinghy with my little fucking shitty AK-47, and there's a fucking fleet ship coming past, and I'm like, I'm the captain now. You know what I mean? It's just so stupid. It's so stupid to even think that you would want to even do that. And that's why I see in the game, is that the arrow, regardless of fit, should be able to shut the engines down, disable the turrets over time, and open up the side door and board. And that would be completely fine, right? Kind of sounds like he wants to have 20 arrows kill an Idris over 2 hours. Well, again, that's putting words in the mouth, right? For me, I don't think every ship should be able to kill every ship. I think you should be allowed to disable every ship.
You need 5 people to kill me and stuff like that. And again, everybody loses in that scenario, like you're saying. It's not fun. But I don't know. It's so hard to balance a game around the 2 scenarios, is what I keep thinking about. Is like, yeah, most of the time when you're playing solo, you have a bounty on your head, and you never know who's coming. And when it's the Connie, when it's the Idris, when it's the ship that you can't damage now, yeah, everyone's just going to lose. But in what world should you be able to win? So that's like the hard part.
I'm not arguing for us to win, for example.
Like, I'm not saying you to clarify that because I'm a little confused.
Yeah, I'm not saying that a fighter should solo a Connie at all.
No, I know you're not. I know
fighters, maybe in a larger amount of numbers, should be able to slowly wither down a ship like that. They should be able to contribute something.
Yeah, but you would be able
to. It's really
you just
slow,
have like,
if you were to instead rotate into a
someone
specialized ship that was
fit,
specifically rock counter to the Connie, an Ion, for example, or something like along those lines, then you would do much better. But I am only hesitant of reducing a ship's damage output to another ship to 0, because I think that's lazy. That's all. Like, if it's a tiny minimal amount, then that's enough. Like,
I can counter that a little. I think though is
go for it.
Like, we can't go a podcast without talking about EVE Online. Do you think it's cool to still have 50 catalysts, which are really high damage, but paper thin ships in EVE Online, that somebody will run 20 accounts and kill a giant cargo ship running in high sec in 2 seconds? That's obviously not the scenario that we'll have in Star Citizen necessarily, or there's ships that like spool up damage slowly over time, and people use those to kill like structures and stuff like that. In EVE Online, any ship can kill any ship so long as you have enough damage, right? It's just, but at the same time, like a scenario like
but the problem with that, Doctor, is that in Star Citizen, one person can fly the fucking Star Destroyer by themselves, not die to all the TIE fighters and stuff like that, and then one shot any fucking big ship that comes towards to kill it, right? That's the difference. Is that I agree with you that after playing X-Wing vs. TIE Fighter, a game that I played when I was a lot younger, you had to strip the shields, you had to take down the balls, then you had to like disable the turrets and stuff like that. It was great fun to do that as a fighter before you brought in the fleet to actually fucking do the finishing kill. Problem is that why bother bringing the fighter when that fighter can fly a solo Idris? And it will always boil down to that. There's no point in any other ship right now than solo Idris when it comes to PvP. There's a 20-man Shadow Moses group flying around in fighters. Just bring fucking 10 Idris and they can't do shit. And when CIG starts scaling up the game, it's going to be like, oh, I'm in test. I'm just going to, instead of bringing, that's not true. What do you mean? What do you mean that's not true? That's literally what the game is right now. Whenever there's a contested area, you just bring as many solo Idrises as possible. There's no need for anything else. Yeah, when you're doing big thing. Take out the Idris, the solo Idris is crippled. Dude, good luck crippling a solo Idris. Alright, by the time it takes for small ships to kill a solo fucking Idris, the dude literally dies on the ship, goes and reclaims the ship, and he's back by the time it takes you to finish it off. It's stupid right now. So again, instead of bringing 20 fighters, you bring 20 solo Idrises, and nobody ain't doing shit against that, right? But the Idrises are limited. I'll tell that to CIG's sales page, right? Because again, you literally lose. I love how people complain about ads when it literally tells you what's wrong with ads, right? best way to do it is shooting the rear door and open it. But again, dude, like, you have somebody like you have a group of people in fighters, and they're contesting an area, right? People will literally spawn solo Idrises to contest that area where you get out-blobbed by this bullshit. And when CIG creates more servers or more people, you literally had Chris Roberts within this month or last month saying they want to have 10,000 people on a shard. What do you think is going to happen when you have 10,000 people in a shard? You're going to have an organization of 200 Bobs turning up with 200 solo Idrises. Because that is the way how you will win all fights. So before CIG ever bring in like other structure to this game, they have to make it where the bigger the ship is, the harder it is to actually bring it on the field. It needs to be where when that ship comes on the field, it is something that's going to turn the battle, but also if you lose it, it's very expensive to lose. You know? So yeah. Until CIG does that, it doesn't matter what we do, right? Wallet Warriors, yeah. So, again, like for me is, I don't want to take away solo gameplay, right? I don't want to take away solo gameplay, but anything capital related, so Polaris, Idris, and the rumors are the Javelin's coming this year, Kraken next year, these ships can be flown from A to B by a solo person. But when you're bringing them onto the field, you know, it needs to be where it's not just, instead of me bringing a structurized fleet, right? You are literally deciding if you bring a capital or not, right? Because it could be a lot worse. Duel to drone, dude. I think you need to go and chill out a little bit, all right? Go and type on Spectrum or something like that, dude. Make a little thread. We'll watch your thread afterwards, all right? But you seem to be very, very, very upset about something. So take a chill. Come back in 24 hours. If you're still just going to type fuck you, pussy, like blah blah blah, blah blah blah, you know what I mean? Construct some sentences, go back to school, probably American. I know the education system over there is really bad. If you're over the age of 30, climb out of the basement, get some exercise, get some fresh air, touch some grass. You know, join a church. Avenger 1 just recently did that. He's now called Pope 1. He's upset because he's a solo Idris player? Probably, yeah. Yeah. Needs a little timeout. Might ask if I get some tips in the game? Sure, dude. When we're actually playing the game right now, we're just sort of watching this video, having a discussion on it and stuff. That joke woke me up from lurking. I'm all for people having different opinions. To me, that's how the world works. But if you're just gonna type cunt, fuck you, pussy, all that shit, yeah, okay. Like, we're at the stage of where I would have a better conversation with a 3-year-old at kindergarten about how this drawing is going, you know? I'm just getting into Star Citizen, but I don't know what ship is worth for value. Avenger Titan is literally the only ship you need in this game to purchase because it just does everything really, really well for a starter ship. And you will make plenty of money from the Avenger Titan where you can then go and buy every other every other ship in the game that we have right now. Or, here's what people generally do in right Natsu is they get their little cups out, they go down to like Orison and they're like, can somebody send me 50 million to buy a spaceship? Because that's all you see in global chat right now is people begging for money. It's crazy. But yeah, Avenger Titan, hands down, always the best starter ship. If somebody's wanting to get into Star Citizen, It's not called the Avenger Titan pack anymore. It's called something different. Let me actually find it for you. But also, I would generally say to
times.
people is we have I think my browser just died. We have Invictus coming up, which normally brings some really good discounts. But the game package I always recommend to people is this one here, the Duelist. Now, you can also get it like cheaper and different stats and stuff, but if you have this starter pack, I don't think you need anything else after that. This will literally give you everything. It's got great weapons, great visibility, great speed, great tank, bed logging, cargo space in the back. You can do everything in the game. It does it well. And then just buy other stuff after it. Yeah. It used to be called the Avenger Titan back. Now it's called the Duelist Star Test. But anything Avenger Titan. But the thing is, though, is you can, right? Hear me out on it. It's so cheap to buy the Titan in-game as well. You can literally use, like, any one of these cheaper starter packs to buy a Titan in-game. The Titan is, like, under 3 million. That's like a day's work to get, and then after that you're sailing, you know. But that's my go-to ship for making money. It's so good.
Now is I'm in a Gladius, they're in a Connie. Well, that scenario is not a winnable one in EVE Online, and that works okay too.
Yeah.
And just to put it in perspective, the Warlock, which is the EMP version of the Avenger Titan, I've been taking on people in F7As, F8s, Shivs, and having an absolute ball killing them. It's so good. The Warlock is another great little ship for PvP.
So it's hard.
It would be May. I mean, we might get something before then, but we have 2 major events a year. One is called ILW, aka Invictus, and that's in the halfway through May, where you get the ability to fly every ship in the game for free, and you can play the game for 7 to 8 days for free. You also get 20% or like 30% discounts on starter ships as well. And then we have it in November, which is called IEE, which stands for IE. It is IE, right? Wait, is there another thing? It's just called IE, right? Confuse myself. Yeah, that's it. Interactive Aero Expo. Yeah. But yeah, it did. Yeah. So we got Invictus and IE. They're the best times to pick up the game. So free flights, yeah. If you've not purchased the game, waiting for a free flight, which might actually, let me have a look at the calendar. We do have, we've got St. Patrick's Day coming up. We also have April's Fool's Day coming up before we have Invictus. So there might be a free flight at St. Patrick's Day, which is called Stellar Fortuna in the game. But it's literally St. Patrick's Day. You buy lots of green ships. Yeah, it's not that far off. Yeah. And if anybody's not got an account set up, you're welcome to use my referral code so that when you actually purchase something, you'll get like an extra 50,000 or whatever in game, you know? Just exclamation mark RDF.
It's tough. I don't know what the right solution is.
I think the solution is, you balance it towards where the balance is supposed to go. And I'm not just saying it's supposed to go in the fighter's direction. Okay.
But you would need to have 10.
What ships? Yeah, but you could contribute something to it, even if it's a very small amount. It's like another way to look at it too is like, do we want to just leave the guy out who's got an Aurora and say he's doing absolutely nothing? He shouldn't even be here. Or do you want to just say, oh well, he did it?
At the end of the day, it's just you're gonna get bonus anyway if you use somebody else's referral code.
At least 2% damage to the whole, in the fight where all the rest of us were at. I just think hard exclusions of ships being able to even damage ships is a bad way to go. I think because
that's fair.
Then you're reducing the amount of interactions that happen, and it's on a small scale. Like,
should the Aurora be there? Well, again, not everyone wants to spend like what $70 for Avenger Titan. So, like I said, you can use a starter ship to buy an Avenger Titan in game, and then the Avenger Titan will farm you up enough money to go and get into a Connie or something like that. You know? Yeah, there might be an Aurora Mark II as well. I just always suggest to people, if you've got the expenses to go that distance, I would always buy a starter ship is my Avenger Titan. But if you can't afford it, you buy one of the cheaper ones, and then you go and get the Avenger Titan. Yeah, you can also rent it as well. But I'm saying is, if you got the expendable money, I feel the only thing that you need on your account is an Avenger Titan. That's it. You don't need any other ship. And you can also buy an Aurora, and then a couple of months later, upgrade it to an Avenger Titan. So you've got that. But again, you just buy it in game, right? It is one of the most versatile starting ships you'll ever come across. And now if you're going to do like more mining, then the Nomad. But then you would buy that in game as well. You would get the cutter. Oh, it's up to you, you know?
Not thinking large scale here, because large scale's totally
You're not going to make the same amount of money in a cutter that you would in Avenger Titan. I'll give you that. I'll tell you that way.
different. I'm thinking on a small scale, like under the number 20,
Hey,
under the
Iron
number
Fox.
10, even under the number 5. It's like you can't control what you're running into.
Yeah.
And if when now means that if you're in an arrow, you can't do damage to a Vanguard, then that means
Again, you
that's
can
20%
still
less
use it
PvP
to
right
make
there,
money
you know,
and then
like
upgrade.
They're not even going to interact. And it defeats the purpose of what these guys want. Hammerheads want to start beating fighters. I'm supportive of that.
Yes.
But if you make fighters unable to do damage to Hammerheads, then congrats, you buffed the Hammerhead, but now all the fighters.
I don't want people to spend too much money on Nessie and then regret it because the bugs and stuff. Yeah, but also, like, an Avenger Titan is about the average price of, like, a full game, you know? Like, if you're going to buy Space Marine when it first came out, it's about 70, 80 bucks, give or take, you know? So, I mean, like, the Avenger Titan is that. If you're, like, only going for a $45 pack, you know, I regret my 5k into SC. Better not talk about my Legato status.
Not going to play bowling.
But yeah, again, the Hammerhead didn't beat the Light Fighter in that scenario either.
Yeah, but they
I regret that,
Yeah.
Yeah.
But,
No,
but
yeah,
do you think you get what I'm saying? Like they
No,
finally
100%.
want that fight. Yeah.
Yeah, they
And I
want
think,
the fight,
they're not gonna
though.
get it.
Like you said, it's
Yeah.
lose-lose if this happens. And let me try and put what I think you're saying out there, and then tell me if I'm wrong. If like the best, I think a really good example.
Oh yeah,
right now
like
is
the
Vanguard.
cutter is good
Arrow versus
to
Vanguard.
any start. Let's look at it this way: any starter pack you buy, you will make the money to go and buy a better ship within like 2 or 3 days, easy. Like even if you're fumbling in the dark, you'll still make to make 2 million in your first week. Fumbling in the dark is super easy in any ship, right? And then you start learning the game, you start bypassing things, you start exploiting, you start duping weapons and gear and trading that on UEC. And after your first 2 weeks of playing the game, you've got 2 billion, you know, or you've been at the side of the streets in Orison asking for money. Help, guys, on this server, I need 100 million. No problem. Then you go to the next server and like, guys, I need 100 million. Oh, I made a mistake. Ooh, ooh. That's literally what we have in Star Citizen. You could buy no ship and have every single ship in the game within your first week of playing Star Citizen right now, you know?
If they say arrow cannot hurt the Vanguard, that's bad. But if they say the arrow's damage is reduced by 66% against the Vanguard, then I'm just throwing a number out there. Then that could potentially be good because now it requires 3 arrows to kill a Vanguard instead of 1.
Yeah, which I love that. Yeah.
And that's sort of where a question that somebody asked earlier that I haven't got to yet. It was like, where do you see the light fighters' role? And like then mediums and heavies. Is that what you? That's
Would
I'm
you
assuming.
pick the cutter over the Mustang Beta? No, I'd take the Mustang. I don't like the way the cutter flies. You know, it's just I would rather fly a Mustang.
What you would want to see is like the light.
Why they sound? Because I've got it in 1.5 speed. Because this whole podcast is 2 hours plus the stopping, answering the questions, dealing with people who are very upset about me wanting to remove solo Idris gameplay in combat and PvP. You know what I mean? Like we'll be here for fucking 9 years. You know.
The
game will be out by the
damage on
time
these,
I
and you might
finish.
need more. And the heavies, like in the medium and heavy,
Yeah, the bigger the target, the more fighters you need. And keep in mind, like when it comes to my org, you know, we are 1/3 fighter pilots, 1/3 capital ships and multi-crew,
Yep.
1/3 FPS now. Like, so I'm not just on the boat of, hey, I only want to fly around with a group of 20 arrows and call it a day for the rest of the game.
No.
Fuck no. Not the game I want at all. Not
Yeah,
even
I can attest to that too. I get DMs from you and your guys occasionally when there's like a cool fight that happened and everybody's pumped, and they never talk about we were in a bunch of light fighters. It's always when it escalated into like capital stuff.
Yeah, so I just we just like the goal's got to be to include more people, and I think that we got to be careful of.
It would be you have in the Pledge Store like game packages. It would be where Mustang. This has very low amount of cargo space. I think this has semi-decent cargo space. This is a salvaging pack. This is the mining pack. I wouldn't recommend the Intrepid. It's not worth it. The Titan does a better job than the Intrepid. And it's cheaper. I would generally, like, again, like, I wouldn't even go with the alien ship. This thing's garbage. Nomad's a little bit expensive, you know? Yeah, like, for me, I would probably say, like, get yourself a Mustang or the Duelist. These are the two packs I would only recommend right now. Because you can use the Mustang to literally go and buy the Titan in-game. Up to Generalist? I mean, it's up to you. Like, again, here's the crazy thing, right, Natsu? You can buy the Mustang pack, this one here, and in a month's time, you can spend a little bit more money to upgrade to this, just by adding a little bit more money. So I would just get the Mustang, to be honest, you know? Yeah, see, there you go, right? Miss is already at it. You got the fucking cup out. Guys, I can only afford the Mustang package. Can somebody send me enough money to buy an Idris? It's fucking crazy, man. Guys, oh man. Oh no. Ooh, me, please. Guys, I need 50 million to buy this ship that I don't even know its full name, but yeah, guys, yay. Next sale event? Yeah. Well, the thing is, again, like, you could get the Mustang. This is how I always advertise it, right? You buy the Mustang pack, and if something better comes out, you buy that pack in the sale, and then melt this ship and use the credit as upgrade. So you basically, right, you buy this now with the intention of playing the game, and then when the sale comes in, you buy one of their lower starter packs that have more things. You melt this Mustang down and upgrade to Avenger Titan, you know? There's so many ways you can play the sales game, you know?
By making this a stat, excluding the more people than helping. That's all.
Yeah.
Like, I want people that are in multi-crew to have a lot of fun and get the
What
combat
was
they've
it?
never gotten.
What
And,
the fuck is this? Met me in an alley in Area 18. Meet me in an alley in Area 18. We'll give hand job for 890 jump. VG for interest, no spit.
I think that if you just
Dude, it
move
would
everything over to that
surprise
side
me if
and make
that
them
was
immune
in
to
the
damage
game.
to what they're supposed to counter anyways, then you've missed the mark, is all.
Yeah.
So like you said, it's not about shouldn't a light fighter smoke a Connie, or should it even be an even fight. That's not up to me, nor do I have an opinion on it. But what I do think is that you should still encourage them to be able to pull a result, rather than one just cancels out the other. Because if that's the case, they're not going to play anymore.
Yeah.
Like those fighters versus Connie fights are gone, and the Connie guys might really want that because they've been on the downside of this the whole time.
But again, they're not
that's all.
winning. They're just not losing. There's a huge difference here.
But that doesn't feel good. Like,
No, exactly,
just
on either
because you're-
side.
Yeah, exactly. It
They
doesn't
may
feel
feel
like
good in
winning
the
for the other
short
guy. Yeah.
They may feel good in the
someone
short term, but yeah.
Someone in the Twitch chat said, well, they technically won by area denial. Yeah, but like that doesn't feel like a win, man. That's not.
They can
like,
still
no
win
one-
by area denial by having really strong turrets against light fighters. They do not win by area denial by not being able to damage them. That's the point that we're trying to make here. Is if they were scary because they hurt you.
Yeah, exactly. Like, if an Idris was actually, like, something that was on the field, very scary to see, huge asset if you lost it, you're not getting it back in 45 minutes, you're getting it back in, like, a week, right? That would make these things more important to be on the field than just spamming everything out, you know?
If they're scary because you can't hurt them, that's bad. That's what we're trying to say.
Yeah.
Okay.
So it's just like, we want the gameplay to still happen. That's all. Like area denial because the enemy jumped out because you brought some.
Yeah,
cheese
the RAM, I
isn't
would
fun to
say,
anyone.
is the only issue.
And another thing we have to add to this, right, Mike, is if we're going down this route of bigger means tankier and in some cases means immune to other ships, should they get these stats?
Yeah, the prices are crazy for RAM right now.
And not have to crew these ships? Like if the ships are getting more armor and more defensive capabilities, but there's still just a single guy in the driver's seat, you know, then are we? Is the game pay to fucking win? Is it even way more pay to fucking win?
Yeah, that's what I said. And somebody commented on my YouTube video where I said this is bringing it into a more pay to win role. They were like, "What? Like, you know, what are you talking about?" Blah 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 blah. And it's like very obviously going in that direction. I don't think purposefully, but yeah, this isn't promoting people to crew the ship. This isn't promoting people to have engineers repairing a ship that can't get
exactly there. Like if you have one person on an Idris doing all the jobs and turrets are not even bothered with, like the Idris becomes a really bad like design really bad multi-crew design at that point. Oh yeah, I know, Sofa. I know. I'm just, again, whenever I talk about Star Citizen, it should be the idea of this is how you're setting it up for 1.0, right? If somebody is playing Star Citizen right now and you lose your ship and then CIG make it where it takes you a week to get your ship back, then don't play until there's no more bugs. Simple as that. Like, this game should not be treated like it is a released game. You should stop playing it with that mentality because you're causing yourself more grief than happiness. It is a developing game that has been is coming up for 14 years in October, and we're nowhere near the finish line right now. We've got more of a I can see it than we used to, but it's like, yeah, if you are worried about losing your stuff in this game, then don't play the game until it's all sorted out, you know?
damaged. This isn't promoting people to be in turrets that are the actual area denial factor of the ship.
Chris said we're closer to the finish than we are the start. Chris is also the one that said we're adding VR to... yeah, 51%. Chris is also the same person who said in the interview, we're adding VR in so you can reach out and grope Gillian Anderson in so many words. Live, let's just say. Chris Roberts' PR training is amazing. Alright? You know? His wife is sitting beside him as he said that. I'm like, oh my god. You're going to get a cigarette on your hand. Cigarette stuffed out in your hand tonight, like. Oh man. He is a nerd? Yeah, but again, you don't say that shit when your wife is sitting beside you, dude. Yeah, we're adding VR, guys, so I can reach out and grope Gillian Anderson. Sandy's face beside him in that interview is just like, oh my god, you could hear the teeth grinding. It's like, oh my god. Yeah, I know it's Gillian, but still, man, you know? So yeah, when he says like there's 10,000 people going to be on a shard and we're closer to the finish line, chat, it's 14 years in October I've been a backer of this game. And when he said we're closer to the finish line, good. But again, it could be 51%, so I still have another 13 years to go, you know? It's crazy, man.
So yeah, no, this is.
I paid $1,500. Don't worry, these guys are broke. They can't do damage to us.
It's not even that. If you pay 45, you lose automatically. Like the scenario that I gave right now. This obviously like from that perspective, that's just me giving feedback. I'm not crying, complaining. Oh my god, the sky is falling. It's like, hey, if you don't change this, that's not going to be fun for a good portion.
There's an argument why release when you're making so much money. I've always wondered that if CIG did try and pull a rug pull, but it's not a rug pull as in to just cash out. It's literally to keep it going. I wonder how much money they would actually continuously make, right? Obviously, we don't want that. We don't want it where CIG just keep doing what they're doing, right? But imagine if that is the game plan for Chris Roberts. Gets his dream game, but the dream never ends, right? It just keeps going. And when would people stop spending money is the question. I would like, obviously I would love it where you could do like a Doctor Strange where you could see like how the timeline would go. But it's always something I've wondered is, when would people actually stop spending money? How long does it need to go for before people actually go, right, wait. Are we actually getting the game, or is this like a fucking infinity rug pull, you know? How would one reverse a rug pull? It'd be crazy, man. The FOMO is internal, yeah. Like, I generally wonder how long it would go on for. When would it burst? Because it just doesn't feel like it's ever slowing down, you know? Keep SE going to fund more Squadron 42, yeah. But the thing is, though, is if Squadron 42 is successful, that will also fund for a long time. Just a quick thought, not saying it should happen, but if we need licenses to be able to operate different things, how... See, the thing is, though, is I'm absolutely fine with that manga, right? I would actually, like, for me, as somebody that enjoys games like DCS World and Arma and stuff like that, I don't mind where you wouldn't be able to operate something unless you passed an exam. But when you look at all the status of people backing this game, I think it would just cause a massive uproar if you did that stuff. Oh, by the way, you've spent $1,000 on the game for this certain ship, but you can't fly it because you're shit at playing a video game. The backlash would be insane, right? I would enjoy it. I would spend $1,500 on a ship to then become an expert in flying that ship so people could hire me because they know I can actually do it. I would enjoy that, but I don't think many people would, so I wouldn't want to enforce it, you know? It would suck for others, yeah. Because again, video games are meant to be like played, chilled, you know. You don't really want to... You don't want to... Like, I always look at this. Games are like... I'm blessed because obviously I get to play the video game as a job, right? That's my choosing to do so. But if you're out doing another job and you come home, you want to deal with the family, put the kids to bed, and then have your me time. Some people prefer porn. Chris Roberts likes to sleep on the sofa, you know. But other people just want to come and play video games and chill out, right? And I think if you made Star Citizen too much of a job, I don't think many people would play it, right? And imagine groping, yeah. Yeah, I mean, I'm all for that, Mangaloid. But the thing is, I just don't... I genuinely feel Star Citizen's backers, not so much you guys, because everyone in my channel has way more logical sense than people in Spectrum. But it's like... I think the uproar would be insane if you did that. CIG is averse to full wipe. I just wish CIG would do a full wipe. You know what? Like, hear me out, chat. Don't reset reputation, but reset money and assets for 4-7. Leave reputation. Just reset money and assets, and that's it. Get rid of all the dupe stuff, bring in the new crafting stuff, and that's the end of it, right? I hate the idea of not wiping out all these assets. It's just a clusterfuck of dupe, you know? Well, that's the other thing, First Tribes. I wish when you buy a ship in game, you could go and resell it to the NPC for like 25% of the money back. I really wish that was added in. I buy ships all the time to test them out in game, you know? Cluster of dupe for who? The game is full of dupe, dude. When you buy things from players, they're duped. When crafting comes in, people are just going to dupe the crafted modules and sell them on UEX. If you don't think that's going to happen, then you're crazy. You can literally build a component in Evocati, fit it to your ship, take it, spawn the ship, take it out of the ship, press repair, you know? Nobody making you go to UEX? Where else am I trading with players? I don't see an auction house in game, and they're about to remove global chat, so how am I meant to talk to people? Fucking telepathic. I may look like Professor X, but I'm ginger. And I don't have a wheelchair. I'm not gonna go, can you bring me that module, please? Because I don't want to use UEX. You know? How the fuck am I also meant to do it, dude? Who the fuck am I trading with? The NPC that's fucking T-posing on top of a sofa. It's not a freaking game yet? Don't do it? Okay, so I'm just gonna log in and just stand at a wall then. Like, what? If I enjoy trading with players and I want to trade legitimately with them, instead of having dupes and stuff, right? Isn't that a viable thing to have in the game? Or are you somebody that enjoys exploits through the wazoo? It's just for taking screenshots? Yeah, totally, you know? I'm playing an MMO. I don't want to be in a solo Idris. I want to actually have, like player interaction. But I also don't want to deal with cheaters. That's not a bad thing. And I shouldn't just have to fucking go, oh, right, well, don't do that gameplay loop. No, just don't have cheats. Don't have exploits. Don't have people getting away with it left, right, and center because people don't want to be punished. Or don't want to get punished, I should say. Yeah, global chat has been removed with the new social stuff to be local chat. So it'd be like if you're on Yella, you get chat, but you won't see somebody typing in Microtech, for example. And I'm for that because again, sometimes there is a lot of racist shit typed in chat, and there's no filter, there's no nonsense. You know, some people are really going off on one. And it'd be kind of cool if you're on, like, Crusader, and all this banter's going off on Microtech, and you don't have to read it, right? Also, thank you, Danger, for the 36 months, dude. To be fair, I'm sure you can pull off a good what? A good guy in a wheelchair? Professor X for the next sub-marathon? I'll have to think of the money, but it would be, I would do a Professor X cosplay, we'll get a wheelchair, and I will go down my street with my son recording me, and I'll do this past people, whilst there's a boombox on the back of the wheelchair playing the X-Men theme tune. How does that sound? It's gonna be a lot of money to do something that daft. Maybe bump into people on purpose. NPCs need to stop talking. I wish there was a way to sort of like, again, filter things out, you know? The one of the worst things with NPCs when we're talking about that is that they constantly keep calling your comms. I really wish there was a way to like turn comms off or block it, you know? Yeah, UEX is definitely something that needs to come. Again, if people are like, you shouldn't just use UEX, right? That's fair enough. You don't need to use UEX. But also at the same time, there shouldn't be people being able to get away with duping and cheating in the game. Simple as that. Fix VoIP, yeah. Again, it's an MMO. I want to interact with other players. I want to do trading with other players. I don't want to do NPCs. It's boring. They stand on sofas and chairs, T-pose, and they don't really do anything. They're so unathletic in combat, you know. I just don't want to interact with players who are cheating. Simple as that. And I think that's a fair thing to ask for in a video game. We need short range and long range comms. Well, it looks like it's coming that way. with what CIG have been talking about this year with their social system. Anyway, let's continue on, guys. We're getting sidetracked.
Going to be horrible. And the other thing is like nowhere does the game really communicate to you that you're not doing enough damage, right? It's like you just keep shooting and like I don't know about you, but I think somebody in the chat said earlier, you know if you're not penning through the armor because it doesn't give you a hit marker. As
I've
somebody
never
who's
played World
not
of Warcraft.
super good, I don't
I
even
played EVE Online. I missed out on WoW, which I'm a bit upset about, but also at the same time, it sounds like the first like few years were the best in WoW, and then it became like bad or whatever.
even notice if that is happening or not. I'm going to be honest. I just look and I see the laser or the ballistic
Yeah,
bouncing
it's
off of the
'cause it's
ship
2 hours
or making a flash
go
or whatever. And I'm
fast.
like, I'm hitting the ship. I'm on target. So, you know, as a new player, they're just going to be fighting this thing over and over again and have no idea what's going on. So it's there has to be other things that go on here as well. All right.
The good news is my favorite fight is not even affected by any of this anyway, so
Gladius.
completely fine. Not the Idris.
Oh, your favorite fighter.
Okay, that's a funny
Is
one.
the-
That's a funny one.
Yeah.
Of course. It only gets better now. You just can't kill it.
The best single seat fighter in the game is completely unaffected by this, the Idris.
Yeah,
One thing worth
we're
mentioning too, real quickly, that's interesting. I don't think people have realized this either, but because of the radar changes, the Idris loses the pip at 3K.
Oh, okay. That's
like
kind
a
of
big one.
Ooh, really? That's interesting.
Yeah, that's kind of big.
So the sniping Idris stuff gets a little bit of a nerf, but I think that's like a really important point we've got to now look at, because that's going to be the question we're all.
Now, hear me out, chat. Hear me out. Imagine how trick-shotting an Idris would be, Tumblr, now, if you could kill a Perseus at 9k away without pip and without... Oh, man. That actually makes it pretty cool now, actually. I'm not gonna lie. Like, that's a snipe. If you still have 10-kilometer range and you have that one-shot capability, but you don't have a pip, able to target? Yeah, but again, it's got no gimbal, right? You wouldn't see the pip. Because again, if you use precision mode, right? No, if you actually go into precision mode and you toggle in between lag and lead, it sometimes appears, by the way. Like, you can bug it out. But yeah, that would be interesting. Because again, it's got no gimbal, right? So, yeah, you can see the target, but, you know? I want to slap whoever convinced Enterprise to play WoW. Oh, is Enterprise playing WoW now, is he? It's sad you have to play certain games to garner an audience with the streaming services. The stream service, Twitch, Kick, whatever, should hire people and play them as a wage and allow them to play WoW. You do that. It's just people like myself and Enterprise are not big content creators. So why are you going to waste money on people like us? That's just a fact of life. If you're not able to bring a certain amount of people, so look at this way. Say Enterprise has 150 viewers on Star Citizen, right? And then he moves to a game like WoW. He probably goes down to about 50 to 75 viewers, I would imagine, because of how it works. You normally lose over like halfway. Why is anybody going to ever pay for somebody like that loses their viewers? Now, also, why is anybody going to ever pay for somebody to play Star Citizen when literally they don't even spend any money on marketing? Or, sorry, advertisement, I should say. They'll save that money until when the game is actually out. So, yeah, I get what you mean, but also at the same time, it's like, Enterprise has to understand, and I'm pretty sure he's aware of this, is that most companies won't hire him because he doesn't bring anything. And that's not a negative towards Enterprise, just to make fucking sure, because he's an entertaining guy and he's fucking sick at the drums. But I'm saying is, why would a company hire Enterprise when he doesn't bring anything to them? I mean, I saw some Star Citizen ads. Yeah, but you know what I mean? Like, in the UK, whenever games are coming out, they're on the side of buses. I don't know what it's like in America, if you guys do that. But over here in the UK, when a game is coming out, they put adverts on the side of buses. They've got it on big fucking thingy bobs, what are they called? You know. Shroud hates Marathon, but he's playing it for a week. Yeah, but that's Shroud, dude. That's somebody that brings in like a minimum 4,000 fucking viewers, right? We're talking about Enterprise and myself. Like, that ain't happening, dude. You ain't gonna pay for that. That's the bonus of being one of these big content creators. I mean, look at it this way. Burks doesn't even get paid for some of the stuff that he does. And Burks is fucking huge in comparison to any of us. He's like, what, nearly 50k followers and shit. Here in NL, there are 0 ads for Scorn 42. I have not seen anything in the UK, but I have heard that there was at one time Star Citizen ads on YouTube. Somebody did mention that to me. There was a Star Citizen ad on YouTube. But it wasn't from CIG. It was somebody getting referrals or something like that, if I remember the story. It wasn't actually officially Star Citizen that did it. It was somebody else that set it up. So when you clicked on it, you got to their referral link and shit like that. So yeah. It's so funny how people do that stuff. Yeah, exactly. Because, like, hear me out, right? This is going to be the juiciest thing. Shroud, boring ass motherfucker. Yeah, hey, Star Citizen is a cult, and my fucking gameplay, my video game I was designing really did wonders. It crashed on day one. You know what I mean? That kind of guy. I guarantee you, CIG will reach out to his team, and he'll get hired to come and play Star Citizen for like a week, and he'll just be like, this game's really good, guys, and then he'll like next week be playing a completely different game. It's the problem with content creators of that level. They literally talk out through their assholes because they're getting paid to do so, you know? Yeah, he did. He played it with like Burks and Summit, and then like he started going, oh, it's a cult and stuff like that. But the thing is, though, is I guarantee you, if CIG sent money to Shroud, he'd be over here playing the game. Guaranteed. Because that's the type of person he is, you know? He will be back, yeah. They'll reach out to his marketing team and be like, do you want to play Star Citizen or Squadron 42 for a week? And he'll be like, I used to play CSGO. Oh, yeah. But that's the thing is, like, I just never take those content creators, like, opinion on anything because they're just literally paid to do so. But what I'm saying is, that's the difference. You have people that get paid to play video games, and you have people like myself who depend on you guys for that system. But at least you get honesty, you know? To be honest, I don't think I would ever take a paycheck if I wasn't allowed to actually speak my truth on it. I just wouldn't. Even if it was like $1 million, I just wouldn't. It would help me out massively in my life, but for me, I like to be bluntly honest with people. Yeah, exactly. I've had so many sponsorship deals from Raid Shadow Legends, and I've never taken it whatsoever. The money's super good as well. It's like one stream is like $2,000. I'm like, nah, not doing it. Shroud talks like Rocky after doing 50 rounds.
Asking ourselves after this has been in our hands for like a month or two is, well, now the more money you spend, technically, the more immune to damage you are.
Yep.
And
just do sellout Sundays.
With how many players are supposed.
Guys, I've always been honest from the very beginning, and I'm coming up for 9 years in December as a content creator. For me, long as I'm able to just pay the bills, look after my dogs, that's all I ever care about. I don't need a fancy home. I don't need fancy holidays. I don't need fancy clothes. I buy 10 of the same t-shirts, and then I give my t-shirts to, when I need to replace them, like every second year, I give my t-shirts to charity. I buy the same 10 boxer shorts, the same 10 socks from Amazon, super cheap. I don't want to be rich. I just want to be able to get through life content, and that's it. So yeah. I will never do a sell it, because selling out means that I wouldn't be myself at that point.
Supposed to be in your ship, which CIG is absolutely not bothered to.
As long as
make a
I can
thing,
buy a
right?
pair
And
of hiking
that's
boots
what we're
every
gonna start
year,
looking at is, like,
I'm good.
You know, I know this isn't a multi-crew podcast, but man,
But it
these
is.
these solo ships that are supposed to have all these, you know, manned stations on them and turrets and stuff are just getting these gigantic defensive buffs, and that's just a single guy.
I've got a pair of black cats sofa that I've had for years, and I've only worn them twice because where I live, my trainer or sneaker, whatever you want to call it, is a mountain boot, like for hiking, because the ground is so uneven and stuff like that around here. So every year I just buy a pair of hiking boots instead of buying, like, I've not had sneakers. Like, you know, I used to buy Vans when I was a lot younger because I did a lot of skateboarding and BMX and stuff like that. I've not had the pleasure of buying a brand new, and new trainers are really, it's a good experience. It feels good. I've not had new trainers in like nearly 20 years, man. It's crazy. My riding boots are over 15 years old. I've had 4 soles in them. Yeah, I'm like that as well. Like, if I find a good pair of boots, I'll just get them resold. I'm very minimalistic. I don't care for money. If you want to be super rich in this world, you have to be a cunt. And I could quite happily be a cunt, but the thing is, what am I gonna do with the money? You know?
In there that swipe the card still. So
And he's just it's the 890 jump commercial where all the whales are just having a party inside their 890 jump, and the PDCs are just destroying every ship around it. That's every Star Citizen whale right now. They're just drinking champagne in a ship that can't possibly die.
I'm not a cunt
okay.
tumbler. I'm an
I'll ask this
asshole.
question
There's a big difference.
from ArcVR in the chat real quick, and then I want to go into a little stealth stuff, and then we can probably call it. Could components and weapon crafting upgrading change our current expectations? I don't think so.
Like, I wouldn't, like, for example, I wouldn't push Cutlet in front of a bus to get money, you know what I mean? A cunt would. I feel like a lot of people who are like rich are just rich for exploit. Yeah, because again, you gotta be a cunt if you want to have lots of money. You ever want to be a millionaire, you gotta be a cunt. You've literally got to not have a social life, you've got to manipulate people and all that shit, you know?
sorry, read it again, sorry.
Could components
okay.
and weapon crafting / upgrading change our current expectations?
Yeah, like, I mean, if like pen values go up, it becomes like a prevalent stat in the crafting, and you know, like alpha, you know, if you can choose in crafting between buffing the fire rate on a weapon rather than the alpha damage on the weapon, well, you could then sit there and be like, oh, well, I really want these laser repeaters to be able to fight this division.
Long as it's not like when Elite Dangerous did this, they had it where it was RNG to begin with. And it was like when they brought out the Horizon or whatever it's called, and it had like the engineers and stuff, and you had to RNG the rolls for like better rate of fire and stuff. If you could just be like, I want to build a weapon that has better penetration but less rate of fire, but when you put all the materials in, you get that item, I would be so for that in Star Citizen. If it's RNG, like how it was in Elite Dangerous, no way. It was terrible. No joke. I have a stupid amount of hours in Elite Dangerous, and the moment that they added that in, I have not played Elite Dangerous since. And I know that they fixed it, right? And I know they've made Elite Dangerous so much better in the process, but that was the thing that made me never go back to Elite Dangerous. And I have LTI or lifetime expansions on Elite Dangerous. I purchased that when it was coming out. And I was loving Elite Dangerous. Like playing Star Citizen, playing Elite Dangerous, they were my jam. But the moment that engineering RNG stuff came out, and then I'm fighting NPCs with perfect rolls in the belts, and I'm getting disintegrated in seconds, I was like, I'm done with this game. That is like RNG I get in Asian games and stuff like that, but not in a space game, you know? That's when you stopped Elite Dangerous as well. It's such a shame because I was having so much fun in that game. And I know like a lot of people are like, oh, go back to Elite Dangerous, it's in a really good spot right now. The thing is though, is when you do something that stupid, that ruins the fun flow that I had, I generally don't go back to the games. It's the same with Dune Awakening. Dune Awakening, I was in NDA, then I was in the open testing, then we went in and release, and they fucked up so hard. And yes, they've sorted out the PvE stuff. They've not done anything to the PvP, but I still won't go back to that game purely because of what's happened. Same with No Man's Sky. First, bought No Man's Sky at release. Sean Murray is promising the world, yes to everything. I spent 40 hours. It was so bad, I've never played No Man's Sky since. But I know it's a fantastic game right now. Still won't make me play it though. And that's just my personal way of dealing things. I don't like to get in. It's like a relationship, right? You're enjoying the relationship and then they do something that makes it like, I don't want to be with you anymore, right? That's the same thing when it comes with games. Isn't SE currently RNG? They said the power plants have a chance of going critical. Yeah, but the thing is, though, is when you're crafting so far, right? I'm fine with RNG stats like failures or weapon stoppages that they were showing off at SitCon. I'm fine with that RNG. Or like looting RNG. I'm talking about if you go to a crafting station and you've farmed up all these materials and you throw them into the machine and it goes, I don't know what the fuck I'm doing. My algorithm is completely offset. Here's this weapon that you've spent 10 hours to farm or build, and it's a pile of shit, and you can't do anything with it apart from sell it. You're like, why am I playing this game? You know? Now, if you bring all the materials in, right? And you go, right, I want this gun with this stat, and I farmed 10, 20 hours to do it, there you go, right? My argument is Eve had that. What do you mean Eve had that? Eve didn't have any RNG role like crafting. Oh, you're talking, yeah, but you're talking after 2012. Remember, I played from 2003 to 2012. I don't know anything about Abyssals or anything of that stuff. That's all new to the game, right? Eve, for me, is always up to that point where there was no RNG, there was no bullshit. You built a Titan, you got a Titan. If they've got anything different than that now, then that's completely different. Whenever you're crafting, you should have a choice of what you get. I don't like RNG crafting. It's super boring because you go and farm all these materials and you're looking forward to that item. You spent 10 hours, 20 hours getting all the materials. That's completely fine. That's gameplay. And you go to the slot machine and you're like, well, this has just been a complete waste of my time. And that's where, but again, if you're going looting, you're going to a looter shooter and you're going to various places, the excitement is you're going to find things. If you're trying to make a crafting thing, like I go to IKEA, I don't go, here's fucking $100, give me, just randomly flick through the magazine and land on something and that's what I'm going to buy. That's what it feels like when I'm RNG crafting in video games. I just don't like it. Guess who downloaded the game? Yeah, addictiveness. There we go. It started. Hide the credit card, Natsu. That's the best idea right now. Yeah, exactly. He just became the yes guy, Servo, you know? But for me, 40 hours of released No Man's Sky was dreadful. I was... Yeah. I just won't go back to the game because of it, you know?
This weight division, which would be like heavy fighters in this case, and I want to, through crafting,
I'll take 20 adult covers.
Yeah, like, you know,
in the hopes that one doesn't fall apart. Dude, I bought this.
I don't necessarily want that.
Yeah, we don't
This from IKEA, and it's
but we don't know if that's the case.
fucking lasted a long time, and it's sturdy as fuck.
Yeah, like I think the crafting could make.
I think I only
like, adding
spent
the layers of
40 quid
crafting
on it, this
being able
brick
to
shelf.
customize what direction you want to craft the weapon towards, could make things interesting for sure. Like, yeah, like penetration value.
I don't think
might
it's
be a
an
stat you
awful
focus
time
on,
to start
and, yeah,
playing
the
Star
benefit of
Citizen,
PvP
to
with
be honest.
crafting.
I've been
And
having
then
a
PvE,
great
it's just more
time
damage,
past 2
you know, like,
weeks.
that's how it works in other games.
But I'm also
There's
not
stats for
doing all
PvP
the stuff
are
that
invested
could
in,
piss
stats
off
for
people.
PvE
You know,
and
I'm
stuff.
just going out for
yeah,
a
it
little
could be
bit
cool.
of
Like,
combat here and there.
honestly, the crafting is so exciting, and I know, you know, me and Mike are talking behind the scenes on business stuff with it. So I think the potential with crafting is fucking limitless, to be honest. It just depends on how well they
Just not
how
in
deep they decide to go.
4.7. Yeah, it's very
Yeah.
limited in 4.7, obviously, but
Yeah.
I mean, right at the beginning, we talked about layers. I mean, the easiest place to place layers is in crafting. You go from your iron ore, you combine it with coal, and then it becomes steel, and then you combine steel with something else, and it becomes Durasteel, you know? And they just, you keep layering.
And that's the one thing we don't want, right? Is like a small amount of layers. Just keep fucking adding.
It is sped up,
Give
yeah.
more and more
Sped up
options with the
1.5.
crafting. Like,
Exactly.
there's no such
It's
thing
a
as a
2-hour
bad
video.
option.
It's too long to go at
yeah,
slow,
like just,
normal speed.
as deep as they go, the more interesting it'll be. And yeah, it could be really cool if they decided to be the answer, I think.
Agreed. All right, I want to talk quickly about stealth a little bit because I thought this was super cool. I don't know what you think. What do you think about the fact that you now have to ping for the radar to recognize a ship's CS signature, cross-section signature? So radars now will passively be detecting EM and IR constantly. So if your IR signature is high, your EM signature is high, you're going to hear whatever the sound is, like target or whatever that you hear when somebody like pops onto your radar. But if their IR and EM signatures are low and you are not actively pinging, you will not see them, even if they're within range with their cross-section. So I think it's like, talk about layers. I think this has added a very interesting layer to stealth in a cat and mouse, and it sounds.
But that's just like what it is just now. Not the pinging stuff, but if somebody's, like, if you're in a Saber, ping is only, like, we're talking about, like, Talon, Saber, anything that's classed as the stealth ship, they have a reduced in ping. Instead of, like, seeing it at 20 kilometers, it's like 8 kilometers or something like that it shows up. A little bit more further if you're in a tracker or a terrapin. But you don't get the... Yes, it is right now, dude. It is. What are you talking about? If you ping, and if you don't appear on radar, like I'm in a Talon, I get 1.9, right? I mean in 4.7. Oh yeah, but I'm talking about 4.6 right now. What Mike is saying. If you ping right now, you will see a stealth ship, but it's not like 20 kilometers away on ping ship. It's round about 8 kilometers you will see it. Sometimes it bugs out where it's not even until it's 4 kilometers does it detect, because it's just all goofy right now. But if you are in a low emission ship, you don't appear on radar, right? If the EM and IR is 0, it doesn't matter how close you are to the target, you will not detect it. Yeah, you're talking about if like somebody turns all off and stuff, right? But Mike's not. Mike's saying that to see stealth, you have to ping. That's not the case. Again, I'll play it here.
I think this has added a very interesting layer to stealth in a cat and cross section. And you are not actively pinging, you will not see them, even if they're within range with their cross section. So I think it's like you will not see onto your radar. But if their IR and EM signatures are low and you are not actively pinging, you will not see them, even if they're within range with their cross section. So I think
again incorrect. Because again, I literally can get a prowler 900 meters off the back end of somebody before they will even see the radar detection. In stealth means that unless you ping, the minimum signature used is EM or IR, right? But again, the cross-section mechanic doesn't even come into place right now, right? Yes, that's true. Yeah. Because beforehand, we used to have it where it was connected to EM, right? Then, I'm not going to go for the years, but it was EM, then eventually it was your highest stat would affect the radar, then it went back to EM only, and then it went to cross-section, as it is just now. You're saying it's back to the EM IR for radar, right? And the only way to detect somebody out of that range is with ping. But what I'm saying is, ping right now, you can sneak up on somebody, and ping won't even fucking show people at times. CS is still the highest, but only counts when you ping. Yeah, that's what you've been saying. But what I'm saying right now in 4.6 is when you're pinging somebody, it will show people 20 kilometers away depending on their ship, right? As they move around, the ping moves. But stealth ships don't appear at 20 kilometers in 4.6 right now. They just don't. And you're saying in 4.7 it will. If I'm understanding what you're typing. That's not it. At all. Right, well then what's what's the thing that you're adding in then? What's the difference then to what it is right now? If you can only see a stealth ship when it gets 900 meters off you, like the Prowler, I don't want to do voiced it. I'm not in the mood for that. Like, again, the difference is, right now, a Prowler can't be seen at 20 kilometers even with ping. You ping it out, it won't be detected until it gets about 8 kilometers. Then when the server lags, it might not even show until you're 4 kilometers off. By then, the Prowler can get 1.9 of you before active radar, the thing that tells you, oh, there's somebody to actually targeted, appears. So if that's not different in 4.7, it's still the same sort of radar that we have right now for stealth. Again, only stealth. And it's only the Talon, the Saber, the Prowler utility, and the Eclipse. I'm trying to think of the other stealth ships. Anything that's classed as stealth, the Ghost as well, has this mechanic where it does not show up on ping at the normal ranges. And that's in 4.6 right now. And it bugs out Razor X. Yeah, that's it. Yeah. Any of the ship that's classed as stealth. Not because it's got stealth modules. It's the ones that actually have the stealth hull. The Saber will be picked up at 2.5 kilometers, for example, because of CS automatically in live random numbers. Okay, so in 4.7 it's fixed where there's actually a dedicated number, right? Depending on the CS. Okay, good. Okay. So again, for a stealth ship, it's still technically the same as how it is in 4.6. Because you already have such low EM IR anyway. You get detected at 1 kilometer. Right, okay. But there's no way, like it is in 4.6, to ping and see them 20 kilometers away. So it's still the same sort of gameplay mechanic where you have this ability to sneak right in, especially if you come behind, you know, that server limitation. Yeah. But the ping being so highly spammable isn't bad for stealth. Well, I mean, Tumblr did bring that up where it'd be kind of cool if there was like a time delay, you know? If CIG added that in, that would be cool. I mean, look at it this way. They showed off the scanner for personnel at SitCon a couple of years ago, maybe more now, 3 years. And they had it where it was a delay. You had to hold the charge down and then you fired it out, but you couldn't just spam it. That's all CIG has to add for ships, to be honest. And then maybe make it where the cooldown is shorter on a tracker and a terrapin. You know? Remove ping, just have scanning, but that's not how CIG have radar, you know, set up. Or wear and tear. Yeah, I would be totally down for radar breaking and stuff like that. Ping in the future is supposed to light yourself up like a Christmas tree. It used to be like that, but then people like Shadow Moses pinged it so often that CIG had to make it client-side because it was a fucking distraction in combat and it lagged out the game. So I don't know. I think I would rather have it just where it's on a timer, you know, personally. Yeah, you could have it where, yeah, Terrapin and stuff like that are designed for tracking should have it where it's maybe a bit more active and then put a delay on it. Make it where, like, fighters have, say, like a 30-second window, and you could make it where, like, the Carrack, for example, has 15-second window, Hornet Tracker is down to 10 seconds, you know, Terrapin maybe 5 seconds, you know, something like that. That would be cool.
I think it's like, talk about layers. I think this has added a very interesting layer to stealth and a cat and mouse, and it sounds like it's going to be really fun. Have not tested it yet. I'm only talking about on paper, but I like it. I think this is going to make Hathor super.
Again, if you learn in now 4-6, if you learn to trail people behind, they can't actively ping you because one, they're not looking around on you, but also the way that stealth works is you have a better advantage by using cross section. So when you're to the side above and behind somebody in Star Citizen, the radar detection is a lot less than when you're face to face. When you're looking at each other, the radar works so much better. If the person is coming above you, it doesn't detect you as much, which is really, really cool.
Super crazy.
And we've had that since, I want to say, just before 4.0, it was added in.
Now, because if you are not paying attention, somebody can just sneak on you so much easier.
You mean data link?
Yeah, like I
think that'd be cool.
Stealth to play a bigger role in the game.
I would love to have some tracking gameplay added in, but yeah, you know what I mean. We'll get the basics first and see where CIG go with anything to do with the Terrapin and stuff.
And I remember that like there's been times where like the Talon and stuff like
just
that.
give
were,
the
like,
tracker
really
and the
over top
Terrapin
stealth,
right
and
now
it was
more
so
advanced
much fun.
radar
And,
than other ships.
yeah, like you said,
That's
speaking
all
of
it
players,
needs to
it's
be for the
awesome.
beginning.
And you know, like being able to put together like a ship fit to fit into like a stealth aspect of the way you're playing the game.
Yeah.
Would be so awesome. Like, you know, you run like shotguns, super high alpha, and you try to sneak up on people and blitz them with the fit is like the dream.
Yep.
Absolutely the dream.
There's the other, like, just a general idea of before you used
If
to
you
just
don't
try.
ping, yeah. I mean, for me, like, this doesn't change any of the gameplay that I'm used to. I don't think it would change anything for you, Tumblr, as well. You're always actively pinging, giving information, stuff like that. It's going to definitely shape up the people that don't even know that you can ping to find out somebody's name, you know?
To get your EM and IR signatures just under your CS signature. So you're the only, because
Blows my mind that
EM and
people
IR was
still
below
don't
your
know that.
cross section, then the radar
And
would
it's
just
been out
detect
for
whatever was
6
higher.
months.
Now there's again a little bit of a layer, and there's a reason for you to lower your.
I wish, and I think I brought this up already, I really wish ships like fighters had cone radar. I hate the 360 radar thing. And that would be another good reason for the Terrapin and the Tracker or the Carrack. They have 360, everything else is 90-degree cone. That would be so cool if you could literally ghost up on somebody right behind them and they had no idea you were there. And the only way they would know is if you had somebody in your team being in a tracker that would be like, I got them. They're fucking, 180 behind us. I got it on my system here. Sending the data to your ship. I would nerd out so hard at proper radar.
Your IR and EM even lower than your CS signature because you could potentially get in really stealthy. The other thing I just thought of earlier this morning was now when a ship is turned off on the ground, if you don't ping, you don't see it because there is no EM and IR signature anymore, right? So that's big as well. So there's a lot of like
I remember
interesting
too,
things
like
there.
I remember even like Yogi talking about like the Saber will always be considered stealth because it's got like the internal missiles, like the missile bay comes out from and that's how it works in real life too, right? It's like the more missiles and guns you have hanging off the wings, the more obvious it is to radar. So you have to actually start looking at the cross section of these ships, which I know actually already have assigned values, but like to see some of these ships that aren't getting the time of day, like the Saber, which has just been absolutely cursed for like 4 years now.
Saber's in a really good spot. I don't understand why people think the Saber is cursed or in a bad spot. It's really good.
If the CS stat and the CS gameplay is what brings it back into the light, then hell yeah, could be like so much fun. So yeah, I'm super supportive of it. There's just like there's times where stealth that can be like really gimmicky and break the game. Like if every ship has like if the meta is just absolute stealth, then
this is where before Virgil even says maybe what I think he's gonna say, I don't think Gladiuses and stuff should be allowed to fit stealth modules at all. I think only stealth ships should be able to fit stealth modules, and that's it.
You just lose track of targets and you lose each other and stuff.
Yeah, that's what I want to ask you.
That's happened.
Do you know? Do you just to jump in? I feel like I have to in this specific case. Do you know if this change, like, okay, if you have extremely low EM and IR, and I have to ping to see you, are you constantly going to be unlocking, whether you know or not? I feel like that would be a horrendous experience. So like, I feel like if you ping, you stay on my radar for a while or until you're out of range of some kind. Right.
Same with me, Cypher. I've been flying around with like the Saber, the Raven, and like a hybrid military dash stealth warlock, which has a big signature. but they're so much fun to play. Because the thing is, if you get one bad engagement, you lose the fight because of that stealth power plant. It just doesn't have any HP to deal with when you've got through your armor, and that's the excitement I get. That if I don't kill somebody within a certain time frame, I'm going to automatically lose because my power plant just turns off. No, it doesn't need size 4s. No. The Saber with 4 size 3s is perfectly fine, dude. It's really, really good.
Like a significant range, like that's because that
It
that
doesn't need
whole
any more, man. No.
gameplay of you just like it's not even gameplay, just like constantly being unlocked.
If anything, the Saber just needs a little bit more forward in the acceleration. That's it. Nothing to the side strafes, nothing to the up and downs. Just forward. The ability to push away is all it needs.
And not for a reason like firing
What do you
noise.
mean by unlocked?
You know when like you fire noise and immediate like the target, you lose
Oh, yeah,
target
yeah,
on
yeah,
people,
yeah.
and that would just happen randomly with stealth all the time.
Yeah.
Even though you could
Yeah. Which
see
is
the
why
person.
they nerfed the hell out. It basically took it off the board and like just made everybody visible. So
Yeah.
I remember that being a huge. I named my cat after it. You know what's
Bogey.
funny?
Bogey.
Yeah, like
Bogey.
because what would happen was they had a patch where the arrow had like a really low signature, and so all you'd hear in your audio was bogey, 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 and for like
Yep.
2 months, all I heard was bogey, 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 and so
I just
bought a
turned
cat
off
and
the
named
ship
it after
sounds.
that. That's how I actually named my cat. But yeah, there's been
I
times
think
in
it'd
the
be
past where it's
too
been an absolute
powerful if you
curse,
made
and
the
there's been
Raven with
times
2 more
in the
guns.
past where it's been like so much fun. Like there's iterations of stealth which were awesome, and there were accidental stats to stealth that were just dreadful for the game too. So as long as they like care about it, you know, go in carefully and slow, then for sure I'm super supportive of it. But I'll tell you this too, I have barely done any research. Like this is the weakest one in regards to research I've done.
I mean, it
this
just
Evo.
happened.
Like I've barely looked. Yeah.
Yeah, it literally
Barely
just
looked at it.
happened, and I'm just like it's all exciting for me in my mind of what could happen, but we don't know exactly what's going on there. So I'm just thinking Hathor because that's my favorite content in the game, like being able to sneak in
Yeah.
in a stealthy ship and
I'm
and,
so
steal some
bored
Crypto
of
Knight or something
like
without them even.
the Wolf coming out with 2 size 4s. Just it would have been so much cooler if it had like 4 size 2s and they had been like strapped inside the wing or something like that. You know. I hate this weapon power creep for no reason. Because again, 4 size 2s would do a better job than 2 size 4s. Because more shots. More weapons are better than bigger weapons.
Knowing that you're there and get out sounds like a very
How
cool
the network works.
experience if it's possible. We'll see.
Did you want to do calls at all? Well,
Let's see, I don't know if
Viper was
anybody's
the
in.
green room a second. I don't know. I saw Viper was in there before.
Yeah, he's gone now. But yeah, I guess if we could like chat for like a few seconds and see if we can get anybody in the calls. But if you guys want to join, ! Podcast in the chat. That'll get you the Discord link and you pop in the
Yeah, if you're talking about like defending and stuff like that, like for turrets, VBs, then I'm fine with that. I'm talking about like fighters and the power creep that way. I'm totally down for turrets having bigger guns. Or like the Connie having like 4 size 3s, you know? Something like that. Anything to make it better. Better tracking, better range, better damage, whatever. The turret needs to be as good as having a second person in the ship. That's my opinion. If I'm in a Scorpius and I've got 2 people in the Scorpius, you should have to have at least 2 or 3 people to take me down, or like some ridiculously skilled 1 person, right? But when you're in a Connie and you see somebody in the turret, especially a Taurus, knowing that there's no bottom turret, you're just like, I'm just gonna sit on your belly then, you know? It's so worthless. Well, it's the same as 600 eyes. Their turrets are useless. The Corsair turrets are incredibly useless. Those cheek guns are worthless. And then you got 2 size 2s on the back. It's like, what's the point? What's the point? Yeah, I kind of wish that CIG would take, like, you know what I mean? Like, an Aurora with 4 size 2s would be completely fine for me. But when, like, some of them are running around with size 1s, it's like, what's the point? It really is no point anymore. Just upgrade them.
green room. Anybody? Because there's lots of talk. Yeah, there you go. Viper's there. There's lots of talk about. Before we bring Viper in, because you mentioned real life,
They should,
I
yeah.
want to just ask you this because I think it's funny. Because I saw it in the YouTube comments. I am reading you guys over there as well at the same.
Right, so this is going to be a a personal take on the Hammerhead, and I know this will piss off a lot of Hammerhead people. I personally feel that the Hammerhead should come with bestoked weaponry for all the turrets. The turrets are overtuned, and the weapon systems are very anti-fighter designed. But you can't fit shotguns, you can't fit cannons to it, you can't fit laser repeaters, you can't fit ballistics. It's literally a weapon designed to vaporize fighters in a fleet. And that's all you get with the Hammerhead. Like you only get big guns with the Perseus. I don't think the Hammerhead should be allowed to be customizable at all when it comes to weaponry. It should just be a weapon system that skull fucks fighters. And that's all it's ever used for. Breaknecks, but like superly overtuned, right? Big range, 2k range, 2k speed. The turrets are super fast at tracking, you know? But that's all you get. That's all you get with the Hammerhead. You can't change out its weaponry after that. It literally is an anti-fighter, anti-missile platform that is very, very scary, and it can be taken down by very high-skilled players and stuff like that. But you don't get to change it out to shotguns and cannons and anti-big ship or anything like that. It's literally, you want to kill fighters, you bring the Hammerhead. You want to kill big ships, you bring the Perseus. And that's your two choices. Not, I want to combine this into this or this into this. It's so stupid. Just make the Hammerhead scary against fighters and bombers and stuff like that.
Time here, and there was one guy who's been kind of spamming this, is well, if I walk up to a tank with a pistol, the bullet's going to bounce off as well. And like applying these real life scenarios to a video game, and I don't know what you think, but I just laugh at those comments because I just think they're so stupid.
I think ban that dude.
Ban that dude? Okay. I don't know how to ban anybody on YouTube, but I'll work on it. Yeah.
No, I just like it's
No, I agree with this guy. Again, there needs to be a system where an arrow or an aurora can disable the turrets and the engines on an Idris, but you can't kill the Idris, even if you had years to do so. Because it's better to design it where you come in, you disable the turrets in an Aurora, you disable the engines, and obviously it's not going to be super easy. I'm talking about high skill ceiling, blah, 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 blah. And then you go in and you board the Idris and you destroy it from inside. The whole idea that every ship needs to be able to kill every ship is stupid. Just have it where, for example, you have the ability to disable it to bring in better systems to do so. If people want to be subpar, let them be, but the bestoked, the only... I mean, that would be fine, Abyssal, but you know what I mean. Like, I don't buy a Hammerhead to go and kill an Idris, right? And that's what people want to use it for. If I was to ever buy a Hammerhead, I want it to be able to kill fighters and kill fighters effectively. And the only way you do that is you make bestoked weapons that are overtuned that can only be on the Hammerhead. That's how you solve the Hammerhead issue. But until people get out of this mentality, they want to use every ship for every job, you will always have really shit ships and nothing specialized. Breaknecks are getting nerfed? They might do, yeah. They're not that big of an issue, but again, it is a bit stupid that you can put them on certain things. Well, the thing is, though, is like, again, you're looking at time, right? Can an arrow kill an Idris's engines and turrets? Yes. How long do you have? Yes. Right? That should be the equation with it. It's not like I do it in seconds, right? It's going to take you a wee while, but the idea that people want an arrow to be able to kill an Idris and you've got all day in a week to do it is stupid to me. It should be where you only have the idea that you can disable the engines and stuff over time and you bring people in to fight and board it. Because if it's a solo Idris, for example, then you should be able to disable it, board it, kill that single player, self-destruct, boom bada bing, you win as a single player. That's how I look on it. But it's silly when you think of it like I'm going to bring 50 arrows to kill an Idris. Like, no. We shouldn't have to have 50 people to do a fucking easy job, right? Just have it where you can have 50 arrows disable the thing and then 50 people go on board and self-destruct it. It's so much easier to balance that way than trying to be like, whoa, now we need to work out how many arrows does it kill an Idris in certain amount of time. Just allow them to disable everything from shields, turrets, PDCs, and engines, and then have boarding, which is, you know, something that a Legionnaire or something else would be useful for, and you take it out that way. Self-destruct it. Again, I'm all behind the mentality is if I'm shooting a fucking pistol outside of a tank, it ain't gonna do jack shit. But if I fucking open up the manhole and fucking pop, pop, pop and get inside and fucking blow it up, you know, there we go. I've done the job. I'm more for that gameplay than I need to be able to kill everything in this game. Because look at it this way, you could have it where the arrow opens the door and lands inside and does it that way. Self-destruct, you know? I just like, again, a solo arrow trying to kill an Idris right now is going to take so long. It's so pointless. So don't bother designing it in that way. Just make it where these ships are only good in certain categories, and if you want to do it that way, you have 20 arrows, blow open the door of the side of the Idris, go in, blow it up that way. Done. Yeah, exactly, yeah. But you don't need to have it where people just pepper the Idris until it eventually explodes. That's just such boring gameplay.
Comment.
I think the answer is like the game's got to be fun, and if the guy doesn't go anywhere near the tank because he does no damage, and the tank just sits there idle, and whenever he flies around, no one wants to play with him, or whenever he drives around, no one wants to play with him, then it's a sad tank. Yeah, I think is the answer. Yeah, it's like the tank wants to play the game, and so does the other guy, and the balance should sit where it belongs.
Yeah,
but they should.
And this is where I say,
yeah. Also, the problem, like I see this,
the solo guys should be able to disable the tank, and then do something about the tank. Shouldn't be able to kill the tank.
I'm Lorino in the chat. The problem is, as well, unlike IRL, everyone has a fucking tank, guys. Like, you know, in America at least, everyone can go get a pistol, but not everyone can go get a tank. In Star Citizen, everybody has a tank, so this makes no sense. So yeah, stop using real world examples for video game ideas. It's the dumbest thing. I can't stand it. We always try to do that, and you end up with.
I generally don't think in the past like month I've had any issues with like an Idris. Me and the guys have been flying around killing fighters, whilst people have been in solo Idrises and Perseuses and have been of zero threat to us. You know, we've had our fun, and then we've gone right. Well, that's the only thing left in the field. Let me just warp away. You know. Today I saw 3. What all together? In a single place? I mean, that's a very rare thing. You know what I mean, Tumblr? Like, if all the VODs that I have in the month, I've barely seen... Like, I've seen 2 crude in the same place, which actually got me very excited. I've seen... Cutlet fight, a couple of Idrises and stuff like that. But, you know what I mean? Like... people make it out that it's a big issue, and it's only a big issue when you get a wipe. You wipe this game, you wipe the assets, you wipe everyone, and then everyone has to return to Hathor. You'll see 20 Idrises parked over the whole Hathor. That's the problem you'll get. Right now, it's not so much because people don't care about the game, or they're doing the event and stuff like that. You take away those things, then it will become a big problem. You know? Can't find a fighter? Dude, it's the Eve mentality. This dude, I always bring up this story. It's so good. This dude we found in a Phoenix in a 0.4 solar system, moon probing with a Phoenix. Fucking Dreadnought. We kill the Dreadnought. The dude comes back in a full Dead Space fit nightmare, and we get the guy's pod, which was full of fucking implants, like back in the day. We get the guy on TeamSpeak to sing Barbie Girl to us, so we let him go. So that he didn't lose anything more. But the escalation of going, oh, I lost in a fucking Phoenix, I'm gonna come back in a Dead Space fit nightmare, it's so Star Citizen as well. Like, somebody loses in an F8, they come back in a solo Idris. It's like, it's so cringy. It's so cringy. I'm like that as well, Servo, but I also would love to see like capital warfare be methodical and, you know, really cool to watch. You're flying through, dealing with fighters, whilst these big guns are going boom, boom. You know what I mean? And then it's like they're getting into position to do another big boom. But because it takes so long, you know, and you've got these anti-fighter guns going off and stuff, I think it would be really cinematic. But the problem is your interest is turning way too much, right? What's this? Plus natural escalation of the game. What am I missing out? Seiko. I'm not being anti you at all. I'm being logical and telling you points that we've discussed in this channel multiple times. I own a Perseus. I love it. But people that play SE do not like complex systems like ammo types and complex fighting systems. I'm just telling you how it is, literally. Alright, what have I missed? What have I missed? Multiple ammo types? Well, as an Eve player, I think multiple ammo types is cool. I don't think CIG would do it, but they have talked about it in the past. Oh, you're talking about VPs, right? I think you're just being... Wait, man, it's a bit of a conversation I have to... 90% of the player base would quit if it became too much like Tarkov for spaceships. Oh yeah, that's a given. Yeah, I'll agree with that. Like again, if it went EVE Online, like 90% would quit. It's a lot to ask of people. And then I think you're just being anti whatever I say. You're really standing by your argument because the person is very popular ship with cult following. And you can switch ammos you're using on the turrets. Right, what am I not missing here? You stopping the Hammerhead from being the same 2-gun bazooka. Yeah, but again, like, why... I have to say this with anybody that owns a Hammerhead. Why do you want the Hammerhead to kill anything else apart from fighters, which is what it's designed to do? And it doesn't do that well because you won't... CIG won't bestoke the weapons and overtune them. So why do you want a Hammerhead if it doesn't do its job? That's how I will always ask people, right? I'm halfway through it and stuff like that, but I don't really want to be spending much more time, you know, on it. Again, it's a good conversation. I'd highly recommend watching it. The only thing I don't agree with Virgil and Salty Mike is the fact that an Aurora can sit for fucking millennia and kill an Idris. I would rather CIG design it where the Aurora can disable the turrets, the engines, and board and kill the Idris. That's what I would prefer. Because that way it stops people, when 10,000 people are on a shard, swarming with fucking 50 arrows and killing an Idris. Because I would rather have it where instead of 50 arrows flying around, you have a little bit more methodical and structurized setup in fleet, you know? Because you have, again, if you have 50 arrows, somebody will just bring 50 Idrises, solo Idrises, and it gets super boring, you know? Yeah, but I'm just using an Aurora as an example, right? Just an example. I don't think fighters should take out capitals, like kill capitals. I just don't. Just don't. Never will. But I think fighters should be able to disable capitals. And then have your players board the capital. Like, you open the door to the Polaris and you land inside. And you board and take it over. You then self-destruct it or steal it. Whatever you want to choose, right? But I don't like the idea that you could have like 10 arrows just going blah, 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 and it's fucking dead, right? It's super boring. Very boring gameplay. Disabling 100%, boarding 100%. It brings way more different various of gameplay. But just for capitals, I'm not talking about large ships like Perseus or Hammerheads. I'm talking about capitals. They need to be where it requires a lot to run a capital, and it also takes a lot to take a capital. It can't be this one person mentality for both sides, right? It can't be. It has to be where you have to bring crew to run an Idris, and it has to be where you have to bring crew to take an Idris. It can't be the solo player mentality either way. It just can't. I'm sorry. I'll never agree to that. It's got to stop. And it's only for capitals. Because they will become the big threat down the line when everyone has all the money in the world and everyone has a fucking capital ship and everyone is solo. Everyone is just bobbing around and doing things. It will ruin the game. The moment that everyone has lots of money, they're sitting out Grim Hex with 20 fucking Idrises, rail gunning everyone that comes out of the hangar. And you won't need radar, you won't need pip, you just literally line it up and fucking blap it. The turrets won't be able to do shit. You're 10 kilometers away. GG. That's what will happen to the game when people get bored. Because that's what happens in EVE Online when people get bored. The differences in EVE Online is they lose their shit when it dies. Star Citizen, you just press a reclaim button and you get it back within a fucking hour. That is dull. Very dull gameplay when it comes to capital warfare. Be money holes. It should, when you bring a capital ship on the field and it's crewed, it should be a real threat, First Tribes. But like you said, it should also burn money. You get the advantage of bringing it onto the field, but you are burning money to do so, where you might have gone, this has been an easier way to do it, but we could have just done it with like a couple of Perseus or something, and it would have been as fun. It's not going to be as cool, it's not going to be as menacing. You know what I mean? The capitals need to be where it's like, it's the biggest thing that you're going to bring on the field, and it's going to be the most devastating thing if you lose it as well. And it's not back in 45 minutes, it's not back with all its modules that you've duped or however the game will be back then. It needs to be where it's like, shit, guys. You know what, that's on me. I'm sorry. I fucking hit self-destruct instead of warping away, you know? Something like that. But right now, it's just literally whoever has the most sweeties. Yeah, but you can make the lost time, Zen, right? I'm not saying that you lose the ship entirely, right? I would never say that to anyone that's spent any money or anyone that's bought it in game. What I'm saying is, when you can reclaim your ship and get it back in 45 minutes, you don't give a shit about losing an Idris in this game right now. Now, if you... CIG, you said this at the very beginning, alright? And they obviously will change this time. So before somebody goes, oh my god, I'm not doing this, alright? I don't want that. They stated this when the Idris was first sold. It would be between 1 to 2 weeks to get your Idris back if you lost it, right? Now, you have a threat at where if you're going to bring something on the field that you ain't getting back in a couple of weeks, you're not just going to fucking suicide it into every fleet fight possible just to try and win, right? So CIG can balance it where you get everything back, but you don't get it back in the same day. You maybe get it back 2 days later, 3 days later. And before somebody says, what about the bugs? We're not talking about the bugs. We're talking about the future of this game, right? A couple of weeks is ridiculous. It's not ridiculous. It's not. Don't keep losing your ships if that's the case. Why are you losing an Idris? You know? Yeah, but you guys are not looking at it from a balancing point though, First Tribes. That's the thing. We're not talking about real combat. If it was real combat, all of you guys would fail. Because you would be outskilled by better people. Alright? If we bring realism into this game, most of you wouldn't even be able to fly any ships because you would be too stupid. And that's not being harsh on it, it's just a reality. This is why we're not pilots in real life. We're talking about game balance, guys. Not whoever has the most numbers wins, like in real life, who's using the best tech, because war is not fair. There is no honor in war. There is no, like, loyalty in these things. So when we're talking about a video game, you have to make it around balance. It will be if they don't change anything, VPs. You obviously don't get involved in the combat scenario of this game with orgs, where when they can't win fights, they bring as many Idris as they can. Oh, dude, don't bring the NPCs in, dude. If you even struggle to kill an NPC in this game, that tells me all that you have of skill level. The NPCs are a joke in this game. You think it's going to get melted by NPCs? You're fucking kidding yourself, right? That is the biggest ship right now. It doesn't matter if it's the biggest ship. Instead of, if you have a javelin that requires 13 people to fully operate the turret systems, why not bring 13 solo Idrises? Why not? Why would I bring one javelin if I can bring 13 solo Idrises? That will do the job better. So again, say for example, CIG did make it where if you lost an Idris, it took a couple of weeks to get it back. You're not going to fucking suicide those ships into every situation just because you can't win fights in fighters. And that's the point I'm making. If you can get your ships back in 45 minutes, you don't care at all about losing them. But if you had to wait 5 days to get it back, you wouldn't use it in every single scenario. And we're not talking about PvE. We're talking about if there was a major fight at Hathor, it goes from where you come with like one Idris and you lose all your fighters, 5 or 6 more Idrises show up and they're all solo played. Because that's how the community plays right now. So if CIG don't change anything to do with it, you will always have the scenario. Now, if you're PvEing, you don't even need to get involved in this conversation. You shouldn't be losing your Idris to Vandal. They're a fucking joke. The AI in this game is a joke. If you are struggling to kill the AI in this game, or they're killing you, that's a big on you issue. Because they are the worst AI I've ever come across in a video game. I reckon it also promotes bigger battles. You're doing a full-on fleet to cover everything because else it takes... Yeah, exactly. Exactly, First Tribe. You then have it where you can bring the capitals in, you can bring your tanks in, you can bring all this stuff in, and you're fighting for that like goal of achieving, holding the area. But you also have to go, do we actually want to bring in all these big ships? And if we lose them, we might be out of commission for a week. There isn't that point in the game right now, and there isn't until CIG change insurance timers. And that's what I'm saying is, I want capitals to be a major threat, but also at the same time, I don't know, man, who's battling for a week? Dude, I literally fight people every single day for 6 hours straight. And I don't even have an outpost to attack, or organizations to go after. That's just random people. In EVE Online, I spent 32 hours fighting the same group to hold a fucking jump gate. Because that's what happens when you start having land that you can lose. You battle for hours. Now, it won't be for everyone. And again, I'm saying is, if you're off doing your own stuff and enjoying PvE and, you know, wicked. But when people start fighting each other over land and assets and building space stations that can be taken, there are going to be battles that will last days, weeks. Because that's what happened. Play planet side, right? "45 minutes, that's rookie numbers for what, Fresh? Also, welcome in, dude. Base rates will go on for days, exactly. Because we also don't know what the timers would be. Like, say, for example, You've got Shadow Moses versus Avenger Squadron, right? I'm just going to random names, just using them because whatever. You've got Shadow Moses trying to take Avengers, not Avengers Squadron. Sorry, you've got Shadow Moses trying to take AVS's base. Now there might be a set point when they can do that, and they fail to do so. AVS protect it. Do you think Shadow Moses are just going to go and fucking we lost one battle, guys. Let's quickly go and fucking roll around and kill some Vandal. Ooh. They're going to be going, right, guys, we come back with more numbers, more dedication. We're going to go in for a second time. They fail a second time. Again, this is just spitballing. They're not going to go away and go, we're defeated. That's the end of Shadow Moses. Disband. They're going to be even more determined to take this base. And the fight could go on for a week. Because of it. And then when Shadow Moses takes it, you could have it where AVS want to get it back. And then it goes on for a month, right? Again, it's a big difference if you're playing the game PvE, right? You're like, oh, well, I've lost my Idris to an NPC. I want to be able to get it back in 45 minutes. I understand that. But to me, you're just making it where more people can come back with their Idrises for bigger things that are more important than losing to an NPC. If you're losing to an NPC, that's on you. But making a mechanic based around somebody of shitty skilled is not good balancing for this game. I'm just memeing, Peasy. Don't take it so offensively, dude. Or to heart, okay? I have a no-filter brain. I'll say whatever comes out of my mouth. If you can't accept that, move on, okay? I literally have it in my tab. Yes, but what I'm saying is, though, is that you can't balance around PvE, okay? You can't, dude. You can't balance around PvE. And we have no idea if CIG are going to let us keep Vandal capital ships and Vandal big weaponry like what you're talking about. We don't know that yet. Let's look at it from a point of view is that everyone can get an Idris. You can go and do Dicolo and get an Idris and then right now dupe a railgun, dupe a laser gun, strap it to it. Let's look at it that way. Everyone has that ability to do this. Now, when you have it where everyone can just reclaim 45 minutes, it's an unstoppable force of people will have multiple Idrises just to keep coming back in it. Like they do with fighters right now. I was playing with Arc VR last night and he was winning the field and the reason he lost the field is people were back in 2 minutes in another fucking spaceship. Because they were like, claim, I've got 20 Hornets, claim, I'm back into the fight within such a time. The only way to stop battles lasting so long and for people to instantly reinforce is that you shouldn't be able to get back into the fight so fast. And that's the problem with Idrises as a solo Idris, is that you can get it back into the fight too fast. It should be where it's like, damn, I lost a capital ship. Or damn, we won the fight because we had the capital ship on the field. But we could have lost it, and that could have caused us a negative. But when you don't give a shit about anything in the game, that's a big problem, right? Or so maybe when you get your ship from insurance, you have to repair it before. I've always said, I genuinely believe that when you reclaim your ship, you shouldn't get fuel, ammo, and missiles back on your ships. I don't know what people would feel on that, but it just, I personally feel that that should be where you get your hull back, you get your stuff back, but you have to rearm it, refuel it. And then you could make it where, for example, the fuel is the issue. You're like, oh shit, that just cost me 2 million. And I only had the ship active for a period of time. They could do something like that, right? Are you in big orgs? These losses will mean nothing. That's the point. That's the point. It has to mean something, dude. It shouldn't just be in cannon fodder. I'm in ADI, everyone as capitals. Yeah, but ADI are fucking terrible at the game. No offense. There's not one of your members would ever be a threat for a PvP organization, so why are you bringing that up? You're literally a role-playing organization. What threat are you to a PvP org? Since you want to bring names in, right? You need to be able to bankrupt the enemy org. You need to slow down the respawning time. Because again, like, you big orgs mean nothing, right? Big orgs mean nothing if you're terrible at the game. But that's the point. Big orgs, eventually when you've lost 200 Idrises and you can't get them back, right? Then you're going to think differently instead of suiciding them. Your point of view is, oh, I can't win this fight. I'm just going to keep blobbing until we never run out of ships. My point is to sort the issue that you're already talking about. You will eventually, if you have 200 members, just as a spitball number, and you lose 200 Idrises, and you don't get them back within a week, then that's it. You'll bring another 200, then you have them for a week. And eventually you won't have any Idrises, so for a week, you won't be able to do shit. And that's the point I'm making. That it can't just be where you blob with whatever I've got. It has to be like, we are losing things left, right, and center. We need to slow down and change our tactics instead of just bringing the biggest ship as possible. Orgs need to make tactical decisions. Do we take this fight? Exactly, yeah. Yeah, asset management has to be a thing. Exactly. Do we have enough fuel to go into this battle? Do we have another... Do we want to lose this, you know? Because if you don't, if you have it where everyone just keeps pumming back, there's no point to any major fights. No major fights whatsoever. You will just keep respawning and we end up being Planetside the video game. And again, Test is another example of VPs that nobody in the PvP community ever fears Test. Even if Test brought double the numbers to a fight, nobody ever fears Test. They're all shit players. That's the reason why everyone's in Test. And again, I'll be blatantly honest with these things. I've never lost a fight to anybody in Test. Like a zero threat. You can bring 10 people, I'll figure out a way to defeat all 10. And that's not bragging, I'm not good. But when you openly recruit everyone under the sun, you have nobody great. And any organization that has multiple thousands of people is in that point of view. You have nobody great in your organization because you're just pulling as many numbers as you can. And you will collapse when the game actually becomes a game. The moment CIG put fuel costs in, moment CIG puts different insurance timers in, which they've talked about, the moment that you have asset loss, where you lose the items you've got and stuff, you know? Yeah, exactly. Betrayal. All these sort of things, right? We don't have that in the game to consider right now, but you could be in a 200-man organization and 20 of them are in that organization just to steal your stuff when the game matters. You have no idea. Again, look at how EVE Online went. In EVE Online, I sat inside an organization, a corporation, for 6 months on comms, befriending everyone, and the moment they gave me roles, I stole all their shit and kicked them out of their group. Why? Because I'm an asshole. And I got benefits from my group that I was working for. Now, obviously, we don't have that in Star Citizen, but who's to say that when you're crafting a fucking ship, and as soon as it comes out at the end of a crafting, I steal it from you and hide it, right? Because that's what can happen in Star Citizen when people start crafting. You go to a crafting bench, and I've got Seiko crafting a new AK-47, and it's got all the best rare materials. Seiko Whilst there, I'm fucking drugging so Seiko's knocked out. And they're like, oh, thank you, Seiko. Thank you very much for that. Who did that to me? And I come back into the room and go, oh my God, Seiko, you're on the ground. Let me revive you. Somebody ran through the doorway with your gun. Don't know who it was. You know? There you go. You have no idea what will go down. Yeah, exactly. Thank you for the gun. Now, what happens when somebody starts stealing ships and stuff like that? You'll have asset loss in the game. You could be in a 10,000 man organization, test build their big outpost in the game, and then there you go, you know? So again, like, you have to have it where you if the game is designed around where Zerg warfare always wins, nobody will come and play this game. Because it's one of the biggest things that started to bore people out in EVE, is everyone was just allying up, and it became where it's just whoever has the most numbers wins. And I don't think anybody wants a game like that. Look at Last Oasis, a fantastic video game ruined because Asians have way more dedication than other people in the Western, and they would come and storm your server and take everything from it and then just leave. It's like that scene in The Mummy when all the locusts are flying in and devouring everything. That's literally what happened. And I don't want to see Star Citizen go that way, you know? I really don't want to see it where the more numbers you have, it should be where, again, it's like, yes, ADI, yes, tests can field more capitals. The question should be is, do you? Can you afford to lose this? Can you afford the time to get certain things back? It's, yes, we will get it back eventually, but time needs to be an effect in this game that slows down the process of suicide. I'm going to suicide this fleet because I'll be able to get everything back in 45 minutes. Oh, we've got 200 of the same ship. We can just come back and keep suiciding. Eventually, that has to have a cause and effect. I hope so, Ark. And that's what the debate is. I don't want to ruin people's fun. I don't want to ruin people who like to do role-playing and they're going to go and do the, what's it called? The fight against the Vandal, Operation Pitchfork. I don't want to ruin people's gameplay doing that. I'm looking at it from a point of view as somebody who specializes in PvP, that the moment you have the ability to cheese in any video game, everyone does it. And it will ruin the game when 20 Idrises are outside Grim Hex, one-shotting everyone because there's no loss to that, you know? Well, I don't want to ruin solo Idris's fun. I just want to make it where it's not... It doesn't benefit you. You know what I mean? You may lose more money than you actually gain. That, again, works as well, Humbles. Exactly did. But it's like, you know what I mean? I go out in a Talon with deadbolts, I kill like 5 different ships, and I go and rearm my deadbolts for 56 UEC. I sell an item in the game to people who have duped money and exploited for 10 billion. When am I ever running out of ammo? You know what I mean? It's so backwards. We make more money than we lose, and that's what I'm thinking is, you could do it from time, you can do it from money loss, you can do it from reputation loss, anything that slows the process down where you don't go, I'm going to go and kill 10 players because I literally have 0 negatives towards that. Oh, I go to prison, I log in an alt, I lose my ship, I have another ship. There's no loss. There's no thought to it. It's just, I'm just going to butcher everyone because CIG have designed the game this way. And the more you have one people like me, and you multiply me by 100, you make an organization of 100 TDLs, now you have a really bad game. And as somebody that literally advertised this point of the game, not that, you know, I'm constantly killing people left, right, and center. It only depends if you're in the area at the time. I'm not ramming people in hangers and doing all that kind of stuff. I'm playing the game as it's intended. But the point is if you open up a server to 10,000 players, like Chris said, and you bring in 200 players of TheDarkLaws, on one shard, that shard is not going to have a good day. Unless it has where if those 100, 200 Darklaws are defeated, they go, now we need to take a week to recover, right? Imagine an org of 100 TDL, now you have a really bad game. Yeah. You know what I mean? So yeah, I'm just worried that if you don't have the ability for cause and effect, then you always have escalation. And escalation will always be, instead of me bringing 20 ships to do a fleet fight, I'm going to bring 20 solo Idrises. And that ruins the game for everyone. Because the moment that that becomes the meta, and everyone complains, like this video we're watching, people are like, the light fighter meta. I hate the word meta. I really fucking hate it. Because I genuinely believe we want to get to a game where it is down to scenario, your structure of group, and how well you work together determines if you win or lose a fight. But if it is simply, I have a 100-man organization, I'm up against another 100-man organization, I'll bring 100 Idrises. It's terrible gameplay.
Unfun video game when you do that, because you know what, life is not that fun and life's not fair, and video games are supposed to kind of take you a little bit away from the unfairness of life. And that's one of the more annoying things about Star Citizen is the more money you pay, the better you are, and that's not.
But again, like, you're saying shipboarding is the deterrent. If I have 100 Idrises solo, and for you to take out one Idris is going to require more than 100 Idrises, okay? Where are you getting the numbers to board after that point? And how are you boarding if none of them are getting disabled? Because their PDCs and their railguns and lasers are vaporizing everything that you've got coming towards them. Because in 4-7, it's going to be very difficult to take down an Idris. Unless you bring the right tools. But if there's 100 on the field, VPs, what are you doing? But that's how it will go, dude. That's how it does go. I've been in fights where I've been up against 10 fighters, they lose, and they come back with 3 Idrises just so we can't engage after that. And that is from a 10-man group escalating. They couldn't win in fighters, so they bring 3 Idrises back. Now, what are you going to do when it's a proper org versus org gameplay? They will come back with 10 solo Idrises. And then you will have to have something bigger than that. Because I hate to tell you, but 100 Idrises is pretty much going to nearly insta-pop another Idris. And that's my worry, dude. It's not that I don't want to have 100 Idrises on the field. It just needs to get to the stage where there's a limitation of what people bring because it's the easiest way to do it. Attritions used to be bugged where they were cutting through the shields. My organization spent months using Panthers and other repeaters to not follow the weird meta of cheesing, and eventually, because every single player had attritions at this time, we had to go attritions or we were always at a negative of losing, even though we were trying to be better players. Now, again, what happens when everyone has lots of money and lots of assets? They just bring the biggest and easiest thing possible, and you end up where it's like EVE Online, where everyone, instead of fighting in battleships, is fighting in Idrises. Or sorry, not Idrises, Titans. It gets to one side of the game. And I don't want to see CIG go that way. Just because people are not willing to accept that sometimes having a ship that doesn't come back in 45 minutes is a good point. Or having to refuel the whole damn thing before you get it back is a good point. It slows the process down because there's no money sinks in Star Citizen. There's no economy. And there's nothing that stops people from just gaining. I have 900 million, chat, and I don't do anything in the game. That was just sell one item. People who have duped money, exploited, I get that money from legit finding the item on stream because I've got the VODs on it. I play legitly, I make that money, and now there's no loss to the game for me whatsoever. I can die 1,000,000 times and I won't even care. Well, I've always asked CIG if they're going to do crafting. I think it should be where tier 0, 1, and 2, you can get your items back. But if you craft a tier 3 item and ship, 4 or 5, if you lose it, it's lost. It's a punishment that you lost it. And it's your choice to go up to those type of high tiers at a risk versus reward. That makes it fair for people where they don't want to lose things, they don't spend, you know what I mean? You don't take your Ferrari to cross the Sahara Desert, right? But if nobody loses anything, you don't lose your armor, you don't lose your modules, you don't lose your crafted stuff, you don't lose your blueprints, you always get your ships back in a short period of time, there's no fuel cost, there's no missile cost, there's no torpedo cost, everyone has billions, you then have a very, very destructive game where people will generally stop playing because there's no reason to play. And role-playing is one side of things that is different. Not everyone is here to play roleplay. If you've got roleplay and you can find the hours in doing the roleplay and stuff like that, awesome. But we're talking about from a mechanic point of view, a video game. If you don't lose anything, it will end up where everyone has everything and nobody will do anything. So the high-end blueprints, do you think should be a single use? Well, CIG have got it where you find it and you keep it forever, right? Right now. Hey, SELers. I think a blueprint of tier 0, 1, and 2 should be where you keep it. But anything tier 3, 4, and 5 should be lost. That's my take just now. Because that puts you halfway up the scale. And if you go to the other half, you're risking those items. And you can get them back. You just got to rebuild them, find them all over again, buy them again, you know? And that's the cause and effect. Half the game is safe, half the game is dangerous. That's a fair point I want to make out. PvE has lots of rich content. You go to a PvP zone, it's very dangerous, right? I don't think anybody can moan about that. Tier 0, 1, and 2, you get your stuff back. 3, 4, and 5, you lose it. You can go and get it again, but you have to find it, buy it from people, but you can still lose it. That makes the game fair. Yes, bringing out your tier 5 is, like I said, you don't use your Ferrari to cross the Sahara Desert. You might go, I'm going to get this rickety Jeep to do so instead. And then when I finish that, I get into my Ferrari and drive to my private plane, right? That's the scenario I'm wanting to look at. But if you want to use the Ferrari, you can, but it's probably not the best thing to do so, right? Limited uses, yeah. Yeah, I would generally be like, say you find a rare blueprint, you can make it 5 times, you're going to make some money, and you maybe want to keep a couple of them back for yourself, right? Again, there just needs to be a loss in the game that doesn't ruin people's gameplay. Because again, you could be a high-level PvE player and you have a shit ton of money and there might be an item in a PvP zone that you want, but you don't want a PvP, but the PvPer has found it and sells it to you. You get the item, the PvPer makes a huge chunk of money so they can keep fighting in the wars that they have. You get your gameplay, they get their gameplay, and everything is balanced because of it. But if you have it where there's no loss, everyone just goes up in money, items, blueprints, and eventually 2 years down the line, you've got all the content you ever wish for, and you quit the game, and you only come back when they add more content in. And that's what happens in World of Warcraft. You play the game, you level up your character to max level, you get the starter gear, you get the dungeon gear, you get the raid gear, and unless you're somebody that really wants to go through it again with another character, you quit the game until there's new content, new leveling to do so. And I just don't want to see Star Citizen be like that. I don't want it where people quit and hope that CIG brings out content to keep playing. If you lose the item, you go, fuck. That was a real pain. But guess what? I can now play the game I love and get that item back. And this time, I've got a bit more information on skill level to actually keep it this time. And if you lose it again, guess what? You get it back again. But if you always win, you're never losing. And losing is what makes us better people. Exactly, antagonism. Yeah. As an EVE player, it's one of the best feelings logging into the game and it's like, this is what I've got on my little list of things to do. This is how the day is not going to go. Because it's going to be where I'm going to do a simple thing. The NPC maybe fucking damages me in a way. I've got to go and repair, got to go and rearm, come back in. It's like, now I know what to do. You get it. You don't get the loot drop. You're like, that sucks. But then you do it the next day and you get lots of loot and you're like, oh, I've got to take this to Cheetah. And it's like, oh, I could be suicide ganked by somebody. So now I've got to think about moving my loot around because I don't lose it. I get it to Cheetah. I get that satisfaction when somebody fills up my wallet with lots of money and you're like, that was a good fucking session, right? And it can go completely different where you lose, but then you rebuild back on it. And that's what I love about sandboxes. But if you make it where nobody loses anything, eventually you quit the game because you are bored, you have everything. And I would just prefer Star Citizen to be a game that everyone enjoys, everyone plays, and if you lose something, it's not the end of the world, you just get it back in a different way. Be it that you found it the first time, the second time you buy it from another player. Or you buy it from an NPC that was sold by a player. So many scenarios can go down, but if you don't lose anything, you don't get any of that story.
Not really necessarily the best thing, because that's kind of how life is. And yeah, I like to escape that aspect of life in my video games, so it kind of annoys me. All right, you ready to bring Viper in?
Yep.
All right, cool. Viper, make sure you unmute. I'm bringing you in so you can hear. Hello, Viper, welcome. Viper, you there?
Yeah, I'm here. Can you guys hear me?
Cool. Yeah, we hear you loud and clear now.
Yo.
What do you want to talk about?
So I just wanted I've been a long time listener, first time caller.
Hell yeah.
And I just want to call and talk about like I kind of posted it in the chat.
I might miss it.
I didn't know if you guys were taking calls or not because I know you'd put out that message.
Yeah.
But it was just essentially like for the damage threshold. Like I feel like the biggest thing that the game needs is like visual. Well, first of all, like informational feedback that like you're not able to damage these ships. Like some sort of visual effect. I was trying to look for it while I was waiting for the call to go through, but it was in the 2024 CitizenCon where they were talking about like the new AI and the new flight model.
Okay.
Pull the mic a bit away. Sorry.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, keep going.
But it was in the
that's so much
2024
better. Thank you for
CitizenCon. They were talking about like the AI and like their new AI and whatever. But there was like a visual effect that was appearing on the screen whenever enemy AI were like shooting at other enemy AI. I don't know if I was trying to find it, but it's essentially like a big.
I can
visual
put it
effect
up to 4
that was appearing
times, but
whenever,
I don't
like,
think anyone's
it looked like a
understanding that
deflection
point.
or like something that would like give the feedback of, hey, you're not able to do enough damage. Like I've been agreeing with you guys like this whole time of like what you've been talking about. Like it does suck for a new player.
Yeah, I completely agree with that on what antagonism is saying. Every sandbox game that I've played where the players make the content has been so much better than the devs themselves. And we used to have that in Star Citizen with the old Jump Town, where it was a bug that we turned into content, and then the moment CIG tried to do their own version of Jump Town, it was boring as fuck. And they should have just left it as the bug, and we were building our own content around it. And I just, that's why I will always say I love about the EVE Online developers. They just build the game, try to balance the game, but they let the players dictate the game. And I wish CIG would do the same thing. We're not intending to open up any further ways into this new build, and oh no. Oh, man. Alright, well, there we go. That kind of sucks, but no 4-7 wave 1 today then. Maybe by Wednesday. Maybe by Wednesday.
And like a lot of my friends that I play with are like blobs. Like they don't really play the game a whole lot, and especially in like a competitive sense. But they always talk about these frustrations with like, how do you know what meta shield loadout to bring, what meta weapons to bring? Like, you have to go to these third-party websites to find all this, and it's just, I feel bad for them.
Yeah.
It's just the new stuff, like the stuff with radar and stuff like that's not causing it. So again, it's the nature of EvoCati, right? EvoCati has been, I want to say, like CIG in the past like year, Evo Catty's been really good. A few complications, it gets sorted, it goes wave 1, super pumping out, rapidly speed. This time, obviously, is going back to old-fashioned Evo Catty, where it was like, you know, couple of weeks, 3 weeks of it being hell. Some of the point where you would launch into Evo Catty and the client would crash every single time you launched in, or like shit would just randomly explode. So, again, it's not that bad. I'm still expecting this to go live by the end of March. But if it rolls into the first week of May, who cares, man? We've got like another 10 years to wait for this game to be released anyway. We're all going to be over the age of 50. That's it. You won't be able to play Star Citizen 1.0 until you're over the age of 50. That's how they'll make it. You know, you got like those 18 plus holidays, 50 plus Star Citizen. If you're not old and dying, you ain't playing this game.
I never thought that was a bad thing. Like, I'll tell you, like, I know that wasn't the
That's
question,
true as well, yeah,
or what
yeah.
you want, but I always thought that was a good thing. Like, I thought that when I could think about a game when I'm not playing a game is like a really good
okay.
sign for a game.
No.
Like, so,
Yeah, I would
you know,
agree
like,
with Virgil
when I
on
have to
that
go
one.
do research, or I have to use like content creators or YouTube
I
video
think
guides.
Urkel is probably the best example.
Yeah, like going on Urkel, it's fun. It was always fun to me. And then that like discover aspect too. And I think that when the game is just pointing you in the right direction to go all the time, it's like games that you'd look at that like would be, you know, Star Wars Squadrons or something. So I just never. I always thought it was a good thing when you could go outside the game and like learn it, and you know it would be on your mind outside of the client as well. So it never really bothered me. But sorry, as far as what you're talking about, the UI elements to tell you when you're not doing stuff, yeah, like no one's gotten an objection to that. I don't think. Like as long as it doesn't look dorky and arcadey, right?
I would okay, maybe it will look arcadey. I was wondering what you guys think about this. I'm throwing it out there. When shields go down on the UI, it's very obvious, right? They're up or they're down. You can physically see them on the UI. Armor is a lot more difficult.
Brought this up many times. I hate how armor and hull is an invisible stat, and only engineering knows about it. And I would love if anybody's ever played Arc Raiders. Arc Raiders, I think, is probably the only game I can think of in the past like 5 years that does visual representation of who you're shooting at without HP bars and stuff like that. So if CIG are not going to give you that, they really do need to add in like, this is how much armor percentage somebody has left, you know? As cheesy as it is to have an HP bar in a game, with this type of game, you know?
Are we really against health bars? Are we against health bars in our UI of the ship that we're targeting? I'm not.
Maybe they're optional, or if it was tied. No, better yet, if it was on the MFD or something.
That's what I mean.
Sure,
On the
that'd be
MFD. On the MFD.
yeah.
Not physically on the ship. I would hate the idea of a health bar on
Yeah, I agree with Mike on this one. I would love to know. And the funny thing is, though, we used to have this back in the day in the game, where if you went into scanning mode and scanned somebody, it told you how much HP they had left in percentage. If anybody remembers that. And then CIG got rid of it, you know? But it was tied to scanning servo. You literally, in combat, would change to scanning and find out if somebody was going to die or not. I have a video of fighting Nerd Show and Tell, and in the fight, I scanned him twice mid-combat to know if I was going to win or not. Now you don't know. Now it's a guessing game, you know? Hello, little white fluff. I can't see you, sadly.
The target reticle, like, you know, like when you target the ship. But on the MFD, I'm saying, I think that's okay. Yeah, like I don't want to like target an NPC and see his health. I think that's silly. But yeah.
And what you're saying too, Viper, right? What you're saying too, Viper, right, is that you'd be concerned that new players would go into a patch like this and just not even realize that they're yeah. And maybe that's something to be considered given it's an Evo. You know, maybe this shouldn't ship or they should come up with some sort of solution pretty quickly.
I don't think it needs a sound
like,
cue.
I remember there was points in time where if you were doing hull damage, the section of the ship you were shooting would flash. Like in the MFD, do you remember that?
Yep.
You know, like that was an indicator, and maybe it just doesn't flash if you're not doing any damage at all.
Let me bring up an old Chris Roberts game. Wing Commander.
Visual or sound cues, yeah, but I don't want it where it's like 10% left to kill. You know what I mean? Like if it was like a dink sound. Like if you had a dink sound on armor and then it went to like a flat sound for when you're in hull, that would be fine, you know? yellow color of armor's down. Just something. But I would just rather have it where there's like like in the MFD it says A percentage for armor and H percentage for hull. That's it, you know?
MFDs? I think
There's so many PvPers in your chat right now. It's so funny.
there was armor and yes, I got it. It's a bit hard to see, but it's only for us and not really for them. I think the Kilrathi probably didn't have armor, maybe did. I'm trying to remember, but let me see if I can bring this up. I have to. It's obviously from like the.
Another thing I would love in the MFD is, you know how your MFD is flat looking at the ship and the target is spinning around? I really wish it was just flat as well. It used to be where it was wherever you like the ship was looking at you and stuff like that. I really wish CIG would just allow us to have 2 flat MFDs. I fucking hate it spinning around and you can't see the thing that you were trying to shoot at and stuff.
90s.
So Dread Pirate's saying that the flashing's still a thing, and it doesn't flash if you're not doing damage.
Just change the font or title?
Got
yeah,
it.
something like that.
But here's like
something
an old
very
Star game
basic.
where the blue lines are your shields and the green lines are your armor. Now, obviously, this is your enemy that you're targeting, so you don't see that. It just has shields. I can't remember if the enemies had armor or not, but you could see your armor versus theirs. So
yeah, okay.
You know, like, is that really that bad, guys? I don't think it's that bad.
And
I think in Wing Commander 5, like, you can see it.
Like something, you know?
Someone mentioned too, you could see your hull value in the engineering MFD. Is that the case?
I don't know.
It is,
Yeah, I don't know either. Yeah, okay.
Yeah. But that's only on your
But
own.
I mean, like,
not on the ship
but
you're
you can
targeting.
also see the HP value when you're using a what's the towing ship? What's the name of the
SRV.
towing ship? Yeah. So when
Again,
you're
definitely,
hauling something
like,
with
one of the
SRV,
biggest
like, you can
things is
see the HP
CIG
value of
needs
the
to
ship.
go back into the
what it
UI
is, it
and be
exists,
like,
and you could used to be able to see it when scanning too.
making it a bit
Yeah.
easier for every type of gamer.
It's out there, but I don't know. The reason I would want something like a health bar to know is because when you know they're one shot, it like gets your heart rate up. So like having that information or knowing you're one shot, I don't know. It just makes the things a little bit more intense, more fun.
Get that to like a small degree with, like, the
redesign
color.
constantly, but I've always said this with CIG. CIG's biggest issue is they have no design for future proofing this game. They only design for the now. And you constantly rework everything because nobody is going, we need to see this on the UI. We need to see this on the UI. This needs to be like this. This needs to be like, this is the structure for every single ship in the game. This is how engineering will work on every ship. This is what we need for modules. This is what we need for EVA, blah, 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 blah. And then you design a ship or you design a UI around it. But it's like, they build something and then somebody goes, oh, we forgot to add in the ability to see somebody's armor. All right. Can you just put a little A in a percentage beside on the hull or something like that? Or could you make it where it goes yellow instead of red to tell you that the armor's down? No. Chris Roberts is like, design the whole thing all over again. And that's why we have these issues. And it's like, instead of just quickly fixing a very minor issue, they go and do the whole fucking reconstruction. Dude, Elite Dangerous MFDs, hands down, one of the best I've ever used in any game. I would love it if you took everything about Elite Dangerous's UI and mechanics and threw it into Star Citizen. It would be an amazing game. I've always said Elite Dangerous is an ocean the depth of a swimming pool, and Star Citizen is a swimming pool the depth of an ocean. You take the fucking we get bald cam? Yeah, that's because they come in and eat and bugger off after they've had their snacks. I need to get 2 shot callers and fucking as soon as they move away, shock them, you know? Back! Back to your fucking beds. I think the problem with Space Combat is they refuse to study flight sims. It seems like the argument is they want to make it accessible to everyone. It should be the foundation of what... Yeah, I would agree with you on that one. It's very much where they just don't want to, I don't know. They just always want to, like, the way I describe it is you have the core game here, and CIG just keep wrapping the game in bubble wrap, and then when they snip off some of the bubble wrap, everyone freaks out. So they just keep wrapping it more with bubble wrap, and eventually the core design of the game is lost because they're too scared that people won't buy a spaceship. And I genuinely believe, and obviously I could be completely wrong with this, I genuinely believe if you just made a game that makes sense, is balanced, and is fun for every type of gamer to play, regardless of status, what you want to get into it, I think that will make more money than the we don't want to have people angry at us kind of scenario. That seems to be the case. Yogi is a big DCS fan, and Chris Roberts, I don't even think can fly in any video game. The problem is Chris will dictate how the game should be, even though, in my opinion, Yogi should have the final say. But that's not how a company works. And it's definitely not how Chris Roberts is going to work, right?
If a fight is red,
Yeah.
you're on the last stretch. But, if that number was more precise, or if there was like a more gradual progression to that, yeah, it wouldn't be a bad thing.
Yeah.
So,
if
or
I could-
maybe would it be a bad thing? Here's the thing to think about too.
Yeah,
I know
game
we get stuck on
winning
health bars,
things,
but
yeah.
if you remember that really great game Ashes of Creation that you and me were thinking about going over to, Mike, and
There might be
thinking
good news
about-
with that. It's getting like super crazy, but we'll see.
I actually hope somebody takes over Ashes of Creation. I'm not going to lie. I didn't buy into it like Salty Mike and Virgil, but I was watching Clean, and I've been saying this for the past month. I was watching him, and I was getting a lot of arcade vibes from it, where you have to take the trade across the map. You can't fast travel, and fishing was on your backpack and stuff like that, and you could be ganked by players in certain zones. It was looking really, really good, and it's... Again, I'm glad I didn't buy into it, but I'm also sad that it failed, because it looked really cool. Yeah, I mean, just look at Dune. They compromised their vision to cater for the crime people, and the game died. This is, again, where it's like, I get that PvE players, role players, don't want to get involved in PvP wars. I understand that. But also at the same time is, once you're role played out of your mind, and another game offers you that ability to go and do other things, there won't be anything for the PvPers left because you've killed it, because you don't want to do that side of the game. And one of the best, beautiful things about a video game, especially an MMO sandbox, is if you don't want to do that content, you make the money and you buy it from the people that do. And you get all the stuff that they get, but you don't have to do any of the hardship for it. And that's what Dune didn't allow people to do. They didn't allow the trade to be a thing, because you could make so much money by playing the PvE side, and you could have just bought the PvP gear. But they didn't even wait until the market had become saturated. They just went, no, we're shit canning PvP because the PvEers want to be able to play the game. All you had to do was make more PvE content, which is what they've done. The DD is dead right now because everyone is doing the other PvE content. The people complain, just jump onto the next FOMO game, yeah. If you don't have a strong, longevity type video game, it will always be the WoW scenario that I bring up. You get WoW, you get to max level, you get the starter gear, you get the dungeon gear, you get the raid gear, you quit the game unless you're going to do it again in another character. I don't want to see Star Citizen go that route. I just don't. I don't want it to be where you install the game, you play the game, you do all the content, be it that it's a lot of content, and you quit the game until CIG bring out new content. And at that stage, they're not going to be bringing out content like they do just now. They're going to be making it where they maybe do a couple of major patches a year. A DLC or something like that. Whatever market way they go. And I would rather where whilst I'm playing the game, I'm enjoying playing the game. I don't feel like it's a job, you know? Seasonal ARPG, not an MMO. Yeah, that's true.
But that
You might get the game back.
what they were doing was they would do those health chunks, and they wouldn't actually tell you what the health value was.
Yeah,
It would
yeah.
just
And the funny thing is with that antagonism is if you just fixed all the content that we had, one event a year would have been perfectly fine. If you had all missions working, all mining working, all salvaging working, all PvP working, gates working, different solar systems working, you know what I mean? If it was just all working, you wouldn't, there's so much content to do in Star Citizen. But they blind you with these silly FOMO events, and that's the only reason you log in to play the game. And it's so sad when there's so much to do in the game. but none of it works. I know. See, for me, I really want it to be like where Terra is the starting zone for new players. And there's a lot of PvE content there, but it's not where you want to battle as a PvPer. And then you go to Stanton. It starts to go down in security status with, again, more harder PvE content, but not so much for the PvE player to hang around it. You then go to Pyro, the hybrid area. It's half PvE content, really hard PvE content, and half PvP. You then go to Nyx, which is ridiculously hard PvE content, but it's more catered for PvP, and then you see where it goes. The further you go down, the more dangerous it gets in PvE and in PvP, so you have that experience chain of, oh, I'm not quite ready for this, I'm going to go back a solo system and spend a bit more time to get my skill level up, some assets, and then I'm going to go back into the rabbit hole to try it out again. But Star Citizen isn't like that. It's very much where nothing makes sense. You've got people complaining they're getting attacked in Stanton, and that's because nobody added any content into the PvP zone that is Pyro. For years, everyone was complaining on the PvE side, bring out Pyro and put PvP content in there. CIG bring it out, they don't bring any PvP content in, and everyone in the PvE side wants to go into Pyro. And then when they get attacked, they're like, these PvPers are ruining the game. It's like, for years you asked for a solo system for us to fuck off and to fight to. We get that, and you want to come as well. It's like, we can't win. We want to go and fight each other in a place that means something to us, and we don't want to affect your PvE content. But you also want to come into the war zones as well. There's somebody last night complaining they got attacked at Hathor saying it's not a PvP zone. I'm like, it's one of the most dangerous PvP zones in the game is Hathor at Daymar or at Aberdeen. It's literally a PvE-PvP event. Like, we can't win. We go to a location to fight over resources, and the PvEers want to not be attacked there. Then when we get zones to do that in, they come as well. I don't know why Hathor was put in Stanton. I really don't understand that move. Hathor from Aberdeen and Daymar should have been in Pyro. From the day one. At the bottom of Pyro, to not camp gates, all that shit. Right at the bottom, like Pyro 4 kind of area, Deadman area. That's where Hathor should have been. And you would have had Stanton way more quieter than it is right now. It's not, let me quote, it's not a PvP or because comrades are up. Yeah. That was the quote, yeah. Is Jumptown safe? It's so stupid, man. Like, PvPers can't win in this game because CIG won't give us the tools that we want because we don't want to shit on all the PvEers. We don't. Only a certain minority of people that want to do that. I want to fight people over resources and time and asset, right? I don't want to go, oh, this is a brand new player of a week old. They're at Hathor because some stupid YouTube guide said if you come here, you can exploit some modules and make a lot of money. So this 1 day old player is down at Daymar and they're like, no, DarkLaw, no! They're getting shot to pieces and then they're typing, I'm a day 1 player. It's like, well, why are you at a fucking PvP zone? Why did you go to YouTube to look up the best guide to make money? Why didn't you just fucking play the game for a bit? Or go to Orison with your coin cup and be like, anybody got 50 million so I can buy my spaceship? Why the hell are you watching a guide? And why are these guides not telling you that these places are hotspots? These are content creators that are fucking just out of their mindly ruining people's experiences. Yet we get the hassle because of it because your PvE side are fucking idiots. Yeah, exactly, Servo. That's the thing, right? Is you'll never be able to win because the PvE side of this game, I'm not talking about the people that accept that there's PvP. We're talking about the pro PvE side of this game that don't want to have any PvP. They want to roleplay on their ships with fucking honor, sir. You know? And the moment they go to any hotspot that offers this, they freak the fuck out on Spectrum because of it. Again, just go and make the money and buy the items from other players. It's that simple. So again, I would love for CIG to turn Pyro into a really dangerous PvP zone. I really wish. Give the PvEers, Stanton, Nyx, Terra, whatever the fuck, you know? Just give us a solar system that is literally no man's land. This is, if you build a base here, you're gonna make a shit ton of money. You've got crafting is how they make it, that's where Nyx is. Whatever solar system. Give us a small solar system called Shithole. So as you're fucking traveling past Nyx, as you get to Castra, there's a fucking veer off that says Shithole. And in Shithole is no one fucking gives a fuck there, right? It's an absolute diabolical shithole where people are building outposts and fighting over each other for assets and stuff, and only the sweaty fucking shitters want to go there. And then as you get to the gate, it goes, warning, 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 you're entering Shithole. Just be advised, there are people on the opposite side of this jump hole that are going to literally tie you down to a tree and play with your toes, you know? And it flashes in your face. And the brand new day one player goes, oh, I saw a guide on how to go here. And it's meant to have really good loot. But this fucking epileptic fit warning sign is telling me not to do it. Because there are toe tickling molesters behind. That's all CIG has to do. That's all they have to do to solve this game. And everyone who is scummy will be in the shitter planet, the place. And all the PvEers will have all the content they want. And you can have it as where it's a normal train, blah, 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 blah. You still have people attacking, but the majority of people are going to be fighting in the solar system shitters. Or shitland, whatever you want to call it. But CIG won't do this. And I don't understand why. It's almost like they love watching people complain on Spectrum about dying to PvPers. I'm pretty sure it's now got to the stage. I'm pretty sure that CIG just enjoys people crying about getting killed by players in this game. Because they don't build anything to solve this. They don't give you NPCs that protect you. They used to. They got rid of them. Remember when you used to get attacked by 2 or 3 hammerheads and a fleet of fighters? They don't do that anymore. The gate guns and Nyx are just like that. Oh, look, there's a red target. There's a red target. There's a red target. Good day. Have a good fun in Pyro. Hey. You go to Stanton and it's like, no, turret is like that. I could shoot you. I could shoot you, but I don't want to. I've been told not to shoot you because it cuts back on FPS resources, you know. Dynamic server meshing will change this one day. The NPCs are like, we could kill you, but we're programmed to be so stupid that we can't even kill you. Woo! And then you've got people crying on Spectrum about it. I got killed by this player! I got killed by this player in Evil Catty! The devs go and check the records because it's a bannable thing on Evo, and the fucking log showed they got killed by an NPC. I got killed by a player! They broke the terms and conditions! And the log literally was an NPC that killed them. CIG are, what's the word? Is it masochist? They just love watching you guys suffer. That's it. I'm pretty sure that's the case now. Sadist, that's it. Yeah. Something like that, yeah. I'm convinced. I'm really convinced CIG just wants to watch you guys complain on Spectrum. If that's your thing. Usually.
And that doubt, you know, or keeping you in the dark to as an aspect of that wasn't a bad thing. So it's like instead of being 5%, you see 25% until it's gone.
Yep.
Because the problem is too is like I think if
But did they ever say it was all to do with resources and stuff? It's the reason why Levski got removed from Stanton, because it was taking up resources, so they added in Microtech or whatever it was to replace it. So, remember you used to be able to warp and you would get interdicted by a giant fucking asteroid and then you had to get out of its way and then warp away again? That got removed because it was all things. So you've got no police chasing you, no police interdicting you, no big asteroid interdicting you, no turrets protecting you. You know, criminals can go into Pyro and Nyx like it's fucking candy because CIG couldn't be bothered to make separate gates. They've only got a one gate system, you know? It's like being a herd of Jimmy Saviles going to a kid's school and the door is wide open for you to go in. That's how CIG are designing it. You get all your kiddie fiddler fucking needs done because the people who own the fucking school are opening it up. Yeah, NPC used to scan you and do everything. Now it's just... I don't understand why they keep making this game worse for people that don't want to be involved in PvP. They go out of their way to disable everything that could potentially slow down a player. Now, it's not going to permanently stop a player from doing it, right? But anything that slows you down from being able to be an asshole or a cunt in the game needs to be a top priority, man. You can't have a brand new player undocking. Oh man, Star Citizen VR'd out of their mind. They've spent 2K on a fucking Pimax using Detox's code, and they're like, this game is amazing, and then suddenly they get riddled. Like your fucking, what's his name in RoboCop, before he turned into RoboCop. You know, that scene, you're getting riddled full of rounds, and you're like, VR headset off, fucking box that up. I'm melting my account. I would like a refund. I don't understand what the fuck just happened. Because somebody's flying around going, way, fuck you, way, fuck you. No cops, no guns, no crime stat. Nobody gives a shit. Alex Murphy, that's it. I forgot what the name was. But that is literally a new player's Star Citizen experience. Because the game doesn't tell you what to do. It doesn't tell you where to go. It doesn't educate you on that players can attack you at any given time anywhere. And you've got to sort of, you know, a lot of people will be like, oh, I'm not even going to target this person because they're not even red. And then they get attacked by me and they're like, why did you attack me? I was blue. It's like, do I have to wait? Am I a bull? Do I have to wait till you're red before I start coming in and getting all flustered and want to shoot you and charge at you? Do I have to wait for that point? No. You're literally in a place that gets attacked by PvPers and you've gone to YouTube looking for a fucking money guide and this clown has told you to go to Hathor, get shot in the face by NPCs and worms, but forgot to mention that every given player on the server can come and shoot you at the same time. They don't seem to put that in their guides, guys. I go through so many PvE guides and they're like, this is how you make money. Go here. You'll make lots of money. Go to this website. Exploit money. You sell it on eBay. You'll make money. You know? But nobody actually says somebody is going to also shoot you at the same time. Yeah, because it's like the ARC mentality. Guys, don't shoot, I'm friendly. I'm friendly. Guys, don't shoot, I'm friendly. 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 Guys, friendly. Oh, you guys suck. You're the type of people that ruin this game. I shouted friendly 30 fucking times at you, not knowing that VoIP doesn't actually work in this fucking game. And as I was dying typing in global chat that people press F12 to hide because you have racism and fucking nonsense going off in chat you don't want to read whilst you're playing a video game, nobody knows you're typing friendly or screaming friendly down the fucking microphone. But we're to blame. We're to blame that CIG doesn't fix this. Is the one I hear the most. Oh, it's glorious, man. It really is. I don't consent to you shooting me, I know. Yeah. It was like that at Jump Town. You know the funny thing is, the original Jump Town, people used to type in global chat, guys, I'm just a trader. I'm not here to PvP. And it's like, yeah, but we're the police shooting you because you're selling drugs. Yeah, but I'm just a trader. It's like, you got drugs on you, narcotics. I'm stopping you from stealing it or taking it back to Grim Hex. Guys, I'm just a trader. I'm not doing anything hostile. You're selling drugs from a drug lab. And we're stopping you because we don't want you selling narcotics in the video game. But we're in the wrong, but you're selling drugs. You're picking up drugs, taking them to Stanton, to Port Olisar or Seraph, to make money off selling drugs. But we're in the wrong. It's so fucking stupid. The police are trying to stop, or like, you know, the mall cops are trying to stop the fucking person stealing the handbag, but the person who's robbing the handbag turns around and says, "You're not allowed to arrest me because I'm doing nothing wrong." Like, that is what you have to deal with as players, like on the PvP side. People are so emotionally damaged if you just play the video game. And we're not talking about pad ramming. We're not talking about griefing, where we follow them from server to server. We're not camping a location over and over again. We're just talking about you meet them in the wild, and that's the reaction you get. When I sell the drugs to the feds, it's not a crime. Exactly. It's just bonkers. You can't win.
If you give too specific of a value, people sit there going, okay, he's at 5%. I'm definitely just going to hunt him the whole time. Rather than the chance of him being 25. Yep. Sometimes, because that's what happens now. It's like you go after someone if they're red, but that doesn't mean, you know, they're clinging to their life. That means that they're banged up, but it could still surprise you.
Yeah, not a bad idea.
So,
yeah, I hope that answers Viper. We went off quite a bit.
It's okay. I did want to ask just one more question, if that's okay.
Rename it friendly.
Well, I guess it's not really a question, but it was just like to bring up what you guys were talking about earlier. Like, I know, Virgil, you were talking about like, oh, well, in my arrow I can't damage like a Vanguard, or I think it was something like that. And like, I completely agree. Like, I've been following like these stat changes and stuff ever since like the Evo got leaked, and like there were.
I think that's fine. I think an arrow should be able to damage a Vanguard. I just don't think an arrow should be able to kill a Nidris.
Like, for the record, I don't know if that's the case. Like, I think
it was just like
I think there's a couple weapons the Vanguard might be immune to, or is right there on the line of.
It's only repeaters, by the way. Just in case anybody doesn't know the stats for 4-7, if you're in a Vanguard and you're up against an arrow, if the arrow is repeater build with lasers or ballistic repeaters, it won't do any damage after shields. It might be able to chew off a few of your parts and disable turret and stuff like that, but that's about it. Only cannons will kill a Vanguard. But this is where I'm saying is, that is you setting up a certain ship for a certain role, and I'm positive towards that one. I would rather fly in, say you've got a Nidris and you've got a fleet of fighters, and it's like, we are set up as anti-fighter fleet, and it's like, guys, a couple of Vanguards are coming in. We don't have the weaponry for this. I need 2 people to land on the carrier right now and fit out. People are like, fucking changing out to cannon fit. You're launching and you've got the ability to disable them, right? You know? I would love that point of the game. Yo, Servo, thank you very much for the Bezo bucks. Appreciate that, dude. I would love that point of the game. Thank you, dude. It would make it so much better for me. But this is a step closer to that sort of dream, where instead of everyone in fighters, everyone in repeaters, fucking blowing up everyone, I like the idea that now I'm going to go, right guys, whoever in my organization, whoever is my sweatiest dogfighters, I want you repeater set up because I want you to be anti-fighter. And the people with less skill are going to go cannons because I want you to be able to deal with things that don't move around as much. And that's where you then go, well, I want to be one of those sweaty dog fighters, you know? You put the time and the effort in and you become that sort of Top Gun Maverick thing. I've never seen Maverick fucking go after a battleship by himself in his F-14, going, talk to me, Goose, talk to me, you know? He was doing his job that was designed, which is anti-fighter. Simple as that. They're backspacing to duplicate ship fit. Yeah, again, this is where, like, again, I just don't think you should be able to backspace in the game. Personally, don't. I don't like backspace. I think it should be like other games, Church, where you've got like /stuck and it's on a timer and stuff. Because I don't know if you played Dune in NDA Church, but in Dune at the beginning for NDA, when you got in combat, you could just press the stuck button and teleport away from PvP. And people were saying it needs to stay in the game, as the PvE crew were staying in the game. And then they were like, right, we're going to make it where once you're under attack, you can't use that stuck command, basically. Because that's all it is in Star Citizen. Oh no, I've lost my ship, eject. Snap neck. I don't care about whatever happens again. Oh, I've got all my gear. Oh, I've got all my ship modules again. Let me just go back out in 2 minutes, you know, with a different fit. It's super boring, man. It has to stop. And I really hope they slowed the process of being able to reinforce. Like, there needs to be something brought in where you can't just snap your neck. You can't just go back to the menu. You can't just, you know, blow up your ship and wake up ready to go. There was an idea back in the while where when you blew up yourself, you didn't appear. Like, for example, right now you have the ability to save at Grim Hex, as an example. CIG had an idea, and it may end up that way, where if you killed yourself, you would wake up. Like, say you were at Microtech and you killed yourself, you would wake up either, if you were good, at the local medical bay, or there would be an off place for criminals that they could wake up in. I hate the idea that you can snap neck teleport jitsu across the game. Oh, I'm in Nyx at Levski, but I need to be back at Grim Hex instantly, or I need to be back at Orison. Teleport across, can't be bothered to spend 30 minutes of travel, there and back there, you know? It has to be removed from the game. Also for medical gameplay. You will never have medical gameplay if everyone just snaps their neck and comes back within 2 minutes. It's super, super boring. And I would love to see medics be a thing. Medics needs to be a strong part of this game. Yeah, but they've been saying death of a spaceman for 14 years in October, Remiko, and we still don't have any of it. So I just don't believe it, dude. I would rather just have it where you just can't kill yourself like you can just now. And when you do kill yourself, you don't wake up in a place that you have all your stuff. I think generally what CIG needs to do is make it where you can't teleport by killing yourself. If you die at Hurston, you wake up in the nearest Hurston medical bay. If you are a criminal, there's an outpost or multiple outposts that a criminal can spawn a quick ship to get back to like Grim Hex or something like that. It needs to stop being where I can teleport. Like I can go, I'm at Microtech, I set my bay back to Orison, my start location, and I fucking teleport across the game. That needs to stop from the game. It has to stop. Because that slows people down. And as they eject, they're like, guys, pick me up. I need to get back to Grim Hex quickly to go and get a ship. And instead of it being a 2-minute scenario, it then becomes a 10-15 minute scenario. You have to be connected, picked up, taken to a location, get your ship, come back. It doubles the time, triples the time, and that way fights are not constant. They turn around. Reorganization needs to come in. Backspace is supposed to be removed when T1 recovery. Again, you'll still have people just eat a nade, Seiko. That's the bigger thing. It's not so much about the snapping the neck. It's the fact that you can choose where your snappy neck goes. If you're on Microtech, you can snap your way back to Grim Hex. If you're in Nyx, you can snap your way back to Grim Hex. That has to stop. It needs to be where if you're on Microtech, you will appear at Microtech if you're good and you get a shuttle to where you need to go. Or if you're bad, there'll be a bad place that a bad person can spawn. So it's fair. Then you have to travel back to Grim Hex, back to wherever you have your stuff. That needs to be in the game. You die on Daymar, you wake up on Daymar. You die on Hurston, you wake up on Hurston. None of this, I'm going to snap myself across the universe. It has to be removed. It's such a cheesy mechanic. And as well, this brings in the idea of that eventually CIG were talking about the, what's it called? The Crusader not Starfarers. What's the big fucking 747 ship we've got in the game that's not out yet. God, I always forget the name of this one. Starliner, that's it. Yeah, the Genesis, that's it. Yeah. If you have it where everyone snaps their neck, hey Daryl, how you doing, dude? If everyone snaps their neck, then you don't need anybody with a Starliner taking you from A to B. Or like a taxi service. There's no need for it, right? You just kill yourself back to your respawn point. And I would love that. I genuinely would be like, guys, I'm out of the fight for the night. Good luck. I'm going to sit in the Starliner and watch this movie of Hannah Montana whilst I'm traveling to Grim X, you know? That'd be sick. You know? Or it's like, come and get me so I'm faster, right? I hate the idea that you can backspace and teleport around this game. And especially if you've got saved to like an Idris Bay, you're like, oh no, I've died. Heaven forbid somebody comes and retrieve me. No, I'll just snap my neck. I'll magically respawn in this ship. I just think it really sucks. It's very boring gameplay. I would just rather medics and retrieval vehicles and stuff be a thing. Sperm suit meta? Yeah. Anyway, let's continue on.
Like maybe I think it might
Lots
be
of
immune
good
to, like,
discussions
mantises or
today,
something,
though,
and then
guys.
not immune to others. So, but I'm
Yeah.
just using it as a hypothetical. But sorry, keep going.
Well, I was just saying, like, I think, like, I on one hand, like that comment earlier where someone was like, "Oh, you can't shoot at a tank with a pistol." It's like that is just stupid because we are playing a video game and it's meant to be like balanced around fun. But on the other hand, like the effects that CIG are trying to go for, it's like if all that's like going off of the thing that I said earlier, where it's like if you get the in-game feedback that you're supposed to use these certain type of weapons, then like I feel like promoting using cannons in the right situation, which it seems like if these changes go through, like omnises and stuff like that will probably be like a bit more meta because they're just like the best all around, at least currently based off the stats that I've seen. But I just want to know what you guys thought about that.
Yeah, I think it's a good thing. Like I think you're right on the money. It's when I'm talking about this, it's more I'm just trying to, I guess, be cautious in feedback as to where this could get ugly. But at the moment, it all seems very reasonable. And it seems healthy in the sense that it's definitely going to shake things up, and the game absolutely needs shaking up.
I can't wait, man.
It's the same weapons, you know.
I can't wait. I've already got my Raven set up for later with cannon set up to have a shot. See what I can do.
And it's usually 1 or 2 ships, maybe 3 if we're lucky, that we're all using. So yeah, it's like it is a good thing. The only thing that we just don't want, right, is too much exclusion. I think a little bit of it's fine. Like, you know, maybe a couple of the, like 10% of the weapon types are immune to ships that are larger. You know, that's like a good baseline, whatever it is.
Again,
But, yeah,
like for me, I think the immunity should just only be for capital ships. And like ships like the Perseus and the Hammerhead and 890s and stuff like that, right? I just, like for me, you can just make it where a Vanguard takes less damage. And that's it, right? But the idea that this weapon type would not do any damage to a Vanguard just seems really, you know, stupid for me. For me, it's just to prevent the big ships from being blobbed by fighters. That's all I want to see achieved from this, no matter what CIG sort of chooses, to have it where fighters just can't blob a ship and it dies because it's got no way of defending against itself. If it gets disabled and people have to board you, then there's the skill check of you as the defender technically have a better advantage, right? You're already there at the doors and stuff. Deployable shields would be a cool thing to be added.
At slope, or if it goes too much in favor of too many ships or immune to too many weapons, then...
But an Aurora should
you get
easily
less
be able to
combat
kill a
bullets,
Vanguard.
you know, and I think that it
It'll
would be
take
better,
a while,
again,
but
if
it should be able to do it.
all weapons did some sort of damage, whether it's trickled...
20 fighters should 100% kill solo Idris? No, completely disagree, dude. 20 fighters can disable all the turrets, the engines, and then board? Sure. But no, shouldn't be able to kill it, dude. No. No. Because then you remove boarding gameplay, dude. Why would I board the ship when I can just literally fucking, you know, this just buffs... No, again, dude. You can't just make it where it's one-sided. You can't make it where the fighters can kill it. You can't make it where the fighters can't kill it. You can't make it where it's solo. And you got to do it both ways. You can't just flip one side of the coin. It can't be 20 fighters 100% kill a solo Idris. It should be where you can disable it, board it, and deal with it. That's all that needs to be done. And you can do that effectively. Because again, what happens if you allow that to happen, Church? You just have 100 people turning up in fighters and nobody fucking wins. Turrets need to be buffed. Armor needs to be buffed. All you do is just make it where the fighters can disable the Idris, take out the turrets, take out the PDCs, open the door, and board and self-destruct it if you need to. That's all that needs to be done when it comes to fighters. But if you have 20 fighters that can kill a solar Idris, then that means that 20 fighters can kill a crude Idris. And if you can't kill it with 20 people, you'll come with 40. It'll just end up where you just go back to meta, where everyone brings a fighter, or everyone brings a fucking solo Idris. You have to balance it around where it can't be defeated by just numbers. The crude Idris should be... Dude, even if they buff the fighters, you're talking about blob warfare. You're talking about blob warfare. If I bring 20 fighters and I can't do the job, I'll bring 40 the next time. I can't do it with 40 fighters, I'll bring 40 solo Idris. You see where it goes. You'll just always make it where it's about who brings more numbers. And it gets boring. It goes EVE Online. It goes Last Oasis style. It goes Dune Awakening, where small groups will no longer play the game. And you'll just be left with just a couple of orgs fighting each other, bored out of their minds. Because every video game that's offered blob or like more numbers winning have failed. Every single game. The only way it does work is when you've got a game like PlanetSide where it's a freeway. Which means that you are not only against one giant group, but you're against another giant group at the same time. And they could side with that group or vice versa. That's the only time it ever works. But if you have it where 1,000 people are coming with 1,000 fighters, somebody will go, I'll just bring 1,000 Idris until it's balanced around. Freeways are always better. And it's not gay if there's honey in the leeway. Imagine a Counter-Strike PvP match where each team gets as many people as they can bring. Yeah. There's a game coming out called War Dogs that I'm very excited to see. Because it's 100 players, Battlefield, Tarkov, King of the Hill, Arma style. But the cool thing is it's 3 teams. So it's team versus team versus team. And that way, it can massively be where even if you're a good team, you're then up against 2 teams. We're still on this? Yeah, well that's it, dude. I'm 5 hours in, debating with people. There's no other gameplay to do right now. 4.7 isn't out, so I can't show. So again, it's a Monday. We'll have a nice discussion, you know? They could copy what's the Albion system of dampening it then? Like certain amount of people? Less damage they do, you're talking about? Yeah, that would, that's very much then going to, like, you made the mistake, but less dogging on people, yeah? Yeah, a dogging system would be good. It's by the guys that did the module for Arma King of the Hill. First Tribes. That's who are making the game, dude. Check it out. War Dogs. Coming out this year. It looks amazing. No team UI. No pinging like Battlefield. You've got your party markers on your arms. Full team damage and stuff like that. It looks so good. Sab Matra? I don't know what you're on about Critical Place. If you're talking about the guys who did the Arma module, then yeah, sure. If that's what they're called. Then we separate by teams. We bring several teams. Again, like, the biggest issue that you have is when people start talking about, oh, they can do, like, instances with certain amount of numbers, then we end up like Arc Raiders. Friendlies, PvE players, never on the screen because they're only talking to people who are doing PvE. You then have a very, very small amount of people to interact with. everyone will then just go in the PvE mode and never fight players. So CIG have to be very, very careful how this goes. We don't want blobbing. We don't want who has the most Idrises win. We don't want it where you bring the most amount of numbers you win. We don't want instances that are based around mechanics where it's like, well, this person has never PvP'd before. He's never going to see a PvPer until he does his first kill. But it's how do you do your first kill when you're in the PvE zone, right? Isn't that kind of similar to different systems? Yeah, but the thing is CIG are talking about instances this year, First Tribes, and just like Arc Raider, where it's not so much instance, but it match makes you into the area you want to be. So long as you don't kill any players, you don't get matched in PvP. I just don't get how you can have open world and not end up with N+1 meta. What do you mean N+1 meta? Oh, numbers. Numbers plus, you mean? Very simple. Again, resources. Why am I bringing... It's the same thing as when you do an EVE Online, right? Why am I bringing all my titans for this one objective? And why am I not bringing all my titans for all the other objectives that are not as major? That's what you need in this game, Church. That's all it has to be. Why am I bringing all my big guns onto the field for this one thing when I'm not doing it on all the other things? And the problem with Star Citizen is you bring all your big guns for everything in this game. Want to do PvE? Bring your big gun. Want to do PvP? Bring your big gun. How many players required on that ship? 1. So it becomes of where, like, none of these assets mean anything, right? Numbers win battles, yeah, logistics win wars. Exactly, yeah. That's what I'm talking about. Like, I'm not saying you can't bring 100 people, but if you lose 100 people, there needs to be punishment for losing 100 people. No, oh yeah, I'll just respawn and we'll fucking go again, right? Not necessarily. I was playing with Ark last night, Church. They were outnumbered nearly 2-1, and they were holding the field very well against more numbers. Of course, they had TDL on their side, but again, they were doing very well. Again, you've got to base the game around that there's always going to be different scenarios for different things. You just can't make a Church where I go around with 20 Scorpius and I kill an Idris in matter of seconds, minutes, you know, because then what happens when you bring 40 Scorpius, 50 Scorpius? No Idrises will last on the field because you can't hit anyone. I was talking, whoever wins, has the most people. Yeah, but again, there's assets on the line though in EVE Church. You can bring all your titans on the field, but if you lose one titan, it's gonna hurt. If you lose half your titans, that's really gonna fucking hurt. You lose all your titans, well, you might be losing your space very time soon because you don't have anything to counter. Star Citizen doesn't have that. Star Citizen is, oh, I've lost something, I'll just respawn it. I'll come back out in again. Who cares? It needs to be where you start thinking about what you bring and not just always bring your titans. And that's what has in EVE Online. You don't bring your titan, you don't bring 100 titans on the field to go and fucking camp a gate. Or kill a 10-10 complex. But in Star Citizen, the mentality is to do it that way. Because there's no loss. There's no care. There's no thought. There's no asset loss. Or anything like that. There's no asset gain. Actually, no, there is asset gain, but there's no asset loss. There's always got to be a reason why we not bringing out these amount of ships for this certain thing. What could potentially go wrong? There's always been who has the most dreads. But again, 1 dread loss, 2 dread loss, 3 dread loss, 4 dread loss, have to replace the dread, have to fucking refit the dread, have to fucking reinsure the dread, have to get it to the location, logistics, you know, involved in the game. Star Citizen isn't, oh, we've lost a fucking Idris, 45-minute reclaim. All guns back, all ammo back, all fuel back. Load up the fucking ships again. Oh, we lost it. 45 minutes. There you go. Who fucking cares? Oh, we lost a fucking Hornet. Full F7A military fit. Who cares? I'll just respawn it. 2 minutes. But again, there's loss that is causing it though, Church, right? When you have an EVE Online scenario where you can potentially win everything by bringing more dreads, but you also have the chance that you might lose everything because you get baited into the wrong jump in, the wrong pause fight, the wrong Titan gank, and you lose your whole fleet, and then you go, shit, that was a few bill down the fucking drain because we fucked up. You don't get that in Star Citizen. You don't have any fuck ups. You always win. Even if you don't win, you're always winning. Alright, First Stripes, take care. People are having 1 trillion dead brawls over 10 billion structures? Yeah, because again, it's like... EVE has escalated, dude, from the point of where a battleship on the field was a, wow, that guy's got a battleship. Holy shit, he's balling. To now it's like, you know what I mean? Like the game has been out for 25 years. Or 25 years plus. We don't even have Star Citizen out. And we've already got people in that mentality, Church. They're flying around in trillions of fucking Idrises. And nobody's losing anything. But it's not like they're fighting over 10 billion structures or something that might actually gain from it. They're literally just doing it because they can't be bothered to do anything else. We don't even have the game out. And people are behaving like they're 25 years into EVE Online. Should be you need to have a special mind resource to rebuild an Idris in a week. If not, it takes a month for NPCs to get the resources. I mean, you could do something like that, sure. I'm all for asset loss in Star Citizen. I think anything that you buy with real money, you should get back, but you lose all your modules, and anything you buy in game, you lose completely. That's my take. It's not going to be everyone's take. They're going to fucking hate that. But for me, I think if you buy a Titan in game and it dies, you have to buy another Titan. But CIG are not designing that game, so before anyone starts freaking out in the channel going, I don't want that, I'm just saying what I would prefer. It's not what the game is. But that would have a cause and effect where people wouldn't suicide as much as they do. I'm flying around with Ark last night, and the only reason Ark's team had to leave the field was because the people dying were back within a minute and fighting again. Because they were coming from Seraph. Back in a minute. They died, they ejected, they reclaimed their ship or had a spare one, and they were back in a minute. You will never be able to hold the field if that's the case. It will always be who can be bothered to keep respawning. No, it wouldn't, Church. It wouldn't, dude. You'll eventually run out of modules. We've had this discussion before, dude. You eventually run out. You eventually go, this fight is not worth me continuing on. We're wasting money at this point over a silly fight. And that's why, again, you don't have all your dreads camping a gate camp for shits and giggles. You bring out your dreads for certain reasons. You don't bring the Idrises and the dreads to the fucking gate camp whilst you're just trying to protect your solar system from random people coming in. But you do in Star Citizen, which is the weird point. You lose your modules, you ain't coming back. Even if you've got billions, you'll eventually go, this is not worth the loss. Like if you're in Terra, Idris in a week or less, you're in Pyro. Yeah. I've always said you don't get back anything if there's no comms. That I would love that. Comm ray is down, you lose all your shit. You get your ship back, you get it back as stock, that's it. But you lose everything. If you put like the best of the modules on it and you go into Pyro and you get ganked on a no comm area, you've lost it. Tough shit. No way to get an insurance company. So again, tier 0, 1 and 2 should be able to get back. Tier 3, 4 and 5, in my opinion, when crafting, you lose forever. Even the blueprints, 1-time use or 5-time use, you lose it. So it actually stings when you lose something. Had to wait. Well, that was the original design, by the way, of Basilvet. CIG said that you wouldn't... With the original idea of insurance, obviously that's not the case now, right? CIG said if you lost a ship, you would be able to get your ship back, but you had to go and collect it from a place that actually built and sold them. If you lost an Idris, you would have to wait for one to be decommissioned from the UEE before you got it back. That was their original idea, by the way. Back in the day. Like, if you lost an Idris, you would have to wait for an NPC one to be decommissioned before you got it back. And it would take 1 or 2 weeks, they said. Built, decommissioned, same thing. And I think it would have been sick if that was the case. I genuinely would love that. Depends on the percentages, though. If CIG even made it 15% better than tier 0, people are going to be wanting to be in tier 5 all the time. But if you don't lose tier 5, it's just always good. It's going to be like, imagine we're playing Dune Awakening Church, and everyone is in tier 6 fighters, and when you die, you just get your tier 6 fighter instantly back. And that's how Star Citizen will go if they don't have any loss with these things when you're crafting. You'll just be constantly respawning your tier 5 fighters with all the modules, no loss, no care. Hence the time, yeah. I generally would like, I wouldn't be against that for me. Like when I bought into the game, I was like, you know what? I kind of like the idea that if I lost my Hornet, I've got to go down to the Hornet dealership and pick up the ship. I get it back, but I've got to travel to go and get it, right? I like that idea. So eventually, if you had like 5 Hornets and you lost them, you would have to go and retrieve 5 Hornets and bring them all separately back to a location. Or have a carrier carry them and stuff. I like that. I like logistics in video games. But when you get everything back and you just respawn it, it becomes very boring. Really boring. Even if you locked out? Yeah. I remember that. I remember CIG's first iteration of the Javelin was the Javelin was not able to be logged out in the game. You would have to take it to a special station. This was the original idea. A special station where javelins are able to be parked. And they would be safe there, right? But they wouldn't be able to be logged out of the game. Now, I'm imagining you go to like a truck stop and you can log your javelin out. It just bloop, disappears, right? You go to that military bay at the bottom and it'll just disappear. Because obviously it's got no landing gears. Dude, they changed their minds so many times because they just want to cater for people that don't want to play a video game. They just want to swipe the card and hope for the best, right? Original Star Citizen was such a good looking game. It was such a good looking game. But again, like, markets change. People want different things, different stuff, you know. I bought in for a very hardcore version of Star Citizen, but I'm also now, because I've gone from the age of 29 backing to 44, I'm also like, well, I don't give a fuck anymore. Just as long as I can play a video game, you know? That makes sort of sense, and it's not just, yeah.
Damage, but still something, I think is a good thing.
Because again, if this game comes out in 2030, chat, I'm going to be 48. I'm going to be just short of 50, backing at 29. Half my lifetime waiting for a fucking video game. And at that stage, I just want it to be fun. And if it's not sweaty PvP anymore, I don't give a fuck. I really don't care.
Idea about that, just real quick, is like, if you're using laser, like, that's always going to be...
I'll just wait for the World War III to kick off, and I'll get all my PvP experience I need.
And their mantra is that, like, laser is meant for armor, and, like, taking down armor HP. No matter what laser weapon you're using, it should do at least, like, 1 HP damage to the armor.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's, like, exactly my point, is I don't think it should ever go... That number should never go to 0. It can go as low as you want it to go, but I don't think it literally...
Oh, dude, there's so many people. You know, the crazy thing is, every time somebody hears about a backer dying, they're like, oh, they should be immortalized as an NPC in the game. I'm gonna say this in the kindest way and non-morbidly possible. I would imagine at least half the backers who have backed before now will be dead before this game comes out.
Zero. Yeah.
Just because of age.
The only, like, that is the line I would say, like, I think is that shouldn't get crossed, is that. But, and people will probably think, like, oh,
we're talking about the ones that have backed previously, not ones that will back today.
Oh, the fighter pilots just want to, be able to beat everything.
Half of them will be dead.
It's just, we want more combat to happen for everybody. And if you just move it to the heavier ships, then it's going to be even less combat. That's all. So, like, the guys that finally get to play the ships that got neglected, they still need dance partners. Like they still need to play. They have to counter something. And if the other side of that, the ships that they're supposed to go after can't even play, then the buffs were for nothing, because everyone's going to avoid them anyways. Because that's how PvP works. When the Idris jumps in, everybody leaves.
Yep.
Like, it's just like no one wants to play that game. When a Hammerhead comes in, like, I don't even, like, even if I'm with like a group of the Org or whatever, like, we don't even shoot Hammerheads. We can't be bothered. It's a waste of time. It's boring. You just leave. There's nothing to it. And I think we get a lot more of that if people were immune.
Yeah.
The only problem is, though,
right,
what Virgil is saying is, they also need to make where the Hammerhead can actually kill fighters as well. Because that gets boring for the Hammerhead pilot, where they just get shat on by fighters, and they can't do anything about it, right?
We'll probably take one more quick one. I know a couple people jumped in the green room, but I heard Virgil's bedtime thing on his phone.
I'm good, brother. I'm good. I'm totally good.
All right, well, we'll go like, I don't know, maybe 15, 20 more minutes. How about that? Try and give everybody 5. Sure. All right, Viper, thank you very much for the call, man. I appreciate it.
No, of course.
It is.
You guys have a nice rest of your day. See ya.
Bye-bye.
No, this is my vid next.
Like, line people up then, real quick, and then we'll bring in.
Did you have Sophie in the list?
No, people popped in and out a bunch of times, so I don't know what's going on. People are popping in, people are popping out. All right, Miles, what's up, bro?
I was not expecting to call in this early.
Yeah.
So I don't have much to say about the armor stuff, but with listening in, I have a lot of stuff. So like the tank and the pistol thing, I definitely agree that the minimum point is the minimum should be 1. You should always do a little bit or something. But this is actually a question I put on the recent SEL question about FPS stuff, is when are we going to see more gadgets? I want to see tools for different situations, where, like, grenades designed for anti-vehicle, like tanks and stuff. I want to see, there should be that kind of stuff rather than...
Yeah, like a lot of... I agree. But here's where it gets slippery, right? Like, if you need to bring a weapon type to fight a certain type of ship...
Why am I getting flashbacks of webbing ships? Like, I get what people want, but
then you can't afford to leave the fight and go restock your ship and set it up differently and then come back to the fight.
Yeah.
Because then that guy repeats the process, and then you're both avoiding each other and coming back with, like, oh, you've got rock, all right, I'm gonna go get paper, and then and the fight doesn't happen still, and that's just one thing I'm, like, super worried about with this game is I agree, and maybe the answer is missiles, right? It's like missiles are really good for this because you don't have to sacrifice.
I would rather have it that way. You have the fighters take out the turret and then missile.
Or maybe your weapon doesn't have the pen, well, you have to double your investment in the weapon power pips or something like that. As long as the answer isn't to go change your ship out of combat, because then I think it just becomes this shuffle game. Because it's like you get this to a degree right now in PvP already. Like this already exists to a small degree. If you go to fight a group and you're in a group, you're gonna look and you're gonna say, okay, like what are they running? If they're running, say, Buccaneers and Interceptors, then you know you're not gonna bring in addiction because they're gonna outfly the interdiction. But if they're flying Hornets and Fighters, then you do bring the interdiction. Now the problem is when you jump to that and you bring in addiction, they can leave and go, oh well, they have interdiction, so let's now go swap into Interceptors. And then they come back, and then you're sitting there going, okay, well, there's no point. We're only interdicting ourselves, and they are completely ignoring the interdiction. So then we swap to Interceptors. You know, so like that problem is already starting to slowly surface. And I think you can get that with ship components too. Like if we start making stuff immune to, like I think everything should be able to play against everything. I think that some things should specialize in doing so. Like, and if I were to be like brutally honest, I think 100 fighters should be able to take down an Idris. But if you brought, like, it's a random number, so don't get too fixed up on it, right? But like 100 light fighters or fighters in general should be able to slowly take down an Idris. But if you want to efficiently do it, then you specialize and bring specialized ships, and then you've got the real fight.
Yes.
To do it, like, because yeah, again, like the second stuff doesn't work with other stuff.
Because some ships can outrun a Mantis. That's why.
Yes. And I also think it shouldn't just be flat across.
I got interdicted the other day there, my Warlock, and I fucking lol sauces. I ran away from it.
Different parts armored differently in different places, so ships can be effective like light fighters. You know, the whole thing of like, oh, you're supposed to strip off the turrets and stuff first, yada yada yada, strip away defensive stuff, which isn't really how it plays out right now. I think targeting and scanning needs love for this. Where targeting, you should be able to target, like lock on to different components of a ship without having to go into precision mode. Because precision mode in actual play isn't the best for aiming. Like, yeah, you could aim at different components, but
I'd never use it. Never.
Yeah, no, like you're never gonna like really lock on to one specific component with precision mode. So you should be able to target like a turret on a ship, and then your pip will try, like, maybe it's less effective than a, you know, just locking onto the hull of the ship, but you should be able to cycle through the components in different sections of the ship to aim at different parts of it. And then, you know, a turret's gonna be less armored than the hull.
Yeah. So you're saying like different sections of the ship can have like different hull values and stuff. Yeah, I'm supportive of it. Yeah. I think that's cool.
And armor should ablate as well. Like, as more damage done to the armor, that's stripped away, and then the normal hull.
Yeah, that happens right now. Like, in the Evo, like the more you bang up the armor, the less it starts to resist, which is, I think, great too.
And in terms of like enemy health, I think that should be tied. Like, I'm for it. I think that was what I mentioned. That right now you can see your own health, essentially, like health bars, essentially in the engineering panel. So it already exists. You just should be able to get that information from the enemy. But I think it should be tied into scanning, where
again, Elite Dangerous sub-targeting is so
scan
good.
An enemy ship, get their current status, and then fight. But what would be great is
extra? Why not what we do in every other
game?
I'm
looking forward to it, bro, dude. Itching to get into test.
Why do we have to add the extra elements to it? I always wonder this.
I would like the additional gameplay.
I'm just not going to do any testing in Evo
in your ship. They could be doing that job, or if you have it in your fleet,
after
you can
last
have somebody
time
doing that and then disseminating that information to the fighters.
So the argument is because CIG sold a ship with zero gameplay that you want to make something that should be simple more complicated. You see what I'm arguing here? Like, I don't care that they sold you a Terrapin and you think it's cool. That gameplay could exist in the future with like long range scanning and finding targets from far away. Like, you know what I mean? Like, it can do something special, but like to try to bring a ship that you paid real money for and you wish it was viable in the game today, in a situation that should literally just be one click of a button and done, which is like, I see their shields, I see their armor values, and then like maybe what Virgil was saying about the health.
But
chunks instead of
not
a full
so
bar.
much.
Or
just being like a good.
If anybody doesn't know, with sub-targeting, there's a problem where when you're doing positive sub-targeting, it goes through a certain selection, but you have to go back the way to get into another category. If anybody's ever played Elite Dangerous, sub-targeting is so good, right? It gives you clear, decisive, like, what you're going for, stuff like that. The problem with Star Citizen is there's no way to know what you're actually targeting. There's no UI that tells you. And it's a guessing game at that point where you have to learn, like, what modules look at. And in PvP, it's really bad. Really, really, really bad. The 3D hologram doesn't work. Still not as good as it was before. We used to be able to scroll sub-targets. It's more you just don't have the information to tell you what you're actually targeting. You have to literally learn everything, and it's because it's so small as well. It's just stupid.
It's a good estimate, but not the exact value. That's all.
Yeah.
So if that's improved in 4.7,
I see no reason to know the exact value of armor, and then after that, I just don't know. Like sometimes simple is better, guys. It just is. And there's this
I agree with
plague
Mike
this
on this.
game that starts with the man at the top that we constantly want to overcomplicate shit, and we don't need to. You just don't need to.
You're right. Maybe.
I agree with
components are hard to
Mike. Like sometimes the simplest game is the most fun. I like how you're walking off in a huff because you only got half my dinner. Look at him. That semi's off, chat. Some boy like.
get a read on or something. But
sure, yeah, that's the scan. That's
never
where you're
known a
talking
husky
scanning, right?
to have such
Is
a
the power
huff.
plant down? Are their shields down? Like that's where we can do the scanning. But armor, I don't. Come on.
Armor should also visually like pop off. I saw somebody in chat mention arc
Yeah.
raiders where you have the drones and they're armored, and as you do damage to them, their plating will go away and you'll like.
This is what I just
I
said.
think that's
Well,
I love the idea of
maybe
that.
like 2 hours
especially
ago.
on the big scale. Like if you see like chunks coming off them, focus on that side. Yeah, I think.
Yeah, because
that's
you can
awesome.
be like, hey, the Idris's port side plating has popped off. Focus on that.
The thing is, though, is like technically CIG can do it with the Maelstrom design, but oh my god, they would have to rework ships again to show physical armor.
Side.
Yep. And you know that is a place to get the
No, Maelstrom is to make it where you can detach certain things from the ship. You know when you shoot off an engine right now, novice. That's it. It's fucking GG. Maelstrom allows you to put the engine back on. Rebuild it basically. So if you blow off a wing, Maelstrom allows you to put that wing back on. Right now you can't do that. Maelstrom will not show like extra hit. Like for example, what you're thinking is that Maelstrom would add another layer, but that would require you to go through every ship and remodel armor on top of it, right? It does make it more like War Thunder, yes, but at the same time it doesn't visually show you. You know what I mean? War Thunder does it a great way where you hear the dink sounds, right? You got the dink and all that jazz. That's all CIG really needs to add in. Some way to know you're doing it. You don't need to have a giant fucking metal plate strapped to the side of the Idris and that plate falls off, right? We don't need that gameplay. You just need sound or something visual that tells you. But Maelstrom allows you to basically put ships back together more than destroy them, right?
Access to damaging certain components or whatever if you learn the ship.
It's a shame
Those are
that you
those
have to
extra
go into
layers.
precision mode
Yeah.
before that, though.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
perfect.
Anything
Would have
else?
been cool if you could just press a button and it
Uh,
went over, you
I
know?
think that'll be for me.
Okay. 'Cause it's been about 5
I
minutes.
Start welding, yeah.
I was mainly planning about talking about the blueprint changes yesterday, but I think we'll probably talk about that later.
We'll
on.
talk
Yeah.
we'll talk about that when it releases. More with like, I'm thinking Red Monster, talking mining, or I spoke to El Guapo for the first time recently. I think he might be a good guest. So like something like that is when we'll talk blueprints and stuff. All that shit's up in the air. Who knows? And we'll see. But that will be probably next week's topic. It'll be much easier to talk about that when we can see it.
Definitely.
All right, brother.
All right.
Save it for next week. I'll see you then.
Okay.
Brother.
All right. Next
Is
caller
Mike
is
on Mav?
Dimitri. What's
Yes.
up?
Hey guys, this is Dread Pirate Roberts. It wouldn't let me change my name.
Okay.
So, just the one thing that I kind of wanted to talk about here, specifically Virgil. I know you've been kind of rebuffing this the entire time. Is the idea that fighters, no matter what, should be able to, or light weapons. Let me rephrase. No matter what, should be capable of damaging everything, right?
Oh, there's a bit
I
where
get why you're
Dread
saying that.
Pirate
I get the
educates
idea that
Virgil in the
you,
game. I
you
like
want
this
to
one.
have the ability to deal with any threat that you encounter.
I was up a hill hiking yesterday when I tuned in and heard this point. This is where Tumblr was typing like crazy as well.
I don't think it's that. I think it's that I just don't want anyone of any kind
To be invulnerable.
excluded.
Yeah.
Yeah, like this. I don't want people excluded. Like,
Right.
I get because I don't. I'm critical of this, and this is the other reason I'm bringing this up. Is like I don't want people to think, oh, I want fighters to just beat everything.
Oh, you can't hear Mike at 1.5?
I think and but in my opinion, every single sci-fi movie, TV series, anything I've ever seen, the thing composes of majority fighters, and then the capital ships of rarest, and then in between that would be like a larger nation, not quite capital ships, but I think that's healthy. That is everything sci-fi. It would be a bad game and a bad movie to watch if there was no fighters at all. For example, that's just stuff, right? But it's just about it's just about, I don't think there should be exclusions. I think some ships should be absolutely terrible when it comes to fighter ships. I don't think there should be exclusions. Exclusions just means that's like.
See, I don't agree with Virgil.
The idea that would make is that there is an exclusion. You just swap your weapons and you can damage anything. Other guys can damage every single enemy, no matter what size they are. Larger ballistic cannons can damage every single enemy. Yes, you're gonna have velocity probably against fighters with but other guys have velocity and light strikes. Now,
I agree with Dead Red. We're at 1.5, guys. If you can't handle
potentially have a
1.5, I
place
don't know
in the
what to
sense
tell
that they
you. I
have the
don't
velocity
want to
of
watch
fighters,
this.
and they have the damage to penetrate just about anything.
But that's
Your
not
team
at
is going to
normal
suffer.
speed.
Smaller ships, right? Like size 1 on these guys aren't doing damage to capitals, right?
No, you're
No,
assuming size
no,
3.
any
I'm
Omnisky.
guessing, right? Any
Any
Omnisky?
Omnisky will damage capitals. They have enough damage to breach that threshold.
Mhm.
Okay.
So essentially, like, you've got choices, right? But the choice you make is, okay, I choose the weapon that's optimal to defeat other fighters, but then I'm not as effective or not effective against larger ships. Or I choose the weapon that can damage everything, but then I'm less effective against fighters, and I'm not the most effective I could be against larger ships.
I don't
or
have
I choose to
AI.
specialize against larger
Can't
ships
nuts.
and pick the deadbolts or the M cannons, and then I can't hit fighters. So it's making you make a choice.
Yeah, and that's good. That's good. Like keep in mind, despite what we're saying, I'm not indicating or I'm not trying to tell people what's immune to what. I don't think, and if I have said that, I'm strictly talking hypothetical here. But yeah, like I agree with you. It's 100%. That's just good balancing. Like, yeah, you should be able to choose.
Wait.
And if
YouTube has it? Where do I go for that? Voice boost? No. Where? Oh, actually, I have. Is this it? Is this it? No, that menu? Alright. This one? Get out of full screen?
you want to be really great at going,
Oh god, that's terrible. Holy shit. Turn that off.
going after certain weight divisions, you should be worse.
I do have premium, yeah.
Yeah, it's a good thing. Man. You're 100% on.
What weapon
I'm
do you
not
choose
saying
to
I
be more
agree.
effective against fighters? Then,
I do
It
have
would be
premium.
faster, like it would be repeaters because they have the faster velocity.
but size
Like
one
you said,
repeaters.
Mike.
Does
won't
Mike
be able
have to
do
enable it?
damage to any fighters?
Yeah. Well, I don't know the math.
Yeah, so the low size
Oh, this is
ballistics right
automated.
now are in a bad place, and I think that's something that they're going to have to reconsider is how those are balanced because they're effectively good against nothing.
That's actually pretty good.
However, the other thing to consider is armor, as said, does deplete very quickly. Even the Idris now only has like 50,000 armor, right? And as you deplete it, smaller and smaller
Diamond
weapons
icon.
are able to damage it. That ablative effect that was mentioned by the
See,
previous
that's cool.
caller.
I didn't even think about that. Yeah, cool.
Yeah.
Yeah. So you really only need a couple of ships
maybe it's
outfitted
just
to
not
break the armor on
available for
larger
this.
ships, and then your fighters with the lighter weapons that are geared towards dealing with other fighters, which are going to be your primary threat, can damage it as well.
Yeah, that's interesting. Yeah,
Yeah.
cool.
I keep
I
showing
completely
142
agree,
footage
Rimico.
because this is what.
Like, this is the thing where I get what Virgil's trying to say, right? That he says that repeaters, regardless of size, should eventually kill a ship. And I get that. The problem is I don't want this game to turn into, yet again, anything to prevent it. I bring 50 Gladius, 50 repeaters, and I kill everything. You can't bring any fighters because we're just too good, and when your big ships come, they can't do shit against us because we just swarm mentality. So for me, I like the way CIG are going with 4-7, where if you want to kill bigger ships, you have to bring cannons, right? Yeah. That's, for me, is I really want the idea of meta to be removed from this game. And it's where I'm bringing 10 people. I'm going to put my best dog fighters in repeater format so they can deal with anti-fighter. And I'm going to put my other 5 fighters as cannon setup for dealing with big ships. Okay? And if we come across 10 fighters that are repeater setup, fuck, right? We have to bail out or something like that. I've never looked into it, cannons. I'll check out in some other videos, you know? The ask button is to summarize the video. I just don't see it. Share, save, thanks, clip, download. I've got premium, by the way. Let me quickly load up, fucking dog just headbutted the door.
You don't know anything.
Clip share. Yeah, I don't have it. I've got, I literally got fucking premium. Look, premium benefits. Whatever.
What we want. You want a bunch of fighters and a couple capitals firing giant weapons at each other, don't we?
Yeah. And
Yeah.
the thing is, it kind of adds a dynamic of, okay,
What am I looking for? Oh, whoops. Yeah, look. Premium. Since 28th September 2001. Is it something that you guys had to enable? Maybe, yeah, maybe it's like a US thing only. Yeah.
Threat can damage it as well.
Yeah, that's interesting.
Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah,
I
I
keep
don't
showing
have it.
142 footage because this is what we want. You want a bunch of fighters and a couple capitals.
Yeah, it might be
firing
just
giant weapons at each other, don't we?
a thing.
Yeah. And
Yeah.
the thing is, it kind of
That's
adds
cool,
a
though.
dynamic of,
If I ever
okay,
see it
you
pop
need
up,
to have the
thank
people
you.
who are equipped to deal with the big threats, but not everybody needs to be equipped for that. As long as you have enough to break that armor and get to the point that you can deal with it, you're
Just
good.
started showing? Alright.
Yeah, for sure. But like the only counter to this, Dimitri, right? And the only like situation I'm trying to, I guess, just be cautious of
I could get
is fights that happen.
I know it's the
currently,
same thing
which
as
is-
like a Discord server can earn money. Yes, I see that stuff. Yeah. Discord allows you to earn money, and I can't do that. You know. Yeah, maybe it's a US only thing then. Because I've got a 2006 fucking beta YouTube account. So, I would imagine I would have had
like
all the
if an Idris
resources.
comes after my bounty, I can't play
How
the
would
game.
a Discord earn money? You're allowed to subscribe to certain areas on Discord, or somebody would have to pay $5.99 to access certain areas on your Discord. But it only works in America. You can get it done, so I can't get my server set up that way.
And I'm not letting Idris play the game. Like,
Yeah, I mean,
so,
we all
like-
know the Idris is kind of bullshit anyway, so.
Yeah, but and it's
Not
just
that
a
I
good
would never do
example.
it. I'm just
But
saying
if
you can
they
do
were
that
to
on
go
Discord. You can earn
and back
money
away from where it is
people
now
being on
and
your
make
Discord.
more ships immune to more weapons. It's because right now, like you said, it's good, and I think I said that at the beginning of the podcast. I think it's pretty reasonably balanced right now. But if they were to go in the other direction, then it would be a worry because then it's not just the Idris that comes after me and we both don't
Probably,
play the
yeah.
game. It might be like, and I don't want to use me as an example, so just any fighter. If any fighter that stops fighting, constellations and corsairs, then that's 30% less PvP for everybody.
Right, but
so as long as the weapons can do damage to each other, like you said, that's good. That's
See,
fine.
this is where for me, I think CIG should definitely take every angle that is going in. But for me, I think repeaters should be anti-fighter and cannons anti-everything. And the skill is you have to be better with cannons, because I guarantee you people who are skilled with cannons will wipe the floor with people that are just semi-decent with repeaters, and that's fine. They put the time in, they deserve that perk. But you don't want everyone going from fucking ballistic repeaters to everyone using cannons, and then the meta is flicked, right? It needs to be where cannons is a skill check. And if you're not skilled enough to do it against small ships, and you can only do it at big ships, that's fine. But I don't go into a ring versus Mike Tyson thinking I'm going to win, right? The mass drivers, yeah. But that also had a lot of aim assist and stuff. So I think CIG for 4.7 are going the right route about it. I've not had a chance to test it myself. I've only been getting information thanks to Tumblr in chat, but also all the other people sending me DMs about it, because I will not do any theory crafty testy bullshit in Evo after what they did with the last stats, because CIG and Evo Kati brought out a fucking awesome balancement for weapons, and literally when it got into wave 1 they 180'd it, and I will never go and test all that shit again for them if they're going to pull that bullshit. So I will test it in wave 1 and onwards, hopefully that CIG doesn't pull a fucking 180 again. Because I just won't do it in Evo Kati after that fucking bullshit. It was so stupid. Massively annoying. Oh, it's on Imager, dude. It's not even available in the UK. I'm in the UK, guys.
So
we
you
don't
just-
have
in that
access
situation,
to
you have to make a
shit.
choice, right? Do you gear for an
I got a VPN to fucking Switzerland now to see any porn website. Okay? And that's even with putting in ID, by the way. Some websites, you put your ID in, they go, no, you're from the UK. Even if you're fucking 44 like I am, you're not allowed to watch porn. I literally got a VPN to fucking Switzerland just so I get access. UK Gulag? Dude, it's crazy. That's a lot of perverts in Switzerland. I don't care, long as I get my stuff. All right, I'm sick and tired of putting my because I've got a UK ID, so I don't mind putting my ID on websites because I would have to do it for business anyway. But it's the fact is when you put that detail in and you go to like Pornhub or something, and they're like, "No, you're from the UK. We're not giving you access." It's like, but I'm old enough. I'm old enough to see crazy stuff on the internet. Why am I not allowed? So yeah, you got a VPN to Switzerland to get in. It's crazy. Did you know 98% of dude? I signed up to Steam as 1900 as my birthday account. And back in the day, I got an email saying, "We don't believe you. Your fucking birthday is 1900." It's like, well, then don't offer it. Don't offer it if you're not going to believe it. But it's still to this day on their website when I'm signing in, I set it as 1900 just for the trolls. Even though it's set to obviously 1982. It's crazy, man. It's getting crazy. Like, I'm sorry, but porn is education, all right? Like sex ed school stuff is useless. Absolutely useless. It's terrible. I just don't understand why people are always upset about like porn and drug talking and stuff like that, you know? Isn't it better to educate your children on the finer things in life than, you know, let them find out the worst way possible? That's crazy, man. I taught like Jack everything, man. Like sex ed, you know, talked about drugs because I took drugs when I was younger. So he goes out into the world, has drugs, and he respects it better. Not OD'd yet and stuff. Like, it's so bad, man. Yeah, that's the weird thing in the UK, right? In the UK, you're allowed to have sex with somebody at the age of 16. Obviously, if you're a 40-year-old having sex with a 16-year-old, that's kind of weird. But technically, it is legal, right? Legal fucking, you know, the whole saying, if it's able to bleed, it's able to breed, which is disgusting. Absolutely disgusting. But in the UK, you have that age limit at 16, but you're not allowed to watch porn until 18. It's so backwards. It should be where you're allowed to watch porn at 16, but not allowed to have sex at 18, in my opinion. It's so weird. Drinks is 18, but you're allowed to smoke at 16. Or like to buy cigarettes and stuff at 16, unless that's changed recently. Yeah, it's legal, right? Oh, is it still illegal? Alright, is that the way it goes? Oh, shit. I'm just memeing. I'm fucking memeing, chat, alright? Before anyone fucking reports me to any authorities, I'm just memeing. It is disgusting, you know? Do not do anything. However, it is still flattering when you get chatted up as an old man. Doesn't mean you do anything though. You just take it as an award-winning, like you are still good looking, all right? But does not mean you touch, you know? I had unrestricted access. Age 5 and the early thing. I started smoking at age of 9. Like, yeah, it's just crazy, man. You know the weird thing is people give their kids mobile phones, but then they're worried that they'll watch porn and take drugs and stuff. Just don't give them a mobile phone then. Give them a pager. I joined at 16, Cough. Gotta be older for everything. Wait, so an 18-year-old can fuck a 16-year-old But if you're 19, you can't fuck a 16-year-old? Is that what you're saying? What happens if you're 18? 18, dude, you joke about it. My parents gave me a pager. Instead of a mobile phone, I got a pager. So whenever I had, like, they would fucking send me a message on the pager and I would have to go to a phone box and reverse charge my parents to tell them I was okay. But in 20, dude, again, you don't want your kids growing up with bad, weird habits, like looking after donkeys and sucking on the donkey's cock. Get them a pager. I'm pretty sure people still use pagers. The basics of it, yeah. Yeah. NL, I have 13. You asking me if I need weed? My first phone was at 7. It was a Nokia 3310. It's a brick. Are pagers still being... Wait, now I'm interested. Can I get a pager on Amazon? Holy shit, I can get a fucking collection of pagers. What the hell is this? Is this like taking a number? The fuck is that? Maybe I should get this for my mother. A fucking companion. Just for shits and giggles, chat. Do you think I should get her that? She can push for help. And then just ignore it. Cut the fucking audio cable. And let her just keep pushing the fucking button. Yeah, there we go. There's a pager. Awesome. Wait, you can get a fucking phone, a pager on your watch? Yeah, that's like an old school pager there. I think these are like waiting card pagers. Or like phone. Like this is kind of cool. Look at this. Called 1925, you know, like I guess this is for like if you got business and you want to like get somebody to fucking report in or something like that. Oh, look. Yeah. So I think this is like where you get staff to come. Yeah. This will be where like staff wear the watch and you fucking bleep them to come back to reception or something. Yeah. Okay, there we go. Wait, isn't that guy a footballer? Or looks something similar to a footballer. Yeah, that's kind of cool actually. Yeah, these are not old school pagers. No. These are like, yeah, whatever. Anywho, yeah, I grew up with pager.
Commerce build with Omnis guys, or do you build for, okay, I want to be sure I'm going to win the sweatiest of dogfights, and therefore I'm going to run repeaters.
Yeah, and I agree. I like that. I like the fact that you can choose in one. I just hope that will always be the case.
This is where again, I think CIG to do this correctly, they need to make cannons versus fighters or high mobile ship a big skill check. Okay? Cannons versus bigger ships is a less skill check. Meaning that you want to bring anti-fighter setups to deal with the cannon setups. And you bring your sweatiest players to do that, right? That's what I really hope CIG achieves from this. Because if they just go where everyone is back into cannon meta, it will be so boring.
That is all I'm saying.
And it only happens if they start lowering the spread down on cannons.
Like I want to make sure what you're saying stays. You know, yes. It does. Because there's people, and I like this, there's people that Mike is making the meme podcast title about that straight up.
Yeah, exactly, Kenos. Exactly, dude. That's what I want.
That's why I'm having the conversation.
But if people go, I can't kill anybody with cannons, buff the cannons, CIG. If that happens, it's a GG game, you know?
It's because people aren't based like the three of us in here. There's other people that just want it flat outright. They want their
It is,
Idrises
yeah,
to be
sure,
immune.
sure.
They want their Corsairs and Connies to be completely immune. Like, you know, we other people aren't being as reasonable as us here.
Yeah. And I should give some context here. I am one of those Corsair pilots. I don't want to be immune, but like I'm pretty much a Corsair main. I don't really fly fighters very much. I'm not good with fighters. And I know when I go out there with a Corsair against good fighter pilots, I'm going to get my ass kicked. It's just how it works, right? And I don't expect that to change.
But also, Dread Pirate shouldn't have to worry about a fucking arrow or a wolf that's using laser repeaters, and there's nothing you can do about it. And you have to leave the field because it's like a nyat, right? I don't mind the idea of 100 nyats doing a job, but if you balance the game around where one net can fucking make people leave the field, you've lost it, right?
Because that maneuverability advantage is just what it is, and I accept that as part of flying.
And that's what you have right now with a Corsair, like Catnuts and the Connie, is that one arrow can make you leave the field, and I don't agree with that. Just don't. It should take way longer than it does.
That ship. Just as
maybe the
like
fight can be closer. You know, like maybe the fight should be.
Yeah, but then the ship is designed to be solo for combat tough. The thing is, though, is if he gets plenty of damage, he'll have to put the fires out, right? Catnuts has had to deal with this. Catnuts has been on the field with me, spamming missiles and doing big alpha damage, and the only reason he's had to leave is because people are just fucking cluster fucking with missiles and all that shit, and that forces you to leave the field, which is completely fine. Bring in a repairer, but it's the fact that these little fucking yats can rip off the engines super fast. Yeah, they were never designed for multi-crew in mind, yeah. And that's not the owner's fault, that's CIG's fault.
Closer to you know, standing more.
The Connie and the Corsair, in my opinion, should have, like, the Connie should have had a size 2, size 5 turret on the roof, and maybe like 2 size 4 underneath on the belly. That's how I would have had it. Big ships shouldn't need to shoot. They should have gunners to do that job. All you can do is repair all. Yeah, that's very true, yeah. This doesn't change the fact Cutlass through Percy needs HP buff. What do you mean, Cutlass through Percy? Oh, you're talking about ship sizes from Cutlass to Percy? Yeah, 100%. It's fucking stupid. It's really stupid. Like, I don't understand why it's harder to kill a dead Saber or Eclipse than it is to kill a fucking Connie. I don't understand this when you're building a game. Like, if anybody puts a Saber out of commission, it takes longer to kill this dead Saber than it is for me to kill Catnuts and a fucking Connie. It's so stupid. Like, fighters should be super squishy and big ships should be fucking difficult to deal with. They can be killed, they can be disabled, but they shouldn't be this fucking walk in the park, man. You know? Yeah, it's crazy. But the thing is, though, is when you look at some of the stats for 4-7, even the HP values are really fucking stupid, right? Because they've got it here. Somebody's made a list here, right? Of the weapons for 4-7, right? And obviously this just shows, like, threshold right now, you know? So this is not, like, again, this is not leaking anything. This is just literally everything fucking available, stats-wise, yada, 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 right? Is the fact that everything that we have right now still doesn't make a perfect sense, and I'm hoping by the end of, like, Open Wave it will. Because I've seen some of the ships, like, I can't remember off the top of my head, but I've seen a fighter that has more armor stats than a fucking big ship, which doesn't make any sense to me. I think I heard about that. It's because they're really small parts close to the nose. Yeah, exactly. It's because the way engineering has come out, certain ships that have certain design of HP pools. So, for example, if anybody doesn't know, the HP pool on the Saber is very high. And then it's just like wings and a little bit. If you look at Urkel, right? Urkel always shows you, or other websites show as well. But you go here, for example, right? And I go to the Aegis Saber. You can see here on the HP values, its nose is 4,000, the canopy is 1,000. Then you've got 1 HP here. And it's quite chunky monkey, but it's like, you know what I mean? These little bastard bits just don't seem to cause it to fucking die. So you are shooting at it, and because there might be like one of these little shitters that is 1 HP, it doesn't die because of it. It's so stupid. This 1 HP mentality that CIG has done is so dumb. It's really fucking dumb. Yeah, you've got to hit that really small bit, and it's only 1 HP. And this is where, like, missiling is good, but the thing is, though, CIG are going to make it where eventually it's going to be very difficult to hit things with missiles that are disabled. CIG really need to work it out where if I have laid waste to a ship, it should just pop. And for me, fighters should be squishy, guys. I know people want to die to an NPC and they want to press the repair all button and come back and fucking win the fight, right? But for me, that's something you do in a big ship. A fighter should not be this fucking push the button and I'm back in the fight. It should be fucking you're dead. You eject, pull a cord, that's it. You get retrieved by a player. I'm fucking sick and tired of fighters. And we're talking about everything like starter to up to the Eclipse, for example, being so tanky because people just can't fly anything else properly. Yeah, you need to thirst. You have to thirst. Because, no joke, I was in a fight with Arc last night, as I've said, and we were killing people left, right, and center and moving on to the next target as soon as they're disabled, and these motherfuckers were back within 2 minutes. Because they just sit there unkillable and they press the repair all button and come back. It's stupid. It's really stupid. So hopefully CIG work on this. Fighters should die. They just shouldn't be repairable, in my opinion. You escape. You escape and you get out the ship and you repair it. You don't fucking push a repair all button and be immortal.
Of a chance, like maybe, but again, I've been flying this thing a long time, and yes, there have been times when it's been better, and there have been times when it's been worse. But the fact is that I accept that, right? And the flip side of that is like, if you load out to have the optimal loadout against other light fighters, right, with CF repeaters or whatever, then you're accepting.
Yeah, I know the reason why it is like this right now, but yeah, as you said, it's such a bad thing. Fighters just shouldn't be able to be immortal until the changes come in, right? And he should have just left every ship that didn't have the system just pops. That's it.
That you don't have the optimal loadout to deal with those bigger ships.
Do CF repeaters have enough alpha to pen armor?
Yeah, they should be fragile.
Light fighter?
Yes.
It should be you bring a big ship with big cost, big risk, but you get the big bada boom out of it. You want to be cheap, you bring fighters. But you can't expect to tank like a fucking Idris. Yeah, I would agree on that, Church, as well. Completely agree. I really am anti this repair button in the pilot chair. Very anti repair button. I think you should have to eject and get fucking picked up and back to another ship if you've lost the fight. You can have it where anything like multi-crew, so like Vanguards, Cutlasses and stuff, be different. But anything like a Saber, Eclipse, all this shit, no. If you can escape the fight, you can hide and repair and come back to the fight. But if you die, that's it. It's the GG. You eject. Like it used to be.
Okay.
Yeah. But there's some circumstances. There's some I would have. I haven't looked at the table or I haven't rehearsed the table.
Yeah.
But my understanding too is like, because like they've made a mess here, right? Because they have like every ship can have any weapon size. So there's like heavies, like the F8 that have size 2s. So there is some awkward interactions where like a heavy can't actually damage another heavy.
Yeah.
If they have certain weapons.
Yeah, but the thing is what Virgil's talking about is CIG can make that Vanguard weapon size 2 with the stats of size 5. They can easily do that. I've said this one a few times now. I think CIG should remove the size 5 gun off the Vanguard, remove it completely, and buff the 4 size 2s to 4.5 spec. So you've got four size 4s at 4.5 damage, and it can only straight line shoot. There's no gimbal, it's just a boom and zoom, does a crazy amount of damage in a straight line, can't turn for shit, and that would make the Vanguard absolutely amazing, right? But having that size 5 on the, like, you've got 4 2s at 2.5 damage, and then you've got the size 5, it just doesn't make any sense. Just remove the size 5 and buff the size 2s to size 4 spec, like you did with the Wolf. The Wolf is a small ship with size 4s built into it.
Types and stuff. So and then like randomly the Talon is size 4s too. So there's this like and it's like it wasn't made to punch above its weight. It's just has 2 size 4s. So like they're trying to back themselves up a bit there.
Right, they're constantly backing themselves into corners by making decisions of, oh, I'm going to sell a ship with this because that would be cool.
Yeah.
But then the Talon, they could also do bestoked weapons like the Blade. And they could make it size 4, but it doesn't do size 4 damage, right?
And they don't consider...
Or size 4 pen.
That's just the reality of the
It's
game
a
right
size
now.
4 gun
The
without
ship team is
size
the
4
marketing
pen.
team. They are not involved in gameplay decisions, it seems like. It's like, here's a ship, Yogi, figure it out, and then everybody gets mad at Yogi when everybody should be mad at the teams making the ships in the first fucking place. It drives me nuts.
Yeah,
Guys,
they leave the
it's
gameplay
got the
teams...
impossible job.
It's good
They
though,
leave
Jared,
the
you're
gameplay
100%
teams
right.
to make
We
mistakes.
didn't cover that.
Yeah.
We didn't cover that earlier.
And I would just ask, I just want to ask, like, you're pointing out, all right, the Omni Sky ones can do damage, so it's not entirely true what you're saying. Cool. But is all of this intentional? Did they actually think through this and figure out all these scenarios? Like, probably not. The Omni Skies just probably happen to be. And then again, so now do we only use Omni Skies? Is that ever their intention with all the other weapons? So like, if only the Omni Skies are good, they probably didn't think through everything super clearly just yet and are looking for feedback and all those things. I don't want a world where Omni Skies are the choice. I don't want a world where CFs are the only choice like we had before. I don't want a world where ballistic repeaters are the only choice because that's what we had before. I want sort of what we're saying, but what we're saying doesn't...
This is where I brought this up a few times. CIG should remove every single weapon from the game and just bring in the CF repeater. And balance the CF repeater. Then bring in another gun. And balance that gun. Then bring in another gun. And balance that gun. And never change the first 2 or 3 guns when you bring in the 4th gun. If CIG just did this mentality, we could solve this fucking game. Because everything, like having a close range repeater that does big damage, and then you've got a long range repeater that actually hits, you always use the long range repeater. And it's the same thing with cannons. I guarantee you people are going to go with M series cannons and they're going to miss everything. They'll go to dead lights or whatever they're called, light strikes, and they'll hit, and that's where everyone will go, you know? It's so stupid, you know? But this is where if you remove all the other guns from the game and just slowly introduce, patch by patch, a new gun, you can balance out the weapons in this game. But CIG can't seem to balance like 6 different fucking guns, man. You know? Exactly, Mr. Sam. I'm being annoying because that's generally what CIG should do. You remove everything. And for one patch, you bring this. The next patch, you bring the next weapon. So you start with a laser repeater. Second patch, you bring a ballistic repeater. For third patch, you bring a laser cannon. You bring on the 4th patch a ballistic cannon. And that is where you then have the data of all 4 weapons. Obviously, you don't need to do with anything with distortion because it just works, right? There you go. You've then got everything set up and you go, right, let's scrap shotguns because shotguns are just a bad idea. Let's make them anti-fighter flat cannons and just use the model. Let's get rid of these stupid distortion shotguns and all that shit and just bring in like size 4, 5 models or something like that, you know? Isn't that essentially what they've done? They equalized all the yeah, but we're talking about weapons, dude. You have, like, Mike is like, I want to be able to use this weapon and it be able to go against this weapon, right? But CIG can't do that, Church. CIG just always seem to make one weapon just the flavor of the fucking month because they can't be bothered to fucking play around with numbers.
Seem intentional entirely.
Agreed. I think we're in a situation where the gameplay team is trying to clean up for the marketing team and
100%.
find a way to make a game balance that is interesting and fun, but they're not there yet, right?
Yeah.
And I think that maybe this is a good start, and maybe they can take this and tune it to the point that it makes more sense by adjusting the weapon stats. You remember back in the
Yeah, same
patch
weapon,
of
different color. Exactly. There's so many
5
ways they can
or
go
6,
with
whatever.
this.
We had a brief period in PTU where they had a complete retuning of all
But
weapons.
if you take out every single weapon from the game and you make every ship have a CF repeater or a badger or a bulldog, right? A rhino, and you just have that one weapon. That's all you have in the game. All the shops don't have cannons. You lose all your modules regarding weapons, and you only have repeaters, and you literally just play the game for one patch cycle with this weapon. They then finalize that as the foundation, and they bring another weapon in on top. They go, right, we've got the repeaters sorted out. Let's bring a cannon in, a laser cannon. You balance that out for a whole patch, and then you do another one. And by the end of this year, 6, 7 patches later, you've got all your weapons balanced out, and it's not been fucking memed around, you know?
And then they stripped it out. And I think that the reason they stripped it out was, one, it wasn't complete. It wasn't ready for every new weapon. Most of the new weapons weren't balanced properly. And two, they didn't want to throw too much at us at once.
Yep.
So I'm wondering if the vision is, okay, they're going to bring that back in conjunction with this at some point, and that retuning is going to hopefully create a balance where there's a reason to use different weapons more.
Yeah. I mean, it's just a lot of people complain about the refining changes. Like, that obviously makes room for like refining ore, where it's like now 50%.
Yeah, but they
which is not
constantly
a
do
crazy thing.
readjust
People,
it.
in lots of games, 2 ore equals 1 bar. But the idea there is like there's room to improve with better crafting, crafted refineries and shit. So it's like, yeah,
Again, if
opening the game
CIG,
up for
if
those
CIG
layers we
had
talked
done
about
this
earlier is a
from
good
the
thing.
very beginning, we wouldn't have had any problems with our weapons. All they have to do is default it down to one weapon system. Nobody can complain if you only have one weapon. And you balance it where it makes sense for every ship that's using it, but since every ship seems to be customizable, and obviously you'd still have the bespoke weapons on the Ion and the Inferno, but that's a lot easier to balance, the same as the Perseus, right? We're talking about every ship that can customize their weapons. You have one standard foundation for laser repeater. You bring in cannon laser cannon, and you set the foundation for there. You bring in the ballistic repeater, and you bring in the ballistic cannon. You now have the perfect formula, and you go, right, these weapons all work. They all coexist with one another. How can we bring in shredders? What will we do with shredders, right? But you never touch the foundational 4. You always then customize and go, this didn't work in this patch, let's bring it in the next patch and do something different. But if you have a set system working, the foundation of this game needs to be rock hard, and then it sails afterwards.
No.
So anyway, that was the main thing I wanted to mention. I have done a fair amount of testing in Evo on these changes. So, I have a pretty good idea of the specific details of some of what works and what doesn't. As you guys may have seen, there's a spreadsheet going around that shows the threshold values for ballistics versus lasers and the armor values that affect those.
Can you DM it to me?
Yeah, I can. Hold on.
I won't be able to bring it up on screen now.
Gigantic
but I'll put
radical table, right?
Yeah, I think so. I won't be able to put it on camera now just because of the way my setup is with Discord. But I will be able to link it in the YouTube video, so you guys and the Twitch.
Yeah, so there you go. So that first values there are ballistics, the second values are laser, and then the third is the armor values.
I think
I could put.
I think this is what they're talking about here for people, right? So the way ballistics work, deals damage, yada yada yada, right? So you've got for example, the fucking attritions, for example, does no damage, yes. You know what I mean? Versus the threshold and stuff. Only using the Perseus. Only change this drop down. So it basically shows you, right? That when you're using the Perseus, and obviously there's no drop down on this, whatever, right? It shows you that only big ballistic, size 6, is going to pen. The adores are going to pen because of the status of them are. Attrition's free and 6. Awesome, because again, attritions require you to get super close. Then you've got like the Badgers. No, they don't do any damage. The Deadbolts, yes. The modals and stuff like that, no. But again, the modals are broken, so we'll see how it changes out. So it just shows you that a huge range of weapons will work against the armor of the Perseus. But because of its stats and stuff like that, there's also going to be a few no's. And the no's are completely fine because it's so stupid that you just go to in today, as just an example, I use this weapon here for everything. For fucking everything, you know? I have to make a copy to access drop down. Alright, I'm not going to do it on stream because I don't care too much. It's just basically just symbolize just how it works, right? Where instead of everything killing everything, and you only use one system, there is a bit more of a like, right, this will do it, but this is going to do it better. And it's going to do it faster. So it's like, instead of me roaming around in 5 Gladiuses, or 10 Gladiuses, I'm going to roam around maybe in 2 Vanguards, or a couple of F8s, a couple of Hornets, and some Gladius, right? And a Mantis. You have to actually make a fleet structure for it because you never know what you might come across, right? So, again, it's very exciting time. Is it going to be like the best thing for 4-7? No, but
my phone and then YouTube.
Definitely in the right
One thing
spot.
I should note, the reason why the ballistic values are higher than the laser values is because...
Well, to be honest, if you're going to bring a fucking Idris, right, why bother with 19 Gladius? Just come with 19 Idris. That's it.
This is already
Who
factoring
fucking
in
cares about the
15%
fighters?
resistance of armor to ballistics and the 30% vulnerability. So that's why they're different. If you factor those out, the number, it's a flat number.
Like, it's gone from fighter meta to just, oh, let's just bring in Idris. And if the Javelin comes out this year, it's just going to be Javelin, Idris, and a Mantis. That's all you need. Right? That's how people will go. I guarantee you, with these changes, even though it makes it better for, like, the smaller groups with, like, the Perseus and stuff, like Cutlet and stuff, I guarantee you, the Bobs will just come out in solo Idrises for everything.
The one thing this doesn't take into account, and I don't know if you guys were aware of this, but because shields have 45% absorption of ballistic damage, you actually need a higher ballistic damage than these numbers to affect a ship through its shields.
Yes.
Significantly higher.
Yeah. So it really kills ballistics.
Yes.
Yeah.
Which is a good thing.
Yeah, for sure. But all right, Dredd, anything else before we...
No, I'm all set.
All right, bro.
Good shit, man. You schooled us on this. This was good.
Appreciate it. Yeah,
no
because
problem.
obviously it's an Evo and we don't have a ton of time in it, so we're all speculating on what we think more than actually.
Yeah, I love to spurg about this kind of stuff. I'm big into, figuring out all the little details
No,
and
you
stuff
can't.
and make
No.
changes like this.
No.
So
Appreciate it. Shoot me the actual link, not the image, if it's possible.
I don't have a link. I just have the image.
Just have the image. Okay.
The
cool.
image you can't
I'll
do
put
in the
on,
Perseus.
like image or something. So I have a link there. Thank you, dude. I appreciate
no
you, man. All right. Talk to you.
Well,
Bye.
Yeah.
Verge, you got time for one more or?
yeah, we can do one more.
All right, let's do one more.
Yeah,
It's cool. Now that you're here, I'm getting all sorts of different callers because it's a totally different subject than what we
Yeah,
normally talk
I can
about.
see all the PvPs in chat too.
Hell yeah, it's awesome. All right, XT Raptor. Raptor, excuse me. XT Raptor. How you doing?
Hey, how's it going?
Good.
Can you guys hear me? Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just wanted to, like, I got touched on a little bit before, so, like, now I'm a little trying to reformulate what I was going to talk about. I've seen a lot of people saying stuff like fighters are made to scout and stuff. Like, people really have, like, an abrasion to, like, fighters being able to do anything. Like,
Because they just are annoyed by them, I think, because it's been so annoying for so long.
But it seems people forget, like, fighters are the carrier's main weapon, and a carrier is a big ship. So
True. It's the Idris's main
how
weapon.
would that work? Yeah.
Oh,
so,
wait.
like,
Never mind.
yeah.
Take that back.
But, like, a Bengal,
Take
right?
that
Does a
back.
Bengal have a railgun? I don't know.
Where is it, chat? Where have they put the video?
Go on.
Where are you? Where's the scene? Where are you? Was it right at the beginning? No. Where's the scene where the Bengal extends its fucking cannon, like?
On a drill.
In space, a handful of seeds will refine our
Skip through.
and
Push a button. Just further on, after the fight that takes shields. No, wait, isn't that there? You're saying it's further on.
Firing solution on that king ship. Hit him with everything we got.
So all of our weapons even focused.
Have to do something. Right, Mr. Krause? The Van Duel aren't gonna blow themselves up.
Yes, sir. Wait, next time we take a hit,
Aye, sir.
let's get their attention.
Where's the scene? Somebody find it for me if you can. It shows the big fuck off guns underneath it. Anyway, somewhere in this fucking video, right? If somebody can find it. The Bengal, if anybody doesn't know, has 4 giant fucking rail guns underneath it.
That's a carrier, right? I'm not super versed on that.
So even though he's saying the carrier is going to launch fighters and that's its main weapon, no. No. The fucking guns on the Bengal are disgusting. The Bengal doesn't need fighters.
I think it's like
Bengal carrier, yeah, that's what they call it. Bengal carrier.
I said earlier, it's like in every movie game, there's like it's always fighters the most.
Yeah,
you know,
yeah. Like Star Wars is like, you remember that clip of there was like a big fight that Shadow Moses had, Virgil, where there's a clip of one of your guys and it literally looked like Star Wars. Who was it? Thumb, I think.
Oh yeah.
Like it was all fighters just flying by him, and there was like a big cap ship in the background. Like that's epic.
Yeah, and
who doesn't?
I have a bit more experience with Elite Dangerous's like models than Star Citizen, but one of the things that like they kind of do is they have a lot more variety in weapon types than Star Citizen does, and I don't know if
they also thought about weapon balance a little bit too.
A little bit more too. Yeah. So like I'm not sure. Like, are there like railguns or like plasma accelerator equivalents in Star Citizen?
There's railguns. They just like don't really have like a use case.
Yeah.
There's gonna be one guy in the comment section that's be like, I love to use my railguns, and I be, you know, but
you know, and I do my medium level bounties all day with them. So all right, cool.
Yeah. So but it's nowhere near as like well balanced as ED. But like those weapons exist. They just don't have much of a use case, and hopefully some depth like this, which Dread was just mentioning earlier. This is the time to do it. Like this is the mechanic to bring more weapons into use and to widen the meta for that. So it's a good thing.
Yeah. And then another thing is that in Elite you can also modify your armor. You can add armor modules and armor reinforcements and module reinforcements that will like.
You can do that in Eve too, can't you?
Yeah, and then it has like a negative effect on other things, right? Like if you raise your cargo value, then you lower your armor values and things like that.
Yeah.
Or like
cool.
One of the things that I enjoyed doing in Elite Dangerous is stripping down a small fighter to where like I even pulled the shield out in order to have more power to more powerful weapons. Like you can't do anything like that in Star Citizen, right? You, like just pull that
Kind
thing out.
of, because you get more access to pips, but the pip balance is still yeah, it's not that deep.
Yeah.
Right. And very quickly, just want because a lot of people did touch on the whole like the pistol versus tank thing. It's like why are we equating fighters to pistols? That would be like, wouldn't that be more like a handheld rifle to a ship? Like that should do no damage.
Why are we so stuck on this? Like
Because everybody wants to apply real life scenarios to video games, and it's so fucking annoying.
It's because it's they
That's because Mike wouldn't be able to play the game if it was real life.
said, right? Like it didn't. Was it Jerry?
It was
or
their
was
example,
Yogi? Yeah, it was their example of like, oh, pistol should never do anything to a tank. But like, why are we? Why is
Did
that?
he say that? Oh,
Yeah,
I had no
I think so.
idea.
I don't remember which one it was, but they like when they were talking about it in around master modes, I think it was. They said that, and I guess that's where people latched onto it. But I kind of mentioned it earlier in the chat of like the small fighter to a bigger fighter should be more like an infantry fighting vehicle, like coming across the main battle tank. Where the common wisdom is it should never fight each other because the main battle tank will always win. But then you see things like in Ukraine where infantry fighting vehicles just happen to come across main battle tanks and they cripple them because they like took out their optics, they took out their tracks. The turret got damaged, so it was spinning around and they couldn't aim properly, and then they just left. Right? Like they didn't kill it; they needed something else to come in and finish it off. But they crippled
disabled it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
That's a cool story, right? Like, oh, I was my fighter, and then like an engine showed up, and I couldn't kill it, but I destroyed its thrusters, and then I got the fuck out of there. Like, I kind of want that.
I get what he's saying, but using realism is a good way to balance a game as well. Like, if you have everything on low caliber able to kill big caliber, you will never bring any big caliber ships because you will always bring the light. And right now, it's where you just bring a fucking Idris, you know?
Yeah, I get it.
And I don't want to be forced to rely only on Omni Skies for that too, because we're talking a lot of like a scenario where like.
But if people want to bring a Redeemer and they're just going to get peppered by fucking 10 fighters with small little guns, you'll never bring the Redeemer either.
It's almost like recently watched Night of the Seven Kingdoms, where it's like, oh, well,
it's got to be where the small guns
and I'll bring
can't
my
do
7 ships
damage.
at this place at this time, and we will fight each other. But what if you're a cargo ship and you just happen to have laser repeaters and a bigger ship shows up? What do you do now? You just die.
That's what some of these people want.
Yeah, it's like you should be able to do some damage even if you do just have laser repeaters. It should just not be optimal, right? It's like it was my last ditch.
It just takes you so much longer or something. Yeah,
exactly.
It's like that's it. Like the only thing I'm not going to lose sleep if a snub can't damage a cap, right? Like, you know, for example, like two on the edges of the spectrum, right? But like, I just think we have to be cautious not to make it so that half the game can't fight half the game. That's all. Like, you know, like I'm not even closed-minded to, you know, certain ships just not being able to, you know, if I'm not going to lose sleep if snubs can't attack caps, and if
the thing is though, is what you have to understand with balancing it this way as well, is if, for example, you don't do this balancing correct, again, it will be as, why do I bother bringing anything in the middle of the scale when I'll just bring a light fighter and a fucking cap? That's it. That's how it will go, because if you have it where everything can fucking kill each other, if this game ever gets popular, it will go from, we already see this with missile spamming right now, that your ship is only designed to go against a 1v1 versus like maybe 2 players with missiles. But everyone is pelting so many missiles at you, you run out of flares and you have to leave the scene, okay? You have to go and restock flares. That's what's going to happen is if more people turn up in more smaller ships. You go from, instead of having a structurized fleet, you just bring 50 fucking Gladius, half of them do one job, half of them do the other job, and you spam all these missiles, and anybody that doesn't bring the same amount of numbers just automatically loses. And it can't be that way. It needs to be where if you're going to blob, you've got the ability to blob and you've got that sort of spread, but you know, as Church says, make it where you maybe have it where more ships that shoot each other, the less resistance or something like that. But you'll just have it either that. You'll either have it as people will blob with fighters or blob with Idris. There's no point in between at all right now. Even in 4.7. No reason for any of these ships. No reason for a Cutlass, a Connie, a Corsair, 600i, anything that's capable. Is just you bring whatever will do the most amount of damage on the fighter side, and then the Idrises, and that's it. And that's my biggest worry. It will always be this, no matter what happens, until you start realizing that some ships just shouldn't be able to kill certain ships, and that's it. And you just don't keep bringing the one-trick pony meta.
light fighters kind of dead caps. It's not the end of the world. Don't do it anyways. But I am skeptical of closer together ships. Like, if a hammerhead can't take damage from a fighter
who is supposed to be fighting,
exactly, then what the hell are we doing? And there's people that are celebrating this, like, oh hell yeah, my hammerhead is immune to fighters now. We are so back. We are so back.
Yeah.
Back to what?
Do you think they're just? Do you think they're thinking like really hard coded rock paper scissors then, where it's like the fighter can't fight the hammerhead can fight the fighter, and the torpedo ship has to kill the hammerhead? I think that's what they're thinking, but.
And I'm fine for that.
I don't think that's as fun as they realize.
I think that is fun, personally. I think the idea that you've got this dangerous hammerhead on the field, you've got it interdicted so it can't run, and you've got people flying in, disabling the turrets, and then you have the ability for the fucking torp to do the final bang, right? Again, I think we're forgetting this is only one of the free HP bar ships have. What do you mean? Strike meta? Yeah, exactly. But it's like, you can't kill the armor. You know what I mean, right? Is that you need certain ships to kill the certain armor point of it, Church. And everyone, for some reason, wants every fighter to be able to kill all the armors, right? And I disagree with this. I think if there's a hammerhead on the field and it's negating things, say it's got good turrets, right? Cope. I want it where fighters fly in and disable the turrets, which are squishier than the main armor of the ship, and then you torp the fucker out. Or you board it and deal with it. I don't want this game turning into either you bring a swarm of fighters or you bring a swarm of Idris to play this game. And it seems to be that people want it to be this way. They want it where you can just turn up in your fucking Gladius, bring 20 of them, and just kill the hammerhead. Well, I think we'll be remaining on HP bars for a while.
Yeah, I think you're right, Matt. I think that is what they're thinking.
Yeah.
Or at least weapon types to be the bridge, like the in-between for that. But I don't think they've thought as far as what that's actually going to look like. Because people are going to sit there and go, okay, I can't be bothered to go get the Eclipse. I can't be bothered to hop in some boring ship I don't want to bring just to kill this thing. And they're going to...
Yeah, because we're not getting like stats like World of Tanks or something like that. Again, Maelstrom, I don't think people realize that Maelstrom is like a battlefield visualization tool, right? It means that certain, you know how like when you shoot a wing, it always breaks off in the exact same way every single fucking time. Maelstrom corrects that, where basically it can be cut off and it can also be put back on. It's nothing to do with like creating angular armors and shit like that. It could do it in the future, but we're not going to see it.
Just avoid it entirely.
I mean, let's just talk about what you just said. Can't be bothered. Why? Because it'll take an hour to set this thing up. It takes an hour to get into a new ship. So that's
I don't want
kind
to fly
of,
that thing.
you may not want to. Other people do. So that's the other thing, though, right? Is it might be nice that I can finally fly paper when I haven't been able to fly paper, or finally be able to fly rock.
For sure.
But the other thing is like, oh, there's a hammerhead there. Well, shit. We're all in Gladiuses, so we're just gonna leave. He's not gonna get a fight. We're not gonna get a fight, and because we're not gonna reship. And if we do, then he's not gonna be there anymore anyway.
And if the hammerhead is supposed to shred the fighters, let it shred the fighters. But the fighters gonna want to stay there to get shredded. Like for some reason, they have to want to stay there.
Yep.
Yeah.
Otherwise, nobody's having fun.
Yeah, like that's another thing, right? Like the mission of a hammerhead, right, is area denial. It's to protect other ships. So
an
it doesn't
hour,
really matter
that
that the fighters can't kill the hammerhead. What really matters is that the hammerhead can't kill the fighters, right? Because if he can't kill the fighters, how is he going to keep them away from the other ships it's supposed to protect?
Someone said it's not rock scissors paper, it's rock scissors Idris. So true.
Like, right? Like
It's
if you're
just
in a
Idris.
battle,
There is no other. It's just the
the
Idris.
worst thing that's ever happened in this game, dude. It's just so bad.
But hey, you don't have. You guys, this is
Oh,
the
you
argument.
hope,
You don't have a
though,
gamified
Church.
in 5
You
Idris.
hope it'll be like that.
probably. I mean, we damned if we do, damned if we don't. We don't have a game because they bought Idris's.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that was most of what I had in mind.
Okay.
That was good, man.
Yeah, we appreciate it, man. Good chat. All right, catch you later. Bye bye. All right, I think that's a good place to stop. Virgil's only yawned about 15 times, and I'm sorry.
So the hammerhead is successfully doing area denial. Just wait for the javelin and the battle cruiser. Yep. Yep. I can't wait from it to going from you've got fucking fighters and Idrises to just fucking everyone in battle cruisers sitting outside a fucking location. That's it. What is Maelstrom? It's basically a tool that allows CIG to break off things in the game on like a level of, like basically destruction. That's it. Everyone seems to think it's the god fix for armor and it's bringing in armor stats, rounded armor, world of tanks kind of bullshit, and it's not. It is basically when you take a saber and you shoot a wing off right now, it will always break 100% in the same format because it's designed to do that off the model when it goes into destruction. Maelstrom allows you to cut the wing with a fucking pattern and it will fall off. But it also allows you to rebuild the wing because you can bring the wing back and basically unreverse it with a welder basically and fix it back on and it will turn back into a stat, right? And it will just automatically sort of shape into that design. It means that also in the future, ships that do repairing can come and do repair work. That's all it is. It's destruction of trees, rocks, buildings, ships are more designed around destruction is more easily to do. That's all it is, you know? Someone is going to maelstrom a ship into a shape of a beetle. It doesn't work that way either. No, it's only in certain things that will break off and all that jazz, you know? It's a lot of people don't understand and they're like, the maelstrom's going to solve the armor equation. It doesn't. It does not, because I spoke to the team doing this shit and I said, is this going to be like World of Tanks, where you've got rounded armor and stuff like that? And they said, we would love to put that into the game. And this was like 2 years ago when it was all starting. And they said it would take us too long to do. So you are going to have HP pulls and you're going to have it where some areas break off easier because like Church says, is CIG can make it where the armor stat is connected to a certain area. So for example, wings have no armor. The fuselage carrying over where the modules are has armor. Invisible armor basically, right? And that's where the stat is. It just allows ships to break apart easier. It does not fucking make rounded armor and deflecting shots and fucking, you know, you fire a certain caliber of pistol on the side of it and it bounces off and shoots your fucking friend through the head, you know? There won't be any of that. Lego bricks, yeah, pretty much. Again, if you look at any of the stuff for like Battlefield with their destruction system, it's pretty much CIG's version of that. It allows you to break up objects in a more voxel sort of style, but that's it. It does not bring the golden, I'm strapping a fucking Abraham's tank worth of armor onto the side of my Gladius and I'm going to be able to survive every fight because I have armor in the game now. Again, I've always stated this ever since CIG or people rate about armor, is if you have armor, or if you die in a fire in 30 seconds and CIG add armor, you're still dying in a fire. It just might take somebody a minute to do so. That's it. Armor does not make you better at the game. Armor does not change you from being a skillless wonder to being a fucking pleb, you know? It just means that certain things take a little bit longer to kill, and that's it. But each of those components are just a low HP bar. Yeah, it will always be an HP bar. Because again, to do World of Tanks design, as I spoke to the dev team, would take a very long time to go through all the ships that they have and every little rounded area and oh my god, you know what I mean? Like World of Tank works because it was built from the get-go of that design of mesh. CIG have not built it from the get-go to do that stuff. You're asking way too much. The best thing is that armor makes sense in certain areas, like wings and engines would be squishier and the main fuselage is tougher, so you can't kill the ship, and if you win the fight, you can fucking bring your engine and fucking super glue it back on instead of, you know, abandoning a ship. And each Lego brick has a set of HP bar. Kind of. Yes. Kind of. It just allows CIG to make squishy things and tanky things. But it does not mean rounded armor, trajectory velocities, and angular velocities that will affect it, okay? If you have an armor plate on a ship, bullet here, bullet here, bullet here is all going to do the same damage. In real life, bullet here does less damage, bullet here does more damage, okay? We're not getting that. That is too many equations for CIG. Yeah. Like I said, they basically in right now CIG can only do armor on everything. With Maelstrom, it lets them do no armor on wings, more armor on extra engines, the main engines, maybe lighter on the maneuvering thrusters. You know what I mean? Right now they can't do that without Maelstrom. Oh yeah, exactly. I know. I like I said, CIG will bring out a flawlessly working game, and I'm pretty sure somebody will still complain about it, right? Yo, thank you, Space Bear, for the 28 months, dude. W's in chat. Again.
クール、アイカインダゲットイット、バルカンサルート。
CIG can bring out a perfect video game, and I guarantee you, people will still complain. People will not, you know, they'll not be happy with it. And it's a sad way of things. It really is. I just want a working game, chat. I want a nice working game. I want to have fun. I want to play it with cool people. And stuff like that. Yeah, that's not going to work, Rude Awakening. Jeez, dude. That's not going to work.
Sorry, I'm faded. I'm starting to fade.
I tried to end a while ago, so I appreciate it. But Aurora
people to be able to play the game. The fighters in the fun to play.
But he kill a human place is
yeah. Alright, anyway.
Fighting
that
just
was
more
a good
accessible.
podcast. It went on for a little bit longer than I thought. We had some good banter with it. Again, I'm in the mentality, I want everything to have a meaning. I do not want everything to just die in a fire by swarm mentality. I want fleet structure to be a big factor in this game. And yeah, I'm so bored of the mentality is that my Idris should be able to take on, 20 people solo. I'm going to bring 20 solo Idrises, and then it'll get to where we bring all our Bengals, and I just don't want to see blob warfare. Blob warfare is super fucking boring. If you have lovely structure set up where you have ships going after certain ships, and you've got, a proper fleet formula, you've got drop ships dropping off troopers, you got tanks and artillery taking out long range, like people with railguns and stuff like that. It's so sad that the tanks get outpowered by railguns still, Again, there's a lot to be balanced with it. I do think that these radar changes are probably the best radar changes we've had. However, I still maintain that you should be able to lose somebody by going behind an asteroid or a bigger surface. So, for example, if I'm hiding behind somebody's Idris, nobody should be able to target me. That's my opinion. If I'm literally on top of an Idris, I should be invisible apart from visual only. Warships will always kill the smaller Somali pirates with RPG. Dude, I've seen some videos of that 90s where there's like a dude on a fucking boat and he's got barbed wire and spikes around him. So like fucking medieval, and every time a boat's coming, he's just like that. Ding, 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 on a fucking 50 cal, rounding them up. And if anybody like throws harpoons or shit like that, he's got like this fucking bunker on the side of the boat. It's so cool. And it's totally like, well, let me see if I can actually find it here. Somali pirate defender. Let's see if I can see this. Yeah, you got. It's fucking funny as fuck, man. Give food to money! That's so fucking. It's so brutal, man. Then you got like a fucking Gatling gun, a wee fucking mini bird gun, you know? They're fucking coming with their rubber dinghies and their little fucking AK-47s from fucking Cold War Russia. And these guys have got fucking miniguns. And I don't even know what the fuck this is. But there's two people standing up with it. Like, nah, me little bird! And I think this is just trading, but it's so funny to see. Just fucking chaotic, like. But the one where the dude literally has, like, he's got, like, barbed wire around the fucking ship. It's crazy. Yeah, look at him. Here comes the fucking rubber dinghy. This dude's on a sandbag. So we're fucking light them up.
Give a call, Pat.
Look at it! The whole side of the boat has fucking rolls of razor wire all the way along it, man. Man, Somalia is fucking crazy, like. Shooting gallery, yeah. Look at it! The poor fucking... Oh, you can't see it because of my camera? The poor fucking boat is like smoking. Like this boat probably came with like 8 people and it's just fucking going out with one guy like that. Fucking underneath the fucking wheel, just like, guys, are you alright? Are you alright? What the fuck? Ah, man. You know that these guys on the boats get paid so much money for this, by the way. It's such a dangerous job to do this shit. Oh yeah, there's other kind of pirates, you know, with actual proper weapons and stuff, but... Here comes another boat. The first boat's been absolutely riddled. Crazy shit, man. Absolutely bonkers. Well, I love it. This dude is in fucking shorts and he's got a fucking t-shirt and in body armor. This dude is fucking dressed up. This dude's on holiday. It's like you go down to the pier and you're like, this fishing boat day. Fishing boat day. Would you like to go and see the coral reef? And this, would you like to be a fucking defender from Somalia pirate? This dude's just turned up for a fucking family outing. Oh, it's crazy shit, man. Yeah, look at this. A boat's coming in, chat. Look at this fucking cannon down here. Look at it. Big fucking mount. Man, it's bonkers. Look how many fucking are on it. fuck, man?
Yeah.
I don't even think this dude actually has armor on. It looks like it was just some sort of PVZ shit. Crazy, eh?
Okay.
Holy shit, there's a lot of them now. Look at that. Oof. Oof. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 boats. Fucking bonkers. Oh, what the fuck are these? Are these just sandbags? Kill the mantis? Yeah. Crazy stuff. Ah, dear. Somali pirates in Minnesota stole 19 billion and they didn't fire a shot. That guy is min-maxing his weight for max mobility. A true gamer. There's like meant to be a movie about Somalia pirates, right? I'm not talking about the South Park stuff. Is it with Tom Hanks? Is that the one where the guy gets on board and says, "I'm the captain now"? It's a true story? I might check it out then. I do like Tom Hanks. I watched his animal voiceover documentary and that was pretty cool. Wilson! Is that before he became Wilson? Alright, I think we'll leave Space Marine for tomorrow, chat, because the weekly resets tomorrow. I was going to do some Space Marine, but I'm going to wait for the reset tomorrow. I think Hankin wants to play as well. The main with the red shoe, Carrie Fisher. Okay. What's this one here? Oh, shit. Alright, okay. That does look good. Anybody know the movie Finch with Tom Hanks? Oh, no. Oh, is that the one? Is that the one with the robot? What are you talking about? Yeah, I've not seen that. I want to see that one as well. That looks cool. That's the one where he builds the robot to look after the dog, right? I think that's some apocalyptic world kind of thing. The Somali pirate actor is a real Somali? Yeah, but is he a real Somali pirate? Or is he just from Somali? Yeah, I do like Tom Hanks. Have you ever seen, he did an animal show last year I watched, and it was really, really good. Like, it was basically like David Attenborough kind of voicing over with Tom Hanks, and it was so good. Like, he could easily take over as the job. Alright, well, no 4-7 today. Probably going to get an Evocati. We'll do Space Marine tomorrow because of the reset. You got to get on Flight Simulator with me and do some love line. Check out the clip I DM'd. So look. Is this you? Oh yeah. Yeah, Bush. It's what Jesse Snake Eater has. They're fucking nuts, man. Huge wheels. Like, if you ever want to see this shit here. Where is it here? This fucking nut job, right? I think this. Look at this. Look at it just fucking stop, man. It's crazy. Like, absolutely bonkers. Look at that runway. Is it going to show the takeoff? Yeah, here we go. Yeah, look at this. Look at this for a fucking takeoff. How the fuck, man? Whee! I'm in the air within like a split second. Absolutely nuts. There's a guy that landed a bushcraft on top of like one of the Dubai towers for Red Bull, and any incorrect, he would have just fallen off. Look at it. Fucking bonkers, man. Fucking insane things, these. Dude, this one, let's have a look at this. Fucking driving around through a field. Look at that. Just doesn't give a shit. Oh, is that the Dubai one? Let's have a look.
I'm going to try to land
Yeah,
this plane.
this is
On
fucking
this
nuts.
tiny helipad.
This is insane. Absolutely
it's 56
insane.
stories high, and I only have 27 meters. That's roughly 14 times shorter than the world's shortest commercial runway. I need to start training. This outline is exactly the same size.
Let's get to the point where he does it. Here we go. Watch this.
I'll try another
This
one.
is fucking nuts.
Okay, sounds good. I'll let him know.
Fucking bonkers. Absolutely bonkers.
Bullseye! Bullseye, my friend!
Like, that wasn't even using the full size
We made
either.
history. That was beautiful all the way. Good job! All right, guys. 3, 2.
And then he drives off, look. Fucking insane, man.
Friend, that is what I wanted to see.
Absolutely incredible.
You know. I'm not sure we can do it. Okay, so I'll try another one. Okay, sounds good. I'll let him know.
Mental. Absolutely fucking mental.
Dart is on bullseye. Bullseye, my friend! That was
Oh, yeah.
perfect! We made history, man. We made
I
history.
love how the guy is talking here and he's snorting at the same time as speaking.
My friend! That was perfect!
He can't fucking function properly. Having an absolute spasm. That's amazing. It's bonkers, man. Landing a fucking plane on a helipad.
We made history, man. We made history.
Crazy
That
stuff.
was beautiful.
Yeah, bush planes are insane. Absolutely insane. Oh god, what's this? We're going down a rabbit hole. These
Makes
fucking
this mental game. The physics of the tunnel.
No way. Holy intense, like. Fucking crazy, man. That is crazy. That, to fly that steady is insane, man. Look how smooth he is flying. He's also like, the gears are like, what, 2-3 foot off the deck? That's bonkers. Absolutely bonkers. Cool as chips as well. It's like a fucking, just another day in the office, right? He's not even smiling. He's just like, it's another day. No reaction. Hey guys. Yeah, there we go. Finally. Finally. Yeah, that's what I was expecting. There we go. There we go. There's the reaction I was hoping for. Oh my god. Wait, is he just gonna fucking land back down on the road? Man, that is a fucking... Woo! Oh shit, he's crying as well. Damn! Damn. Oh yeah, he's busted, like... Cause again, holy shit, like any fucking incorrect flight, you would just be concrete at that point. Oh dude, when you saw him in his face, here, look at this. Right? Watch his face. Like, I generally don't think he's breathing. Like, that is low. That is fucking scarily low. Look at that face. Also, very interesting, he's choosing to slant the left wing just slightly to keep it straight. The whole time he's flying, the left wing's down. And that must be his way of stabilizing it. That is fucking nuts, man. Even I feel a bit squeamish watching that. That's great. The guys that do this stuff at Red Bull are fucking nuts, man. They are absolutely insane. Oh. There's also the third dude. The cameraman. The cameraman who's following them. It's not just two guys, but the fucking cameraman that's gonna say it's so intense. Most people would be screaming their fucking mind out. This is intense. The landing, not even a pass. These guys literally did a fucking Cobra and flying into an active volcano. Because why not, right? Why not? How do we beat the guys going through the London Bridge? I know. I'm gonna fucking dive into a volcano that's active. Oh god. What? Why are humans like this? Give us that Nessie? That would be sick. Oh, we've already had somebody die from space. Look at the smile on his face as well, like. What do you want to be when you grow up, son? I want to be a dude that wingsuits through a volcano. Fuck yeah. That does look fucking cool, though. Holy shit, that backdrop. I thought he was just gonna fly through it, but no, he actually went into it. Holy shit. This dude actually went into the volcano and out. Look at that. Holy fuck, man. What a view, though. What a fucking view. Crazy. These guys are fucking nut jobs, man. Absolute nut jobs. Yeah, here we go. Jump from space. This dude. What the fuck is this? Alpha Jetman. Oh, these are these rocket things. Yeah. Is he gonna fly formation with fucking jets? Only in Dubai, right? This is so dangerous. If any one of those guys had like a failure and banged into the side of the plane, because of how tight formation, you could have a huge loss. Oh, please say he's not gonna fucking grab the back. It's just fucking fucking dangling on the back. You know what they should have had? They should have had cables like for skiers. And they've got them fucking dangling in the wind behind the fucking jet. That would have been way more amusing. What I love the most about this chat is watch their legs dangling at the back. The legs are just dangling at the back. Look at it. They're just wiggling. Fuck. It's like fucking Make-A-Wish Iron Man. It's literally Make-A-Wish Iron Man when they're flying beside just like woo. Oh god, it's so funny. Man, humans are crazy. Those legs are controlling flight? No, with the flippy floppy they're not.
He has 15,000 jumps. I have 10,000 hours on airplanes. And now...
Crazy. Absolutely crazy. Must be on an absolute rush, like. that's what it feels like with fireworks attached. Yeah. Oh, man. If those were an SC, that would be AV1? Probably, yeah. Ah, man. I will be your wingman. How many hours do I have to do in parachuting to fucking fly that? Alright, so we got roadmap update on Wednesday. We've got March monthly bundle. Quickly, everyone hide 90s credit card. He's the target audience for this one. We have Stella Fortuna on Thursday starting. And we have FPS and gameplay. Oh, there's no. Are we gonna get like a wee mini patch? Patch watch post 4.7. There's no way it could go live by this weekend, right? No way. The questions aren't bad, yeah, but it all depends if CIG read them out, you know? Fuck hours, just straight in? Okay, yeah, that sounds good. Let's do an Iron Eagle. Let's go and steal an F-16 from an airport. I'll rush to live patch? I don't think so, no. It all depends on what happens today up until Wednesday. I can see, I'm still maintaining end of March for 4.7 live. I'm pretty sure. That still gives CIG like nearly 3 full weeks, you know? Bullshit, you can be man. Did you get your internet sorted out, Tough, and all that jazz? Man, that's cool. Stella Fortuna this week. I wonder, like, I'm not a big fan of green ships, but aye. I am looking forward to 4.7 though. 4.7 is definitely looking interesting. Interesting. I don't know what to do, chat, because I kind of want to leave Space Marine till tomorrow, but I also don't want to end the stream. I just don't really want to jump into game. Variant of the medical Ursa. Yeah, I thought you said internet was having issues yesterday. Do you not? Yeah, because you said, well, it's going to be for me because I'm going to be out of the net a while today. Oh, you're just me. Oh, right, because you were doing other things. Not like your net was down, right? Play game with me? I think you like Darktide? No, I'm not getting into Darktide. I'm right now only playing Star Citizen and Space Marine. And then Soulframe when it gets updated. And I am going to dive into War Dogs when it comes out. Yo, take care, Adtagasm. I don't do driving games. Like I just, it's never like for me. I've always been somebody that would rather drive in real life than play driving games. When I was younger, I liked like Sega Daytona and stuff like that, but nah. Racing games don't do really anything for me. But it's Tokyo, and you're a complete weeb. Yep, I'm proud of that. Nothing wrong with being a weeb. I just have good taste. Good taste. Meanwhile, my brothers all work with long distance hauling in real life, and then 2 of them play Euro Trucks. I don't understand. Yeah, that's interesting. Again, whatever, man. Whatever fucking sets your bar, right? Okay, anyway. I think I'll leave it there today, chat. And go and spend some time with Mr. Nova. Yeah? It's also time for his druggos as well. You ready for your drugs? Yeah. You get some sweets? You gonna say goodbye to everyone? There he is, chat. There's Mr. Nova. Oh, look at it. Look at the jealous one coming in. Jealous one is like, if Nova's getting all the attention, I get all the attention. Farming sim, final offer? No, I'm good. Good. I'm keeping the games down. I'm here too. Yeah, I know. The jealous cloud. You can't see him because he's off camera here. Let me do this. And we'll go to this scene. Because here... Where is he? There he is, chat. Oh, wrong one. There he is. He's like, can I have attention, please? Quick question. Are the A missions in SE still bugged? Aren't they complete? I don't know. I did it literally on day 1, so. Would you like a snack? A snack? Would you like a snack? Would you like a snack? A snack, Nix? Right. Do they call you TheDarkLaw? They do, yeah. His nose because the snack box is down here. He's looking at it. It's right here, chat. There's the snacks. See, look, he's even going around to the opposite side. No, he's not a Samite. He's an Alaskan Shepherd. Pajama boy! You want something? No, he's an Alaskan Shepherd. Alright. Yeah, we'll call it there then, chat. Gotta make sure he's in front of Nova. Always. The kid's always like that. Pajama Boy's a husky, yeah. He's a Malmut, yeah. Yeah, Nova is a Malmut mixed with Siberian, so he kind of comes across a smallish Malmut size, but bigger than a Siberian. And Nyx is Alaskan Husky mixed with German Shepherd. Makes an Alaskan Shepherd. And just so happens that his parents were both white, so that's why he's big, bright, cloudy. But yeah, he's a little bit more streamlined than a Samoy. Thanks to stream, you're welcome. Again, I will be back on tomorrow, guys. Hopefully there'll be a bit more news about 4.7. I was kind of hoping there'd be Wave 1 today. But yeah, we had good discussions. I think go and check out the Salty Mike video. Good topic, good discussions. I think there's a lot of stats to come with 4.7, so we'll see how it goes. But I think it'll be good. I kind of wish that CIG would now talk about what they're going to do with... Are they going to wipe anything since crafting is coming out? But we'll see, you know. Are you going to raid somebody? No. I very much made it now a point where I don't raid people as much as I do because I only support the people that support me. Space Bear. Simple as that. So if Ark was on, I'd probably raid him. Cutlet we already went to. And Sight's playing Resident Evil. I don't know if you guys would be interested in that. So yeah, unless people support me, I'm not supporting them. Simple as that. Very anti. Because I rated, like, no joke, right? I rated most people last year with my stats at 50 raids, Space Bear, right? And most people didn't even raid me 5 or 10 times. So I'm like, not this year. Not this year. No, fuck you. You mean Detox doesn't like you much? I read a Detox recently. Just don't want to do it every stream. I don't see the need anymore. You want to go to these guys? Obviously, go and support Detox. Go and support Cutlets Online. Go and support Cyborg Angel. All these people. I'm just not. And I don't mean not support them. I'm talking about I'm just not raiding them for the sake of raiding.
It was at this moment that he knew. He fucked up.
I'd raid you out of spite. Thank you. Stream over safe now. Thank you, Faldarn. Cheeky with the fucking 10 banger right as we're going. Fuck's sake. Just I'm about to leave as well. Ah! They always do this, chat. They always do this. Oh, for fuck's sake. No! No! No, 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 no. No, you don't get to do this right at the fucking end of the stream. No. Guys, I'm so desperate for the toilet. I've not been to the toilet for 7 hours. I think I'm gonna piss myself if I don't go. You gotta stop. I will have to walk away. I will walk away. Fucking maniacs, like. I've been thinking of ways how to hold it back. I got a fucking creatine juice, tea, and a fucking Red Bull going through my system right now. I need to fucking go. Such assholes. Let me finish that off. Newt. LA. Thank you guys. I'll add that into the Halls of Hero as well. Oh, God. Right. No more mischief. No more mischief. All right. I got 4 minutes to go. 4 minutes to go. Thank you for the giant emote as well. Yeah, that's how it feels like. Holy shit. Thank you for the hype train, guys. Appreciate that. Enjoy. You can start leaving. I'm not raiding anyone. Feel free to disperse. I will sit here for 3 minutes. No more mischief on Twitch. Yeah. I can't wait to go to the toilet. Remember on No, Nutali! No!
I don't know, but HD is but the doctor said I have 80 of them.
It was at this moment that he knew. He fucked up.
Oh, for fuck's sake, Falda! Thank God that doesn't do the timer. Thank you! Holy shit. What is this generosity? Oh no, it's going to do it every single time because Kick is fucking stupid when it does it.
It was at this moment that he knew. He fucked up.
Can I skip it? I suppose it is 5. Will I?
It was at this moment that he knew.
It's like when Henkin did that 100 gifted subs on Kick, and we had to listen to 100. It was that point he knew. Fucked up, like. All right, hype train is at 2 minutes. We're good.
That he knew.
The right leg is starting to go up and down like that. Remico, thank you much for the prime. Thank you, Sideways. Thank you. Oof. Wait, did you just reset the timer?
Another one.
Oh, for fuck's sake.
It was at this moment that he knew.
I am actually gonna piss myself. I need to go to the toilet. I'm gonna leave. I will leave. My right leg is chattering. I've been down for the toilet for like an hour. You are gonna earn that toilet break. I'm gonna get halfway down my hallway and be like those fuckers. Thank you for the gifts, guys. I do appreciate that. But no, can we leave this till tomorrow? I really do need to go to the toilet. Just pee in a bottle? I don't have a bottle. Plus, I think that would probably get me banned. Hey, Nixie, they're being naughty. Held hostage on your own. No, there will be a point. I'm being very serious. There will be a point where I just walk away. Because it's close. Again, I've done 7.5 hours and I've been stupid and not go to the toilet. Oh yeah, the kick stuff health Nova. Yeah. Massively, yeah. It's the least we can do for your honest takes. Think you did, yeah. I appreciate that. I appreciate that massively. Plus, it helps you with game points as well. Hi, guys. Hi. You hear me getting excited? Come on, pajama boy. You come and sit in. Look at his pajamas. Look at that happy boy, chat. Is you happy? Come here. Come here. Give me face. Scratchies. There we go. Yeah. Nova needs to get his drugs as well. So we have to be good, chat. We have to be good. I need to go and get him his drugs. He's got to have his 24-hour scoot in the mouth. And that's his, it like helps with painkiller, but also like releases stuff. We need a PJ Nova mode? No. He might not be in his PJs past Wednesday, guys, because he's getting his stitches out. Would you like to keep your pajamas? He's doing a very cute face that you guys can't see. If I go here. Also, I think my camera's just died. Maybe. Wait a sec. Yeah. It has died for some reason. Oh, God. Chat, I think I may have killed everything. Help. Oh, there we go. We're back. We're back. Yeah. Does this work now? Yeah, this works now. No, that's not working.
It was at this moment that he knew. He
that
fucked
one's
up.
not working either. It's fucking dead. Who was that? No! Newtly, no! 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 Nova, help me. Help me, Nova. No, Newtly, no! Thank you for the gifted subs, guys. No more. I'm cutting you off. Anything more, you're gonna piss yourself? I'm not pissing myself. I'm literally going to go. I am just gonna walk away. That's it. I'm gonna just do that. And there's nothing you can do to stop me. I'll just walk away. And all those lives. I'm going to piss yourself. Take a pee break and come back. No, I'm literally gonna just push the off button. That's it. Normally I don't do it with hype trains, but I'm gonna do it with this one. There's nothing you can do to stop me. I gotta be careful. I end up fucking not coming out, and then I'll probably have like bladder infection, you know. Neutral been a menace? Yeah. Actually, I think it's that close. I'm gonna have to go. Sorry. It's that close, guys. We're ending stream. Bye. Get fucked. Thank you so much for the hype train. I appreciate it. I will let it run, but I am going away. All right. Have a good one. Thanks for being here. Everyone with the gifted subs. Neutrally Faldorn. Unga with the 12 months. Thank you so much for watching the stream. Have a good night. I'm leaving it running while I'm going to the toilet. Good night.